would have been possible without the astronauts, the humans living and working aboard the International Space Station.
Having the astronauts there to help us was a critical part of
a place surrounded by a lot of monuments. It's one of the biggest and most prestigious casinos in Germany and in Europe. It's on like 3.5 floors, so they have a lot of live gaming, and they are also like investing a lot in poker, which is not normal for the German market. A lot of casinos, they have no interest in poker. But this Spielbank Berlin is investing a lot of money and time and patience to run poker tournaments. It makes the Spielbank very special.
€218,000 here tonight. And we go to the felt. Couple folds, and now Michael Boehnert. He's got Queen Jack. He will make it 90,000. This man got into the. It is all gravy for him.
Yeah, his. Well, just gonna call. So Amjad well out in front against Michael. Going to this flop, both these players quite short, especially Amjad. Good for Michael.
Yeah, neither player hits a pair, but Michael. 5,000. Can he push Amjad out? No, Amjad doesn't believe.
Turn, which is the ace of clubs. Here, I expect Michael to go for it, and I would be stunned if Amjad continued.
He will go for it. A hefty, all-in bet by Michael. This would be the call of the night.
Yeah, I don't know how you would do it, and really you avoid this situation. Out by a big draw from Michael.
The man from Turkey gets gobbled up, folds the hand, and Michael takes that one. And we move on. 6 players battling it out here at Spielbank. And there, Michael goes out. Michael, too, now takes a look down at a uneventful 9-8. Looked like he was going to do something for a second. Gerd going away. Patrice, though, with a pair of queens, the ladies. Beautiful hand. Oh, you wake up with those. It's so exciting. And Patrice has them right now, and he will raise to 110. Amjad, the seductive 4-3 of spades.
Resisted the temptation, Vince.
No, but Ola, come on.
Yeah, can you resist the 3-deuce suited, though?
Much easier to resist the 3-deuce. However, if you have his chip stack.
Yeah. And the advantage that Ola has here is that Patrice is a middling stack while Amjad is very short. So Ola will go out of his way to take some flops here with the intention of trying to bluff Patrice out in these situations where he doesn't want to take big risks.
Checks behind him, and the turn is another king.
Now that's a card Patrice likes. He is feeling much safer about having queens now. It's going to be hard to get paid on that type of texture.
Wow, Patrice pairing the board again.
Well, does Ola want to take one stab here? Perhaps he believes his opponent has an ace high.
25.
And you see him betting over pot here. And so he's saying to Patrice, if you have ace high, you're going to have to pay to get the showdown here, and I would bet this big with a king, a 10, or a 7.
But you gotta, come on. You gotta call with the queens. He does. And for the first time tonight, Ola getting foiled there. He had to bluff it, took a stab, didn't work out.
And so the passive play from Patrice actually wins the maximum there, as it induces a pretty large bluff from Ola that didn't work out, but I like where his mind was at.
Nice hand.
And Patrice buying into this tournament 4 times. He just kept believing, I will make the final table, I will make the final table. And now he has made the final table, and now he wants to win the big bucks.
Well, Ola takes a little hit there, down to 4.4 million. Michael Marrakesh has about half as much in chips. Patrice now up to 3rd following that pot, as you see. Amjad just 7 blinds.
All right, moving down to the table. This time Gerd with a pair of 8s. I'm shocked.
Oh, what in
Lazy at that. Oh, but by the way, Gerd means super tight in Chinese, so makes sense.
Okay, living up to the reputation, I guess. Amjad, meanwhile, has a queen-jack suited and just 7 or 8 blinds here.
He is going to push the all-in with the queen-jack. Ola can't play with supposedly the worst hand in poker, 7 deuce.
How much?
And now,
This is pretty close for Michael with ace-5 suited. He knows Amjad could be moving in with some hands weaker than this. He's getting an excellent price, and ace-5 suited plays very well in all ends, so he does make this call.
Thank you.
A good hand.
they turn up the cards.
Let's go to a flop, and it's an interesting one. The queen jack of clubs has every out in the deck. Open ender, flush draw, a queen or a jack would be good. He is now the favorite in this hand.
He certainly is. Great chance to double up here.
Michael, now take away some of his opponent's outs on the river. Boom, short stack doubles up just like that.
It's
Flush
the club.
on the turn.
Wow. Beautiful double
He
up.
would have got it on either card.
There you go.
All right, so Michael loses his third all-in of this final table in the early goings. Amjad doubles up, and we'll be coming back right after this. Still 6 players here at Spielbank in Berlin.
How many daily tournaments are there to win on ClubWPT.com?
Well, there's Hold'em, Omaha, Pot Limit, No Limit, Free Roll, Tournament, Headphone Putters, even WPT main event packages. That's a lot.
Poker tournaments all day, every day. ClubWPT.com. Welcome back to the World Poker Tour. 6 players battling here at Spielbank Berlin in the WPT.
Remain with Ola Shamian out in front.
Yeah, and the blinds have gone up to 25 and 50,000. Here we go, down to the felt. Quick fold by Amjad Nadir. And now Ola, our chip leader with ace-9. Gotta love it. Makes it 105 to go.
Over to Michael Boehnert. Not going to play the 6-5.
And this is Han Young, who calls himself Gerd. He goes out, and now Patrice Brandt.
Pretty good hand to find in the big blind. Patrice is going to make this call.
And we're going to see a flop. And the flop is a King Jack 10 and 2 pair there for Patrice. Beautiful flop.
Well, with Ola bets, Patrice has a decision between calling and check raising.
Yeah, 90,000. Do you check raise right here, or do you just play it okie dokie time and just with a call? Yeah, he's going to do that. Just going to call. Try to make a big pot happen here. Going to the turn. It's a 10, pairs the board. That doesn't help Patrice.
And the board pairing is likely to slow Ola down. You do see him check back there.
Okay, the river card, a 3 of diamonds.
Now, no help to either player. Patrice gonna win with his top 2 pair if he doesn't fold for some reason. And now, trying to figure out if he gets more value by betting or checking.
280.
It's going to be a bet of 280,000. Ola won't waste time. Gets out of the way, so Patrice, who's in third chip position, is going to take that one down.
Things turning around for Patrice Brandt a little bit.
Now, Ola, first to act here, has pocket eights. We saw Gerd fold those in a similar position earlier. Ola will not be doing that.
Yeah, different player, different chip stack, and he has raised it to 105. They're laying them all down, and now it's around to Patrice, and he can't play the 9-8. Let's take a look at Amjad's hand. Not much of a 10-7. But you're in the big blind. You can speculate a little bit with a call, and that's what he's going to do. Flop is Queen, Queen, Jack.
Well, not much here for Amjad. Ola likes this flop. He can just bet it small and play very straightforward following this bet. Amjad is going to go away. So another easy one for Ola, as he continues to stack chips and show why he's one of the biggest names in European poker.
I did play a little more of live poker for quite a while. A couple years ago I was traveling most of the time, but I'm a little tired of that, so I take it easy now and play here and there how the stuff comes. Yeah, I'm just enjoying life, doing whatever I feel like doing. Meet friends, family, work out, eat healthy. That's my thing. It's good. I don't have very specific goals for my life. I just have like general rules that I just want to live good and have fun and do whatever feels right. And so far I'm very happy about what I'm doing.
See, that's my idol. You don't have any specific goals. That's the way to live life. Then the good things happen to you.
Yeah, Ola, definitely someone who prioritizes quality of life over just being the biggest winner or the biggest name in the room.
He has fun, he has laughs, he eats well, and he wins at poker. Doesn't get any better than that. All right, we move on. Gerd going out. Patrice, he's also out. They are all getting dictated by Ola tonight. Now Amjad here with a king, queen with the button.
Hold on.
So he is going to shove it all in on a short stack.
Okay, over to Ola, and he is not going to let this slide. He's got ace-10 and facing a 6 blind shove from the button. I expect his money to go in.
Yeah, plus he has no specific plans in life or goals. Of course he's going to call this. Ace-10, you're going to be looking good.
I call.
There you go.
Now with Michael in the big blind, and he has pocket nines.
Wow.
Okay, so decision here for Michael. Do you want to call or do you want to move in pre-flop and get this heads up with Amjad? Now the risk of moving in if you're Michael is that Ola would flat call with his big hands here too and lay a trap. So Michael elects to just call. So 3 ways going to this flop with Amjad all in.
Dramatic hand, and here is the flop, and an ace hits on the flop. Great for Ola. He's out in front. Horrible for Amjad.
Amjad essentially drawing dead. He needs runner. Ola gonna put a little bet out there, 250,000 into a pot of 915. Michael is in an awkward position here. Wonders if his nines are good, but also wonders if Ola would bother betting very much with worse than an ace.
Have an ace.
Ola has Amjad almost drawing dead here. He needs to hit running cards in order to survive. Otherwise, he is our 6th place finisher.
Here we go. It's not going to happen. 8 of hearts.
No, and that'll be it for Amjad Nadir. Great run here in Berlin, but it is going to come to a close.
He is the first one to get Das Boot here in Berlin. He'll take home 39,000 euros. Let's go talk to him.
I tried to do my best, but unfortunately it didn't work. I didn't have any good hands today. It's my first final table, so I don't regret it. So I did my best, and it doesn't work.
Amjad Nadir is our 6th place finisher, and we still have 5 players left here at Spielbank Berlin, so we'll be right back. Here at the WPT, we believe in giving back. That's why we take time each season to raise awareness and funds through the WPT Foundation. Recently, I attended the All In for Kids charity poker tournament, benefiting the Children's Hospital of Philadelphia. Take a look.
If you are a poker player and love poker and just love being in a great environment, this is the place for you. My favorite part of this event is watching everyone have a party and rebuy 100 times.
Poker is actually a great way to raise money. It gets everyone under one roof having a good time, and there's no big first prize, it's just for the kids.
The Children's Hospital of Philadelphia is a top-ranked children's hospital in the United States, and the money raised tonight at the poker event will go to Brain Tumor Tissue Consortium. We have a team of physicians, neurosurgeons, and oncologists working on research to try to discover cures for brain tumors in the future.
Children's Brain Tumor Tissue Consortium. That's made up of mostly hospitals working together in a very open, collaborative way to centralize all the brain tumor specimens. We're going to be able to make huge advances from this information and start making much better discoveries, I think, in cures in kids.
Dr. Storm is a literal superhero. He can change lives. I'm going to be 16 soon. I'm going to start driving. I'm going to start dating soon. But all those hopes and dreams are possible because of good people like Dr. Storm. Because what he does gives us just a little more time, a little more hope. And hope that we can actually live our lives.
I was a patient at CHOP in 2007. I had an awesome nurse who kind of inspired me, and I'm currently employed as a nurse at CHOP, and I love it.
They do a lot of incredible work inside those walls, but somehow they've managed to make it this sort of safe, vibrant playground for all of the children. And I was just really inspired.
At the end of the day, the reason we're all here is for the kids. And the only way that CHOP and hospitals in general can get the work done and advance and find cures is because of events like tonight. To see the lives that CHOP has touched and saved and be able to help them live a better life, it's been amazing.
You can find out more about the Children's Hospital of Philadelphia and WPT's charitable efforts at wptfoundation.org. Cards are back in the air, so I'll send it over to Vince and Tony.
Well, it was a fantastic event. Incredible hospital for the right cause. But right now we have 5 guys going after this title here in Berlin.
Yeah, Ola Shemian absolutely smashing this final table. 5.2 million with second place holding 1.7. It is his to lose. And I'm sure everyone in Germany expected him to win when they saw him at the top of the leaderboard heading into this final table. Now with ace-6 suited on the cutoff, makes it 100.
Barakis goes out, and now Michael won't play. It's on to Gerd, and Gerd has a little pair of 4s.
Gerd's been pretty cautious so far at this final table. He is second to last in chips, just edges out Michael Boehnert right now, so I think someone a little more experienced and a little more comfortable with risk just moves in with the pocket 4s pre-flop in Gerd's shoes, but he elects to call and gets a pretty good flop on 7-3-3.
He checks, and now Ola's going to bet.
Real small bet here. Ola using the downsizing, betting smaller on the flop than he did pre-flop. Turn is a jack of spades after Gerd makes the call on the flop. Not much of a card for Ola. We'll check it. And a 7 on the river is going to put 2 pair on the board.
Gerd saying, okay, do I come out of the woodwork and make a little bet here, a little value bet? That's exactly what he's going to do, 125.
Ola's going to consider this. He's getting a very good price, and he's wondering whether Gerd can have something like 5-4 or 6-5 that missed.
Clock is ticking down to 3 seconds.
Yep.
He's got to make a decision. Well, he's going to take a little more time.
Yep, time bank chip coming into play. Adds another 30 seconds to Ola. He's going to make an agonized call. You see him sort of look into the lights there. I call. He was getting a very good price and thought he was probably good often enough to make that call.
Yeah, it's a curiosity call, but sometimes you find out a little extra information about one of your players too, so probably not too upset. Gerd just hasn't been able to catch cards here tonight. He's a non-professional player. He's 46 years old, out of Germany. It's got to be exciting for him.
Yeah, always very exciting to make a final table, but Gerd is a cash player who only has one previous live cash in tournaments. So this is an enormous score for him, however it plays out. Now with pocket sevens is going to raise up this cutoff.
Could this be the time Gerd heats up? He is raised with the sevens. Will Ola give him more action? Nope, not there. Now Michael looks down at a sort of fair 10-7 of hearts. He's got money in there, so yes, he will make the call. Here we go. Pair of sevens versus 10-7, and the flop is an ace-9 deuce. All hearts. You know what that means.
Gin for Michael. Disaster for Gerd. He now needs to hit a running full house to catch up here. I'd like to see him check back this flop. Not a lot good comes from betting, but he's going to fire out 80,000 there. And I do think that Gerd's one of these guys who likes to find out a little where he's at by using small bets.
240.
Yeah, he's just found out because he's been raised. It goes to 240. But that's the advantage of when you're decent. You put that bet out there. Now you kind of know this guy's either has a big heart, or does he have a flush, or did he flop a set? You know where you are.
Yeah.
How expensive it'll be down the line potentially, and you've just got a mediocrity at best. So he's going to lay that down. He found out the information, and Michael's going to take that pot. 5 players battling it out here in Berlin, and we're coming back for more here on the World Poker Tour. Hey, WPT fans, have you checked out Zynga Poker?
With a variety of options for play and millions of users competing around the clock, Zynga Poker is the world's leading poker game.
That's right, Tony. Zynga Poker is available on the App Store, Google Play, and Facebook. So what are you waiting for? Check out Zynga Poker today. All right, Tony, what a final table we have going here tonight. And as you know, the World Poker Tour has been very busy the past few months with events around the globe.
Yeah, we sure have. Here at Spielbank Berlin, there was a WPT Deep Stacks tournament prior to this main event, where German Dustin Mangold took home the trophy. Plus, there have been a number of other WPT Deep Stacks winners in Portugal at Casino Vilamoura, in Morocco at Casino de Marrakech, in Belgium at the Grand Casino Brussels Viage, and in Johannesburg, South Africa at Emperor's Palace Hotel and Casino.
That's right. Plus, the WPT Deep Stacks Tour has had a number of winners in the United States, with tournaments in Reno, Nevada, at the Atlantis Casino Resort and Spa, in Oklahoma at the Downstream Casino Resort, and in Iowa at the Riverside Casino and Golf Resort.
Let's not forget the non-televised main events, where players got a shot to add their name to the WPT Champions Cup. And that is just what Art Papazian did for the second time this season, when he took down WPT Maryland at Maryland Live Casino.
That's right. Big effort for him, and big congratulations to all the winners. And if you would like to join us out here on the World Poker Tour, just log on to WPT.com to find a complete tournament schedule. Now let's rejoin the action here at Spielbank Berlin.
Ola Shimian running away with this final table at 4.8 million.
Ola, a big legendary player here in Europe, taking command here. A lot of poise. Folds this one, though.
Michael Marrakesh, the Jack-10.
He's the former tour guide. Now a poker player. He's a tough one. And he will make a bump up. 105 total. A couple folds behind him, and now it's on Patrice. He likes that first one. Not so much on the second.
He has half a hand that he likes.
Maybe it's enough to call, though, because 5-handed poker game, you're in the thick of battle, and yes, he will make this call and make it a battle. So Jack-10 versus Ace-7. And the flop is Not good for either player. King 8 deuce.
Not a bad flop for Patrice when he's holding the ace of hearts, and it's a texture that's really hard for his opponent to connect on. So I would expect we get to a turn here just facing a continuation bet.
Rakesh is going to bet that. And it's going to work.
Huh. Whoa.
And Michael's going to take that pot down. The former tour guide from Prague. Doesn't look like a bad job, though.
Oh, it doesn't look like a bad job. You meet some interesting people. You get to know the world well.
Okay, we go back down to it. 5 players remain. Couple folds. Han Young from China. Now out of Germany. They call him Gerd.
Gerd here. He's going to open up an ace-7 offsuit of his own, coming from the button. And we saw Ola raise into Gerd's big blind when he had 4s around 20 blinds. Gerd did not go all in. I expect Ola will not make that mistake.
All in.
Yeah, Ola's going to apply big pressure on Gerd.
These small pairs really don't play well post-flop, so if you can get the money in pre, when your opponent has 30 blinds or less and is raising from late position, you're almost always doing the right thing.
Yeah, Gerd wants no part of it. He's going to fold the hand. Ola looking good here tonight. Way out in front.
Right after this, we'll check in with Phil Hellmuth, who's standing by with his take on tonight's play in the Raw Deal. Phil Hellmuth has never been one to hold back on his thoughts, and right now he's ready to unleash in the Raw Deal.
Poker has been very, very good to me. Seriously, I am thankful because I've been able to travel the globe and play the sport that I love. Poker's universal appeal is awesome. No matter where you are in the world, you can always find a game. You can sit down at any table in any casino in any country and immediately find a common bond, the love of the game. Poker is a way to meet new people and an opportunity to understand new cultures. With poker, even an awkward kid like me from the middle of Wisconsin can fit right in. Poker has no language barrier. I mean, everyone speaks bet.
1.5 million.
Fold.
Snap fold this hand too.
And all in, baby.
All in.
And unfortunately, sometimes we speak bad beats too.
The beats I take on the World Poker Tour are so sick.
Poker gives people a chance to be themselves regardless of the backdrop. I'm the kind of guy who is pretty quiet and reserved at the table, and this game has allowed me the opportunity to really open up.
They have no comprehension of how to play Hold'em right, just none.
To get a healthy conversation started.
I called this race 3 times. What, you think I was never going to have a hand?
And really come out of my shell.
Donkey player.
Pardon my French. Poker is about commonalities, bringing people from all walks of life together to have fun, to be challenged, and to perhaps win a lot of money. But most importantly, the thing that stands out for me is that wherever I am in the world, I can dodge bullets, baby.
Well, yeah, I'd love to hear Phil Hellmuth talk about poker. He does love it so much, win or lose. No, I'll take that back. Just winning, but you can tell there's so many great things about poker, and he appreciates it.
Absolutely, Vince. It's great to see the World Poker Tour continue to expand. Excited to see what we come up with next.
All right, we have a great one going on here in Berlin, so let's go back down to the felt. And we have 2 folds, and now Ola. With a queen 10, likes it. He's going to raise it to 100,000. And now Michael.
I'm curious to see how he approaches this one. It's one of those hands that sometimes players 3-bet, sometimes they call.
350.
But again, you're second in chips facing off against the chip leader. So that can force you into more passive routes. However, Michael elects to 3-bet, makes it 350,000.
Well, I can afford to make this call, will he? No, he says, I've had enough. I'm going to be patient. I'm going to walk away. Sometimes that's the best thing, to just relax and let everybody else play their game. You don't have to play every pot.
No.
And that's what he's showing right there.
Yeah, and I think that's one of the best hands that Ola would fold there, but I do like the fold. Michael was smart to size his 3-bet up and made it pretty big.
We go right back to it. There's Ola with a queen 4 of hearts.
So he's going to raise it again, make it 100.
Into Michael, who now Michael's not bad. Pair of 8s, nice solid mid pair.
All right, what do you want to do this time, Mike? Back-to-back hands. He's kind of had a decision between calling and 3-betting.
310.
And he chooses the 3-bet again.
310.
Yeah.
Going up to 310.
The other Michael goes out. Gerd wants no part of that. Ola, quick fold by him.
Yep. Now, I really do appreciate that Ola never wastes time when he doesn't have a decision.
Arakish getting on a nice rush here. 5-handed poker, blinds at 25-50. Right back down to the felt to Ola. Awful looking jack deuce. Even he won't play that. Arakish gonna fold as well.
Over to Michael Boehnert.
With a 6-4 diamonds, he's got the button. Does he want to get brave? Makes it 110 to go. And Gerd with a king 8 of diamonds. Gerd's played very tight all night long. Non-professional player.
Holding.
And now, wow, he's going to shove it. He's going to shove it all in.
Here we go. Gerd's been pretty risk-averse, but he picks a nice hand and a nice spot to go after Michael there. Takes it down pre-flop without a confrontation.
Gerd coming out of his shell, taking that one down. 5 players. What a battle.
For now, we must say Auf Wiedersehen from Spielbank Berlin in Germany. Thank you for joining us, and we'll see you next time on the WPT.
The World Poker Tour is sponsored by Zynga Poker. Go all in. Play the world's largest home game on Zynga Poker today.
I can help play these guys. That's my shot. Got this. If I get the crowd prepared for this day, one time, breathe.
You never know when your time is going to come. To rise above the rest. To seize the opportunity. To be crowned a champion. Is it time for your story to be told? The World Poker Tour.
In Berlin, Germany, we will crown the newest WPT champion. Good evening, everyone. I'm Lynn Gilmartin, and welcome to the World Poker Tour. It is such a thrill to be coming to you from the first ever WPT European Championship at Spielbank Berlin, and the finish line is in sight. Standing by to call the action are Tony Dunst and Vince Van Patten.
Well, a lot of fun here in Berlin, Germany, and right now we are seeing a poker legend, and this is the chip leader, Ola Shimian. He is dominating this chip position at this point. Now, this guy has made over 13 million in poker earnings. They all know about him here in Germany. They all respect him, and he's looking good.
Yeah, Ola, one of the best young players in the game, has an incredible resume of achievements, but does not have a WPT title to his name. In a great position to take down his first tonight. However, he's going to have to get through our current second in chips, the young player from Czech Republic, Michael Marakish, coming off a very strong finish in December, now looking to add his name to the WPT Champions Cup.
Thanks, guys. And tonight's winner will take home over 218,000 euros. They'll also receive a Hublot Big Bang steel watch and get their name engraved on the storied WPT Champions Cup. Action is ready to start back up. So let's check the standings and get down to the table.
All right, thank you, Lynn. Let's have a look at our Zynga Poker leaderboard. Ola Shimian out front at 4.7 million. Michael Marakish at 2.5 million. And the next three chasing him down with 46,000 euros going to our fifth place finisher and 218 up top.
5-handed poker, the antes of 5,000, blinds 25 and 50. Here we go. One fold, and now it's on Gerd. Han Yang Ko. Non-professional player, he likes his king 10. He will raise to 110.
Gerd's been pretty tight with his hand selection. Ooh, he's in some trouble here, though. He's got under 20 blinds to start this hand, and Michael Marakish, he's got ace-10 suited in the big. I expect him to put Gerd in. But no, he's just going to call. Okay.
Wow, that is surprising. Just calling, but...
Well, ace-10 suited does play very well post-flop. And we get one of 7-6-4, no spades. So a pretty bad board for both players here.
Check, check. Gerd has played so few hands very selectively.
Right.
Everybody thinks they're behind when they're involved with them. Anyway, the 4 on the turn pairs the board.
I'm surprised to see Michael reaching for betting chips here because Gerd probably has a bunch of ace-highs of his own, some weak pairs. So Michael's turning his hand into a bluff here, I think. But it seems like not a lot of worse hands can call, and yet Gerd just called with king-high, so what do I know about any of this?
We're going to the river. And an 8.
You know, a 5 is a straight now. If Michael bluffed the turn, I kind of expect him to continue here. He can't think his ace-high is any good once he gets called on the turn. Little does he know he has the best hand.
400.
Oh, yeah, he's going to try to take a stab thinking that he has to bluff it. He's betting 400.
Gerd can't even beat a bluff. That's how bad his hand is. I mean, there's so few hands that he can beat here that this hand should be over by now. I don't know what we're waiting for. Oh my God, he called?
Oh boy.
I don't get it. I mean, he's played so tight and so conservative this entire final table, and he calls in a spot where he doesn't even beat a bluff. Oh, no, Vince.
He tried to make a hero call. It did not work out.
Oh, that was hard to watch.
Oh, boy. And he has paid off his man.
It's kind of brutal, but his table mates are laughing at him. They can't help themselves. It's just, that was... I can't imagine how Gerd feels right now.
He's devastated. He's down to a couple 100,000.
You play tight all final table to call it off on king high when your opponent can barely even have any worse hand.
He went with the hunch. He went with the hunch. Give the man a break.
Oh, okay. All right. Next hand. Okay. Ola here. He's on the button with Jack-9.
Ola has been dominating this field, and now he is going to raise this to 100,000 with his Jack-9. And Michael now.
Sometimes I need to remember I'm retired from the raw deal, Vince.
He could have been a hero if he was right.
Now, Michael Boehner here has a 9-7 suited in the big blind against Ola's button raise. He's going to make the call. So he's dominated, but has a connecting-ish suited hand.
And here is the flop king, 6 deuce. No one connecting there. None of these hands are connecting. We've seen all night long. But Ola's going to make this bet. 70,000 continuation, and it's going to work. Ola taking down another pot. He's not only a great tournament player, but he's a great online player as well. Blind still 25 and 50. Action on Patrice Brandt, who bought into this tournament. I have to keep saying it 4 times. That's a big investment.
It's tough. It's tough to fire 4 times in a tournament and realize that you have to make the final 2 tables just to break even.
Yes, but you're also the guy that says, I knew what I was doing. I knew I was going to make that final table. That's why I do it, because I'm the best, and I keep doing that.
You're either very confident or very desperate. All right, now here you see Ola raising a very weak hand, and that's a result of Gerd being so short. He's just trying to take advantage of the tightness forced on his opponents by Gerd being close to all in. And so Michael makes the call with Queen Jack suited, and Ola is going to get to the flop with a really bad hand.
Flop is a 9-8 deuce, 2 of them spades. So great flop for Michael. Ola getting none of that, so he checks it.
I like this from Ola. You know, he recognizes this is a bad board for what's already a really bad hand, and so he just check folds and gives it up. Doesn't try and force things there.
Michael taking that pot. You know, he's the one guy that can get the best of Ola, it seems.
Yeah, he has a position. He has enough chips to play some real pots against him and to actually put a dent in Ola's stack. And he's a very capable player.
My first job was handing out the flyers. Then I moved to Australia and I was doing many different jobs. I used to be a receptionist. I used to be waiter. I was selling fridges and washing machines. Really, plenty of different jobs. And then I could see, actually, there are some guys on a bicycle, and they are showing tourists how to get around and explaining stuff. So I was thinking, oh, it might be cool. So I joined them, and I loved that. And that's why I play poker as well, because I'm making good money, and I'm still enjoying. I don't want to do job which I cannot enjoy at all.
Well, the thing about poker is when you go broke, you can always go back to that bike.
On your bike, check. All right.
Doesn't look like a bad job, though.
No, it doesn't look like a bad job. You meet some interesting people. You get to know the world well.
Yeah. Okay, we go back down to it. 5 players remain. Action's on, Michael. He's in second chip position now with 3.4. Ola out in front with 4.8. Gonna raise to 105. Around to Ola. Ola with a king 4.
Oh, you see Michael and Ola in the previous hand playing a little extra loose pre-flop while Gerd is so short. Gerd being that short basically means that Patrice and Michael Boehnert cannot get out of line against the players who cover them.
Ace 10-7 is the flop. Again, no one hitting anything. And there's a continuation bet for Michael. And he will be successful in that. He, like I said before, he's the one guy that can take a little steam out of Ola.
Yep. He is maybe the only player at this table who has been willing to get into confrontations with Ola and try and outplay him. Not force it per se, but to think that he could make a better decision than Ola could. You see some of the other players really going out of their way to avoid Ola.
Now the action's on Michael. Now he got into this tournament through a 350 euro satellite. So this is a gravy train for him tonight, but he's gonna fold. And now Gerd is gonna shove his short stack in there with a king 9 of diamonds. Patrice goes out. Yeah, Ola's got an ace 9. He's counting it out. Seems like an auto call.
I raised.
He's gonna raise to get Michael out. Michael with an awful looking 10-5, so no problem there. So they're gonna turn up the cards. And Ola is the favorite.
That's pretty unlucky for Gerd. Ola's gonna be calling with so many hands there. Unfortunate that the one he gets called by has him 3-outing.
Gerd can't believe the whole thing imploded before his very eyes.
Ah, naja, egal.
Gute Hand.
Here we go, here's the first 3. And it's a queen 6-4. Ola out in front. Gerd seeing the finish line, and it doesn't look good. With 2 cards to come, can he pick off something? No, a 3 on the turn.
Gonna have to be a king.
All right, 3 outer for Gerd to double up. It's not gonna happen as a 3 hits the board. It is over for Gerd.
Strong finish for Gerd in 5th place, taking home 46,000 euros and his first major final table.
Well, we'll have to say our Wiedersehen to our 5th place finisher, Gert. More from Berlin, Germany, right after this.
What are you doing?
I'm playing on ClubWPT.com.
Oh, really? I'm playing on ClubWPT.com.
Oh, I'm not playing on ClubWPT.com. I'm crushing it. Play for a share of $100,000 in cash and prizes every month at ClubWPT.com.
This episode is sponsored by Dr. Pepper, the official soft drink of the World Poker Tour. Hublot, the official watch of the World Poker Tour. Rockstar Energy, the official energy drink of the World Poker Tour. And Club WPT. Play poker for real cash and prizes today at ClubWPT.com.
Welcome back to Spielbank Berlin. We've got 4 players remaining at the WPT European Championship. Ole Shamian still well out in front at $5 million, but Michael Marrakesh is making up some of the distance at $3.5 million.
That's right. The antes are 5,000. The blinds are 25 and 50. The winner going to take home 218,000 euros this evening. Action on Ola, the chip leader. He gets out of the way.
All right, Michael here. The folding king 7 on the button is a little surprising. I guess influenced by the stack sizes of the two players in the blinds. Michael now, with just 10 blinds, has an easy all-in, which makes me think he's posturing.
All in.
Yeah.
Wow. I think there was a bit of acting there. Ace-9, but he has pushed all in. Now Patrice with a king-3 of diamonds.
And who knows, that act could work because Patrice does have a borderline hand between call and fold here.
Yep, wants to know how much it is. Patrice, of course, has over $1 million. Michael with half that.
Yeah, I think a computer would say Patrice needs to call here given the price and the frequency that Michael will move all in. However, a lot of players really don't like calling all-ins with a weakish hand when it would put half their stack at risk.
Action clock is ticking down to less than 4 seconds now.
Call.
And he is going to make this call.
I don't know in that stage. Really don't know. Nice hand. Okay.
Yeah. Boehnert liking what he sees. Patrice, not as much. But still 2 live cards. And he's suited. So let's go to a flop. And there's a 3 for him.
Oh, wow.
Ooh, bad news for Michael Boehnert.
Patrice out flopping Michael. Boy, oh boy. Michael needs some luck here. Oh, he gets some. A club comes up like there's a 4 flush.
8.
And Michael's calling for the trolliest card possible. He wants an 8, so the 8s and 5s will beat Patrice's 3, but he can also catch an ace, a 9, or a club.
Otherwise, he is out of there. In 4th place, the river card coming up. It's a 6 of spades.
And Michael going to be eliminated in 4th place here. Unfortunately, his ace-9 of clubs not able to hold up. Felled by the king-3 of diamonds for Patrice.
Yeah, an excellent player will take home 60,000 euros. We're down to 3 players.
Ola Shimian still our leader with above 5 million in chips. Patrice Brandt, our short stack at 1.5 million, but he's got 30 blinds. So not desperate. Plus he has a king-jack suited, and he's in the small blind here, so he has a decision between raising and then calling off if Ole were to move in. Or he might limp, as he did here, and then move in if Ola raises. Ola will check. And a nice flop here for Patrice. Top pair, and a couple of backdoor draws.
80.
And he'll bet 80. Ola's out of there before he gets his chips in. So Patrice taking that pot down. What a battle we're seeing.
Patrice on the rise.
I do some prep work before tournament, thinking about who your opponents are and how you're gonna want to approach the live final table. But it's kind of simple to play now because it's push or fold. All in, all in, all in.
He's going to shove it all in.
It might get more complex. And I just hope I'm ready for that, if that happens.
Well, Patrice came into this final table as our short stack and now finds himself 3-handed with 2 excellent pros. He's still 3 of 3, but he's got over 30 blinds, so by no means desperate.
Yeah, very clever player. He has played well here tonight, and this time he picks up a jack 9 of hearts. He'll raise it to 100,000. Ola behind him with an ace-4 of diamonds.
Ola's definitely going to play here. I'm just not sure if he's going to 3-bet or call, but 3-bet seems more likely.
300.
Yeah, he'll move it up to 300,000. Michael with the 6-7 of diamonds. He goes out. Back on Patrice.
He'll make this call in position. Very playable Jack-9 suited going into the flop.
Good pot brewing, and here's the flop. It's a 5-deuce-deuce, and there's 2 hearts there.
That is an action flop for these 2 hands.
Great for Patrice.
Even Ola likes his hand on this flop. He's got a gut shot to the wheel. He's got an overcard. And he knows that his opponent would have moved in with any of his pairs pre-flop.
All in.
Wow. Look at this. He's going to push it now.
Yep, good play from Patrice. And now will Ola make a great call? And I think that Ola is going to consider all those things. You can't have a pair, can't have that many bigger aces than me, so that means your range is mostly flush draws.
I call.
There you go.
There you go. He's making a great call.
And this is why Ola's one of the best, because even when he doesn't have that much of a hand, he thinks more about his opponent's range than his own holdings. And so Ola makes the call. You see there that while he's in front, he's actually a small underdog.
Yeah, Patrice out in front with the 4 flush.
And a king of clubs on the turn. No help for Patrice. He now needs a heart, a jack, or a 9 on the river, or he will be our 3rd place finisher.
That is right.
Let's go to the river.
Okay, Patrice double
And
up.
it is a 7 of clubs. Ola Shimian making a phenomenal call. Holds up with ace high and eliminates Patrice.
Patrice will take home 93,000 euros. Let's talk to him.
3rd place after starting with 6 players. Being the short stack, that's fine.
Patrice Brandt is our 3rd place finisher here at Spielbank Berlin. When we return, Ole Shemion and Michael Marrakesh will be playing heads up for the WPT title.
Welcome back to the World Poker Tour. We are in Berlin, Germany for the heads-up action between Ola Shimian and Michael Marrakesh.
Ola with 6.6 million, Michael 3.4 million.
Good luck, man. Good luck.
The antes are now 10,000, the blinds are 30 and 60.
These guys are playing about 60 blinds effective to start this heads-up match.
And Michael getting out of line here with the 8-5. Is going to make it 130 to go. Up against an ace-king for Ola, that's all.
Now Ola's about to make some noise pre-flop.
Or do you play it slow and try to trap your man? Nope, he's going to go hard. Makes it 430. Michael goes away.
There's not a lot of pre-flop slow playing while you're still 60 blinds deep, but when you get down to the 20, 30 blind range and it's easier to stack someone post-flop, you'll see them just call their big hands pre-flop a little more.
Ola this time with a decent ace-4. Goes to 150. And talking about 4s, Michael has a pair of 4s.
450.
Michael gonna 3-bet up to 450. Ola quickly folds. And as often happens in heads up, the hands go down very quickly, especially amongst professionals.
You know the saying about opinions. Everybody has them. And of course, if they're not Phil Hellmuth's, then they're all wrong.
Here we are, the home stretch. Only 2 players remain looking to etch their names into World Poker Tour history. What do they need to do to get it done? Well, heads-up play is more about your opponent than it is about your cards. These days, there are widely accepted game theories about how to play heads-up, but many of those theories are just plain wrong. Thank goodness I don't want everybody playing perfect. It is agreed upon by poker scholars that you need to raise over 80% of the time on the button. Wrong. I'm happy to fold 25% of the time on my buttons, call 25% of the time on my buttons, and raise 50%. What trumps these percentage-based theories? Reads, baby. White magic and heart. Great reads lead to many victories. Ideally, you will use your great reads to bluff your opponent or make a great fold.
Probably somehow this is a cooler, too, that I'm supposed to go broke with.
Ace 10. Phil, you're the best, Phil. Phil, you're the best.
Victory? Well, victory is sweet.
3 of spades, it's over, Vince. Phil Hellmuth comes 1 spot short of his first WPT title.
And although second place pays a lot of money, nobody remembers who finished second. In the poker world, we tell someone that finished second, congratulations.
Oh, okay, he's right.
The saying goes, Vince, you're either first or last.
It's so true. All right, right now, Ola is first. He's out in front with 6.6 million. Marrakesh with 3.4, blinds at 30 and 60. Here we go. Now it's on Michael. He's got ace 3. He will raise, makes it 130 to go. Ola, king 8 of diamonds, content to just call. And here is the flop. Oh boy, it's a king 8-6, so top 2 pair for Ola. What a dream flop. Nothing for Michael. And Michael is going to bet 125 into a monster.
Ola has so many of the good cards here. I expect him to slow play a little bit.
Oh,
Yep.
why not?
Just gonna call.
Okey-dokey.
Wow, and he turns a full house. And what's interesting about this spot is when the middle card pairs, players often lead out because they expect the pre-flop raiser to check behind so often. And so, despite turning a full house, that's why you see Ola leading out here into Michael. And Michael is aware of that fact and knows that Ola is going to lead everything on this turn that called on the flop. And so if he believes that there are many draws in Ola's range, he's going to make this call with ace high thinking that it's still good.
Well, that's what he's done. He is making this call, and he's in deep trouble. River card comes up 6, pairs the board. 8s and 6s out there. So can Ola get more out of his victim?
Well, that's an unfortunate river for Michael, because if he had put Ola on one of those draws, they all missed.
760.
Oh, I call anyway.
Oh, wow.
Wow, he didn't think about it.
He's going to try to make the hero call. It's going to backfire in a huge way.
Huh.
Big payoff for Ola.
Well, didn't take long for this heads-up match to get going. Ola Shimian with a big one. We'll have more from Spielbank Berlin right after this. We are back at Spielbank Berlin, and our heads-up match continues between Ola and Michael. Ola still well out front, 7.8 million. Michael Marrakesh, 2.2.
Yeah, winner's going to take home 218,000 euros. Put the name also on the Champions Cup. Get the Hublot watch, all the goodies. And right now, Michael has raised a 130 with the 10-4. Ola going to stick around with the 6-5, and the flop is a king 7-3, 2 hearts.
Not a bad flop for Ola. It's got a gut shot, and the only heart. Michael here just stabbing.
Yeah, bets 110 with 10 high. Ola splashing around, hoping to hit. Whoa, he's
check raising again.
Yeah.
Well, he knows his opponent's going to continuation bet that flop. Very frequently, close to 100%. Ola with a little bit of a draw, but not so much that it's a disaster if he doesn't get to the turn. Check raises, takes it down.
We move on. This time Ola looking down at a king 7. Just gonna call it. Michael okay to see a flop with the jack 7. So here we go, and the flop is at 8-8-4. No one hitting anything. Michael gonna check to Ola. Check, check.
And a 7 on the turn's a pretty interesting card. Pairs both players. But Ola in front with the higher kicker. I would expect him to raise this turn. He likely has the best hand. His opponent has several draws that can pay to see a river. And it's really hard to get more value if you just call and see a river card when many of them will either improve your opponent's hand or scare him away. So 370,000 to go from Ola here.
Yep, he's got him out-pipped, and he's going to raise him up. Apply more pressure on Michael. Action clock ticking away. It's down to 6 seconds, and now 5. Oh boy, He's going deeper. He's going to make this call.
Yeah, nothing that Michael can do to get away here. His hand is way too strong.
Wants to hit a jack. Did not. A 3 on the river.
I didn't expect Ola to bet the river, but that card might entice him. It's a really safe card for his hand. No, he does check.
Wow, he missed a little bit of a value bet there.
And that's why you see him smile a little bit. He's like, I could have got a little more.
All right, Ola continues the onslaught. He's out in front with over 8.5 million.
Inline skating is just great. Before the tournament, it's really nice. Inline skating gives me, for sure, some kind of meditative feelings. It's because you're just so into it and it's just flowing. It helps me because I'm a little more comfortable sitting at the table. You're not like having these bees in your ass or something. Yeah, you can straighten your mind by doing little exercise before that and not being distracted afterwards and just being able to focus on what you're doing.
Do you have no specific goals? That's what you wind up doing. I like it. I like
you just rollerblade through life.
Yes.
Floating around, not a care in the world.
Winning millions in poker. I love this guy. It is great. And right now he's out in front with 8.5 million. Can he close it here tonight? Michael here with a 9-8.
Ola, Queen 5 suited. He's going to check in the big blind.
Queen 5 versus 9-8, and the flop is a 10-6-4. Again, no one hitting pairs. Michael, inside straight draw. He is relentless. Betting 65. Keeps taking stabs at pots. Of course, Ola calls this. Going to the turn, a big ace scare card for both players. Neither one has one, obviously. Check, check. An 8 on the river, so Michael out rivers Ola, hits the 8s.
This is an interesting river. Michael's third pair is in a precarious position here, and he has to wonder, does Ola have an ace? Does he have a flush? Does he have one of those straights? Or, because he's going to go to the flop with so many hands, I should just call here. I'm high up in my range and I should call, and that's what he does.
Nice call. Good attempt by Ola. Michael taking that pot, and he needed it.
It's a pretty respectful call from Mike there. It basically says, even though everything got there, I believe you will bluff frequently enough that I should call you with third pair.
Michael peeks down at a 4-5 of clubs. He will raise it 130.
Ola with the jack 9 in the big. He's going to take a flop. $10-3 deuce on the flop. Pretty good flop for Michael as an open-ended straight draw.
And he is going to bet the 100. Ola caught nothing. Wow. He's going to try to take this now. 330.
All in.
And all in over the top.
Gotta love it. Great play by Michael there, recognizing that it's extremely difficult for Ola to have a hand that can check raise, call, and all in. It just takes it down with his straight draw.
Yep, it's starting to look at a little bit closer. Heads up battle will continue when we return here on the World Poker Tour from Berlin. Stay with us.
The best thing about Europe is that obviously you end up coming to a new city. This is my first time in Berlin and the first time that I've been to this casino, and it's been good to me, so I love the place.
I'm here because I love to play poker, and Berlin, it's a city that I've always wanted to visit. People are so friendly here, and it's not just the people in the service industry, it's just generally anyone.
Coming into the WPT European Championship Berlin, I was really excited to explore a new city, but also play against the highest caliber of players maybe in the world. I mean, the Germans are producing some of the most talented and most capable players right now. I like these guys, I like competing against them.
Who are you kidding? You like the beer here and the fact that you're not broke.
Guilty as charged. All right, Ola is still out in front with a 3-1 lead over Michael. The German versus the Czech facing off for the European Championship here at Spielbank Berlin.
Exciting poker we're watching. Dramatic and well played. And right now it's on Ola, our chip leader.
120.
He'll make it 120 with a 9-10. And Michael with ace-jack. Just calls, surprising. And here we go with the flop. It's a jack-5 deuce. Beautiful for Michael.
Yeah, I am surprised that Michael didn't 3-bet there. He was certainly liberal about it earlier in the final table, so I don't know why he's not doing it here.
Just disguising his hand, perhaps, but Ola's going to come out and bet this 110 after the check by Michael. Couple clubs out there, so Michael's trying to protect himself. He's going to bump it up, goes to 330.
One of those spots where you want to check raise to get value, but it's so difficult for your opponent to have a hand that can call. Still a little surprised Michael didn't 3-bet pre-flop. He had been pretty aggressive with his 3-bets, but I guess he mixed it up.
There's a short break in the action, so let's take a look at the Hublot WPT Player of the Year standings. Two-time WPT champion Art Papazian is leading the pack with 2,400 points for his 2 titles this season. And sitting in second place is Ryan Tosick, who earned 1,400 points for his victory at the 5 Diamond. But not far behind are Alex Foxen, Gu Leng Chen and Jay Lee. Now, there are still plenty of events this season, meaning we could still see movement on the leaderboard, and we will continue to keep you current on the standings. Now, let's get back to the game here at Spielbank Berlin.
Exciting battle. Winner's going to take home 218,000 euros. Second place, 143.
Race.
2 big stars over here in Europe battling for this title. And right now, Michael has raised with a 10-7. And Ola with an ace-7. Just calls. Here we go. Flop is a jack 10-6. So Michael out flopping Ola with a 10. There's the bet. 110.
I would expect Ola to continue here. It seems close, but he is going to make this call.
And it is another 10. Oh, that's just better and better for Michael. 3 of a kind.
Well, we talked earlier about how when the board pairs the middle card, the caller pre-flop often leads out, and that it's important to balance that by doing it with 100% of your range. So that's why you see Ola leading out here with the ace high.
And now Michael just calling. A deuce on the river, so Ola with nothing. Will he take another stab at this? No, he gets the memo. Michael is trying to get value, obviously, with 3 of a kind.
I'd be pretty surprised if Ola looked him up here.
I would too. He was betting 475.
Clubs got there. But this is close.
And Ola looks curious here.
And he's going to call.
Oh, he is going to call. And that's a big swing for Michael.
Yeah, 1.7 million in that pot.
Wow, started out with 10-7, turned it into a big pot. Michael Maracas getting some momentum back.
Hey WPT fans, are you ready for fun, competitive poker action? We know just the place. With millions of users worldwide, Zynga Poker is the place to play for around-the-clock poker excitement. Zynga Poker is available on the App Store, Google Play and Facebook. So, what are you waiting for? Check out Zynga Poker today.
Mark Nenow has only been playing on Club WPT for 7 months, and he's already won his chance to play in a televised main event tournament at our very first WPT in Berlin, Germany.
I'm a mechanical engineer and assistant project manager for a major construction project in New York. I just moved out to New York about 7 months ago. When I moved to New York, I enrolled in Club WPT. I like Club WPT because they have regularly scheduled tournaments, also the opportunity to get into a package like this one to Berlin. I've invested a small amount of money, and I've definitely earned that back in both cash prizes and in this package. All-inclusive to get from New York to Germany for a week stay. It's been pretty nice. Berlin's great. The people are nice. There's a lot of different museums. There's a lot of history here. This is really the first trip I've taken that is actually getting out and seeing the sights and getting integrated into the culture. I will continue to play in Club WPT because I do want to win another event and continue to improve my skills.
So Mark won't be taking home the trophy or the riches this time, but he's taking home lots of memories and a great story to tell his poker buddies. Sign up at clubwpt.com today for a chance to win a share of $100,000 in cash and prizes.
All right, we return to Spielbank Berlin. Ola Shimian leads Michael Marrakesh $6.5 million to $3.6 million, 30K, 60K blinds with a 10K ante-Vince.
Yeah, ever so close to a championship title. Both these guys playing impeccably tonight. They're not exactly getting the cards, they're just making plays, and it is beautiful to watch. And right now, a call by Ola with Queen 3. And Michael not going to raise with Queen 6, and the flop is an Ace 6 deuce, so Michael out flopping Ola with the sixes.
Check, check. Turn deuce.
Pairs the board. Michael now with sixes and deuces. He's going to come out of bet 75,000. Ola loses interest, folds the hand, so Michael's going to take down that one. Getting the momentum. Michael's married, has a 2-year-old son. Another baby on the way, so big money at stake. He'd like to take care of the family with this win. And we started this event with 339 total entries. And we're down to these two guys.
180.
Ola with King 7 of clubs will make it 180 to go. Michael looks down at a 7-5 of spades.
Going up to 600,000. We got a pot brewing.
He's going to push with a little junk.
Call.
And he's going to get called.
Yeah, Ola not going to go anywhere in position here with the King 7 suited.
First three will be a King, Queen 9. There's two spades out there too, so Kings for Ola. Michael with a 4 flush.
All in.
All in.
Wow. And Michael just shoves 3x pot. Whew, my goodness.
How much?
This is going to make Ola pause for a little bit. I'd be surprised if he folds top pair here, but the fact that his opponent jammed 3 times the size of the pot is definitely going to give him pause.
This is a big moment. Ola would be a nice favorite if he should make this call, and the action clock is ticking down to 5 seconds for Ola. Oh, he's going to take a time chip.
Buys himself another 30 seconds.
I call.
Wow, he's going to do it.
Big call from Ola here.
And he's out in front against Michael. And the whole tournament on the line for Ola Shimian.
I have a good feeling about this.
I feel you. Actually.
We'll see about that one, huh?
It'd be a big chip leader if he should win this. Hit a spade, that's all he has to do right now. Let's take a look at the turn. Will it be a spade? No.
8 of hearts on the turn will give Michael some additional outs to a 6. So now looking for a spade or a 6 to double up. Otherwise, Ola is our champion.
That's right. The man that came in as the chip leader. 1 card away from victory here. Here's the river.
4 of diamonds. Ola Schumann is our champion.
That's right.
The German phenom is a first-time WPT champion. Michael Merkesh with a great finish. Finishes in 2nd place.
At the beginning, before the tournament started, I wanted to play aggressive game because I had position on Ola. And I lost lots of chips at the beginning, so I just wanted to play more tight because I wanted the other guys to bust first. So he took care of it, he eliminated all of them, and yeah, I was the one in heads up.
Ola Schumann, you call with kings with the 7 kicker. Great call. How are you feeling right now?
Very happy about it. I'm so proud. In my hometown, I win this tournament. It feels very good.
Well, you are a poker legend here in Germany, and now the whole world will know of your talent. Let's hear it one more time for our champion, Ola Schumann!
Congratulations, Ola Schumann, the newest member of the WPT Champions Club. Thank you so much for joining us from Spielbank, Berlin, and we'll see you next time on the World Poker Tour.
The World Poker Tour is sponsored by Zynga Poker. Go all in. Play the world's largest home game on Zynga Poker today.
I can outplay these guys. Got my shot. Got this. If I get the card, prepare for this day. One time. Breathe.
You never know when your time is going to come. To rise above the rest. To seize the opportunity. To be crowned a champion. Is it time for your story to be told? The World Poker Tour.
We're at the Commerce Casino in Los Angeles for the latest stop on the World Poker Tour. Good evening, I'm Lynn Gilmartin. The LA Poker Classic has been a mainstay of the tour since we began and has featured some of our most enduring moments.
Antonio Esfandieri picking up $1.4 million. He is our champion at the LA Poker Classic.
Chris Moorman needs an ace.
We're going down to the river. Yes.
Wow! Unbelievable!
Plus, its champions are a veritable who's who of poker. Earlier this week, players from all over the world gathered here at the Commerce with their sights set on becoming the next LAPC champion. As players began filling the ballroom at the Commerce Casino, there was an easygoing sense of excitement.
You know we're taking it down. Wish me luck and make sure it happens.
Do I look handsome?
Mixed with some serious business.
Another flush, guys. Quads, 2 straights, 2 flushes, 2 pairs. Level 1.
Everyone knows you'll find lots of stars in Los Angeles.
Now you're looking?
And plenty of others looking for a launching pad. Past LAPC champions were also in the hunt, looking to make history and have lightning strike twice in the same tournament.
The champ. Back to back in like such a massive, like prestigious field would be pretty cool.
Registration closed with nearly 500 players in the field. The prize pool topped $4.6 million. The last 62 players standing get paid, and a cool $1 million sits up top for the champion. This is an old-fashioned freeze-out, and with no re-entry option, being patient was a worthwhile strategy.
Nothing for the king.
Although it's often said, no risk, no reward.
Yes, thank you. My all-in game is very strong.
Nevertheless, not every bet paid off. The Fallen will have to wait until next season to try again for the coveted LAPC title.
As the money bubble approached, concentration levels increased.
I hope you have aces.
You call?
Yep.
Local pro Mesha James knew what she was up against.
There are some amazing players left in the field, and they like to gamble. So I need to get a premium hand, double up, so I can be able to cash in this thing.
It was not a good time for a bad run. The field kept shrinking. And before long, there were just 9 tables left. That triggered the use of the 30-second action clock, with a few extension chips to help with the toughest decisions. When the bubble hit, hand-for-hand play commenced. Maria Konnikova 4-bet shoved with jacks and was called by reigning Hublot WPT Player of the Year, Benjamin Zamani. Ben's turned straight did Maria in. With a cash secured, the rest of the players just wanted to play. Woo! Leading to a decent amount of activity at the payout desk. On day 4, the remaining 31 players gathered in a more intimate space to continue their ruthless battle. In this marquee tournament, finishing deep is often bittersweet.
I'm up short, it's always disappointing.
Everyone wants to be the rock star who makes it to the end.
Being that close, it hurts a little bit.
Veteran pro Phil Hellmuth was still looking for his first WPT title, which he nearly achieved earlier this season at the Legends of Poker.
I'm having fun. It's a great challenge for me, but that second place still fresh in my mind. I'm trying to not make any mistakes, no missteps.
Meanwhile, Dennis Blyden was playing his very first WPT main event and sitting on a huge chip stack. Chips that Phil really wanted. With a large river bet from the newcomer, Phil used up half of his time chips before finally making the call.
What do you think you're gonna bluff me? Phil Hellmuth. There's no way you're gonna make the final 3.
Dennis remained unfazed.
Phil obviously goes off on me even though he calls me 120K with just ace high. That's of course the correct play.
Turns out, what Dennis loves more than his soaring stack is the opportunity to mess with the poker brat.
I do have 14 bracelets.
How many WPTs?
0.
Let's see. I'm an amateur, I don't play very often, so like it's a dream come true just needling someone like Phil Hellmuth. Whatever, he's the poker brat.
A short time later, Dennis raked in the rest of Phil's depleted stack.
There's nothing I can do. I'm playing at an unbelievable level. The guy that busted me went crazy, and the deck bailed him out. It's actually sad. This is why I get upset. When I play at this level, and I'm not all in for hours, I deserve to still be in there.
As the night came to a close,
Oh wow. God, what a sweat.
the deck continued to favour Dennis. He bagged up the chip lead with plans to keep it.
I'm gonna win. I've been saying since I registered for the tournament I'm gonna win, so why would I change my mind now?
3-time WPT final tableist Garrett Greer was also staying positive.
Spiraled down pretty hard to 600K, but we're still in it. 13 left, so it's not a bad deal. Come back tomorrow. 30 bigs in a dream.
As they prepared for the last day of play before the final table,
Running late.
the competitors were determined to make every move count.
I'm hoping to pick up the pace today.
WPT Champions Club member Zachary Smiley was riding the short stack.
I feel okay. I just need to double up and then I'll be right there with everyone else.
In the opening minutes, Zachary risked it all with ace-king, keeping him in the race and boosting his spirits. Then Hublot WPT Player of the Year Benjamin Zamani shoved jacks into the pocket rockets of Irish pro Mark McDonnell. With no improvement, Zamani was the day's first casualty. Three-time WPT champ Anthony Zeno was all in against chip leader Dennis Blyden. The champ's flopped pair of queens held, and he took over the top spot. Dennis then 3-bet shoved with a huge pot on the line, giving Anthony something to think about.
Show me? Sure was. I'll let you pick it up.
After finally folding, Anthony uncovered the ace of diamonds, and Dennis reclaimed his chip leader status. Everyone was waiting for the right spot to throw the hammer down. Zachary Smiley's promising start didn't continue, and he was eliminated in 12th place. Garrett Greer was also on the ropes, holding a lesser pair, but got a reprieve from a lucky split.
Yes.
A few hands later, he was back on the chopping block, this time ahead. But Mark McDonald landed a straight on the turn, leaving Garrett behind in 11th place. After Dennis Blyden put the final nail in Chicago funeral director Lloyd Mandel's coffin, the remaining players gathered at one table. Toby Lewis, who took 6th place here in season 11, was well aware of the sharp focus required.
There's no time to think about stuff. You just have to be like zeroed in every second.
Disappointment was in the air. As his stack started slipping, season 13 LAPC champ Anthony Zeno was feeling the pressure. He made an unfortunate call in a huge pot. Then he shoved post-flop with 2 pair into Dennis Blyden's trips. And Anthony's dreams of making history here at the LAPC were dashed. Sitting pretty with over $4 million in chips, Dennis had plenty of room to mess around. On a full board with paired kings and sevens, he bet $400,000 with just a 10 kicker. After 2 intense time extensions, Mark McDonald finally made the gutsy call and reaped his rewards.
It wasn't easy for me.
Toby Lewis held a set of 8s and had Greg Paryani and his 2 pair covered. The deck offered no help, and Greg went out on the TV bubble. The 6 surviving players represent an eclectic mix of styles and experience, with each one more than ready to take home his first WPT title.
Well, it's shaping up to be another astounding LAPC. Now, before the final table begins, let's get some insight on the final 6 from Tony Dunst and Vince Van Patten.
Yes, what a final table we got going here tonight. But let's talk about the chip leader. That is Toby Lewis from England. They call him the tax man because he makes them pay. But besides that, he's a great player. He took down the Aussie Millions. He took down 1.5 million, so he can play. But in second chip position is Dennis Blyden. And he is a poker player, but also a finance expert. He loves crypto coin. He likes to speculate. But he also knows poker chips because he's got 4.1 million, and that's pretty impressive.
Yeah, absolutely, Vince. In third place right now, Mark McDonald, coming in from Ireland, is someone I encountered across the pond at the tables, and I was really impressed with his game and his poise. Now, he has a great resume of results, but he's still looking for his first big win on a major circuit event. Meanwhile, Derek Walters may be familiar to some of your audience members because he's coming off a final table at WPT Montreal, so he's looking for a big score here tonight and just might chase down Art Papazian for our Player of the Year race. Now, you and I have an ongoing bet at these final tables, and because I'm ahead right now, I'm going to set the price, and I'm going to let you make the picks.
Finally!
So here's my offer. You can either have the chip leaders, Toby and Dennis,
right,
or you can have all 4 of the short stacks and get 3-1. Which would you prefer?
I'll take the favorites.
You're going to take the favorites?
I'll give you 3-1. Yeah, you
okay.
got it.
All right, I got the long odds. I got my 4 guys to your 2 guys, but you got more chips.
All right, good luck.
Good luck, sir.
This is a huge opportunity for every one of these players. The champion will receive a stylish Hublot Big Bang steel watch, the remarkable Remington Trophy, a $5,000 JetSmarter membership, not to mention $1 million, and of course, the priceless honour of his name being added to the WPT Champions Cup.
Here's a look at our updated Zynga Poker leaderboard. Toby Lewis out in front at 5.4 million, trailed by Dennis Blyden at 4.1, and then 4 players hanging between 1 million and 1.7.
Good luck, gentlemen.
Good luck. Good luck, everybody.
Antes are 5,000, blinds are 15 and 30,000. Here we go. Action goes to Toby Lewis. He is the chip leader, an Englishman, lives in London. He's 28 years old, and he has a bad hand, and he will fold it.
Now over to Derek Walters. He's been doing very well on the World Poker Tour recently. Now he has King Jack suited to start this final table, going to make it 70,000.
Right behind him, Peter Hangsicle, the local non-professional with Ace King.
So Peter going to 3-bet 200,000.
And they're all folding behind him. Manuel Martinez from Spain, professional with ace-5, also going away. So back on the man that originally raised Derek.
I would be surprised if Derek didn't get to a flop here. Suited Broadway hands are very strong, but wow, he folds. He really gives Peter credit for a tight range to re-raise pre-flop, because it is extremely unusual to see a professional fold a suited Broadway pre-flop.
Peter came to play. They really gave you the aces first hand, Peter. Wow, it might be your day. Might be, buddy.
Fast play so far with Big Slick. Cards go around the table, back on Derek Walters. Looks down at the old Doyle Brunson hand, 10 deuce, but Doyle's was not suited, and he won World Series back in the day, and he goes out. Peter now.
Ooh, wow, now I'm understanding why Derek folded that previous hand. Open folding King-9 suited on the hijack is a really tight fold.
Dennis Blythe, the local, is popping it up with just a 10-4. Makes it 60,000 to go. Let's see if he gets action from Toby, who's in the big blind. He has 7-5, and he's got chips.
Yeah, these are our 2 chip leaders. I'm curious to see whether Toby adopts a very aggressive stance towards Dennis or a more passive one. So far, he's just going to make the call here pre-flop with 7-5 suited.
8-3 deuce doesn't help either player. Now, Dennis, this is his first time ever playing a World Poker Tour event, and look at him getting those chips out like he has something. We know better.
Look at this guy making it easy. No hand, no real draw. He'll probably get away with it. I mean, Toby has some backdoor draws, but can't really continue.
No,
and so
he
Dennis
can't.
taking this one down.
Dennis moved to LA 6 years ago. He has a degree in accounting from Ohio State, but now he's playing poker.
So serious, Toby.
It's important.
Toby's all business.
Just getting started. This is going to be good.
We'll have more LAPC action when we return. And Phil Hellmuth is ready to unleash the poker brat in tonight's Raw Deal. Stick around.
Mark McDonald.
Any tournament where you get like $1 million up top, it's going to be important. They don't come around that often, so it's just try to make the most of it when you get a chance.
Pete Hensicle.
I'm not nervous. I'm not overly excited. I'm not anything. There are a lot of tough players. I'm taking it step by step, hand by hand, and hopefully at the end of the day, it'll be me.
Manuel Martinez.
Jugar a póker es fácil, pero saber jugar es muy difícil. Quiero un primero, ¿no? Siempre se quiere ganar.
Derek Walters.
For me to come out on top, I'm gonna have to play well all day, and I'll definitely need a good amount of luck because the chip leaders have a lot of chips, and there's some really great players at the table.
Dennis Blyden.
I bought into my first WPT main, and I'm making the final table, second in chips, and I'm going to win. So, I mean, I'd say it's going pretty well.
Toby Lewis.
I'm very confident, but I've been first in chips with 6 people left in a lot of tournaments and not won, so I understand how the game works. I'll just sort of keep plugging away and trying my best.
Wow, 6 lucky guys going after this huge title here tonight. And Toby Lewis right now is our chip leader.
Manuel Martinez is our short stack, the only player below 1 million in chips. Everyone in the hunt.
Let's go down to the felt. It's on a non-professional player, Peter Hangsicle. To act first, he quickly folds the hand. Mark McDonald with an ace-7.
I like to see that fold. Many players open those weak offsuit aces a little too loose on the cutoff and hijack. Mark knows better.
65.
Now Dennis Blyden with the Dolly Parton hand, 9-5. He doesn't care what he has. He makes it 65,000 to go. Manuel and Toby go out, and now Derek with an ace queen of diamonds.
Surprised to see Derek only calling. Dennis has been raising so many hands. Derek has a monster in the big blind, but he just calls.
Look at this flop. 6-4-3, a 4 flush for Dennis, and a straight draw.
I mean, Dennis has it all. He's not technically in the lead, but Dennis has the best hand here. You can see he's a 57% favorite in this pot.
Derek calls. Nice call, Derek.
Well, Dennis has bet 7. He's been called by Derek, hoping to hit. But no, a jack of hearts on the turn. Neither player with a pair, but Dennis is getting busy again. Bets 130, applying pressure to Walters, and it's going to work.
So Derek loses the minimum there. I'm still surprised he didn't come over the top of Dennis pre-flop. I wonder if much of Derek's conservative play is a result of the stacks around him, whether he wants to see if 1 or 2 guys get knocked out and he moves up that pay ladder.
Dennis, a non-professional player, very aggressive. By the way, he was the one that was harassing Helmuth a few tables down.
I would say more so returning the harassment.
He was.
You know, it's a two-way street with Helmuth. It's never like he's minding his own business and somebody goes off on him.
So true, but let's look at this hand. Look at this. Manuel has picked up queens, the ladies. Let's see if he gets action with it. He's made it 60,000 to go. Mark also folding.
Cool.
Dennis is going to slop around with 8-6. Wow, 8-8 deuce, 3 of a kind for Blyden.
This is just silly.
Unbelievable. Dennis with 3 of a kind. He's going to check it.
I think for Manuel it might end this hand because he's in bad shape here, and Dennis gonna raise him, kick it up to 175.
Poor Manuel is a victim in motion here.
Call.
Poker pro out of Spain, and he's gonna make this call. He's in deep.
It's possible he'll get away if the turn is a heart.
No, it's a 6. Oh.
It will not end yet, Vince.
Blyden hitting a full house now.
Blyden train is full steam ahead, about to fire out here, and Manuel, I don't know how he can get away, especially against this type of opponent.
I mean, Manuel is on the short stack.
All in.
Call.
The instant call happens.
Instant call.
2 outer possibilities for Manuel, and that's it.
Blyden trying to get this final table down to 5 if he can dodge it.
He needs the miracle. Can Manuel hit it? No, a 6 on the river. It's not going to work out for him.
Dennis, with all the cards, taking that one down.
Come on! The soccer player gets red carded. He's out of here in 6th place.
That's the end of the line from Manuel Martinez. More action from the Los Angeles Poker Classic is on its way right after this.
This episode is sponsored by Dr. Pepper, the official soft drink of the World Poker Tour. Hublot, the official watch of the World Poker Tour. Rockstar Energy, the official energy drink of the World Poker Tour. And Club WPT. Play poker for real cash and prizes today at clubwpt.com.
Commerce is a great place to play. I mean, whatever range you play, from very high limit to very low limit, it's here.
I'm having the time of my life. It was great playing against Helmuth, Anthony Zeno, Mike Matusow. I mean, it's like, this is a dream. This is like what I've been living for.
Commerce is amazing. It is the place to be at and play for poker. There's no place like it. I don't think you can go anywhere and have as many games that Commerce have and the players. It's amazing.
Yes, we are back here on the World Poker Tour at the beautiful Commerce Casino in Los Angeles. Everyone loves the Commerce.
Especially these 5 guys, Dennis Blyden and Toby Lewis at the top of your leaderboard. 3 players essentially tied behind them.
Winner going to take home $1 million here tonight. Quick fold by Derek Walters. And now it's around to Mark McDonald. And he has picked up the weapons of mass destruction, the pair of aces.
Stay cool, Mark. Stay cool. You've got aces and the button and the 2 big stacks in the blinds.
That's pretty cool. Makes it 65,000 to go. And now Dennis Blyden with a decent ace-10.
Forgot to give you all those chips at the end of the night.
Dennis's confidence is unwavering.
Oh, Dennis, little do you know what's on your right. You know, he's going to raise it 175.
I like this play from Dennis. We know it's not going to work, but I think it's the right play. I think Mark had a decision between calling and 4-betting, and he's elected to 4-bet, perhaps because he thinks Dennis is willing to get the money in pre-flop more than most players.
Well, Dennis is running so good, too, so don't let him in cheap.
Seconds.
Action clock ticking away here.
You're sick, man, Slug.
Dennis gives Mark a little flash and slides his hand to the mug.
Sick, man. What's that? Ace-10.
Now, Mark McDonald has made $1.4 million in poker earnings, so he could really play.
If you went for it, your balls deserve to fold, in my opinion. That's my opinion.
You got nothing to worry about. Good decision.
Yeah, I played Mark often in Europe and was very impressed with his game, with his poise. Plays really well, picks his spots, and never loses his cool at the table.
Back down to it. Peter, the real estate investor from LA, quickly folds his hand. Mark looks down at his hand. Not impressive. Jack deuce. He'll muck that. Dennis.
65.
With Dolly Parton again, that's 9-5.
Knew he wasn't going to pass this one.
Raises it up. Now Toby with a big ace-queen calling.
And you see Toby just calling here because he and Dennis are far and away the chip leaders over the other 3. He really doesn't want to play some huge bloated pot where he could risk getting eliminated or short against
Look
Dennis.
at that flop. Big ace-6-6 on the flop. Toby hitting aces, and he's going to check it.
Great flop for Toby. As you can see, he essentially has Dennis trying dead.
Oh, Dennis is going to contribute another 70,000. And Toby just slow calls. Okie dokie.
I like that Toby just calls here. If you check raise, it's really hard for your opponent to continue paying you.
King on the turn.
It's not the card that Toby wanted to see, because now if he's against another ace, it's a chop pot.
Yeah, check, check. And 5, and now Dennis with a piece of that.
Toby's gonna bet here. It's really a matter of sizing, and he goes small.
Begging for a call.
What is that goofy?
It's so small you know it's strong.
I love that Dennis is just gonna spend this final table thinking out loud.
Dennis folds the hand. Toby Lewis from England takes down the pot.
That was the Phil Hellmuth line, if you guys didn't catch it.
Yeah, I got it.
Yeah, I appreciate it, Slug. Nice hand, Toby.
Thank you.
My 5 got there, too.
I think you should probably be calling with a 5.
Maybe.
5 top players at this table going for $1 million. We're back here on the World Poker Tour. 5 players competing for this major title here in Los Angeles.
Toby Lewis and Dennis Blyden way out in front. Our next 3 players between 1.8 and 1 million in chips.
Let's go down to the money pit. Mark McDonald with the attractive 6-5 suited. Doesn't even think about it, goes out.
Yeah, I think he would play that if this was a 9-handed table early in the tournament, but at this final table with Dennis playing so many hands behind him, Mark needs to be a little more tight.
Dennis with the ace-10 has raised to 65,000 to go, and everybody folds. But Peter, the real estate guy from LA,
Call.
going to make this call and hope to get lucky.
100% defend rate, Peter.
I know calling with these weak offsuit king hands in the big blind looks pretty loose, but when you're facing a min raise in the big blind, you're supposed to call close to everything.
The flop comes up queen 9-5.
Nobody connects on this flop, but it's a better one for Dennis with the ace of hearts and the backdoor draws to a straight.
No hesitation for the Cincinnati kid. He bets it, and he's going to win it.
Learn that from you, Toby.
Non-professional Dennis Blyden looking good here tonight.
That's the best pose I've seen in a while right there.
Peter getting all the props.
gonna have fun no matter you fold or call, buddy.
This is a dream come true for me. I'm pinching myself every single day, and I have no idea how I've made it this far. I used to be a mortgage broker. I transitioned a little bit into real estate investing, which I'm still active in, but I've been playing a lot of poker the last 2 years or so. I can put in some hours working in the morning and then go off to the casino and play whatever tournament is going on the rest of the day. I love playing the game, but a lot of it is the people. I mean, I've met so many interesting people on the felt that I would never, ever in a million years meet in normal life or doing my normal job. Commerce Casino is my home casino. I literally have been playing here since I was a baby. Like, I learned to play poker here, 1-2 limit. So it's not just my final table. I feel like I'm here for the whole Commerce family, and I'm just really excited to represent them, and hopefully I make them proud.
The best rail in the world. Oh my God.
Peter, a clear hometown favorite, getting some love from the crowd.
Let's go, Peter. He's made $1.4 million in lifetime poker earnings. That's pretty impressive for a non-professional.
It is indeed. Peter, 5th in chips at the moment, but not so short that he is desperate.
Toby Lewis is tied for the chip leader with Dennis Blyden. And action's going to Dennis. Only 28 years old, and he's got a pair of deuces.
65.
And he'll make it 65,000 to go.
Dennis is going to be a legend around the office if he can take this down on attempt number 1. How is that even possible?
It's incredible. Anybody can play this game these days.
Derek Walters. He's got a queen jack suited on the button. He's going to make the call.
And now Mark. He can't play that. So two-way action.
Nice call, Derek.
Deuces up against queen jack suited.
Flop of 9-7-4, 2 hearts. Not great for either player, but better for Dennis than Derek. He checks over to Derek.
Derek doesn't get out of line. He checks. Going to the turn. And wow, look at this. Another deuce. 3 of a kind for Dennis.
When it's your day, it's your day. I like that check from Dennis. He does not expect Derek to check back too frequently there. And when he bets, he's going to check raise him.
3 on the river, so 3 of a kind for Dennis. Unfortunately, Derek has nothing, but Dennis has to come out and try to get a little value off this big hand. 175 he bets.
Gotta bet now if you're Dennis, but hard to get paid when your opponent has queen high, so Derek will slide his cards to the muck, and Dennis takes down yet another pot and flashes a deuce.
2-3. Could you beat 1? You could beat the 2? 2 is good. Just want to show you I'm not bluffing today.
Cincinnati Kid retakes the chip lead with 5 players to go.
Vince, people ask me, can you really win on Club WPT?
Well, Tony, the tournament's running all day, every day, and $100,000 worth of cash and prizes available every month. The answer is yes.
Sign up at clubwpt.com.
We are back here on the World Poker Tour at the LAPC at the very famous Commerce Casino. And you know, these players are poker savants. They are brilliant. They beat out a huge field to go after $1 million, but they're not all poker pros.
No, it's a good mix at this table. We've got some professionals and we've got some up-and-coming players. And let's take a look at their chip counts.
Dennis Blyden, the non-professional, he's got 5.5 million. Toby with about 5.4.
Next 3 players, all stacked between 1.8 and 1 million even, trying to chase down our 2 chip leaders.
Toby Lewis, he's made 4.4 million in total prize money in his career earnings. And look at this, he's got a little pair of 5s. He likes it, he's gonna make it. Well, he's just gonna call, play it slow.
There to be a flop, but not wanting to get raised out if one of the short stacks behind him comes over the top.
Derek with King Jack gonna call.
Mark with Jack 4 suited in the small. Surprised to see him fold there.
And here's the wild card, our chip leader Dennis with Queen.
Toby certainly getting the right price to see a flop here in position. Derek doesn't want anything to do with this, so heads up to the flop.
Cincinnati Kid versus the Taxman. And the flop is an 8-3 deuce, 2 hearts.
It's a good-looking flop when you're holding pocket fives with the 5 of hearts.
But Dennis did raise before the flop, and he's going to continue to bet 260.
Dennis does not down bet, by which I mean reducing the size of his bet on the flop. He goes 260. A little more old school there. Toby makes his call. And we see a 10 of clubs turn. It's going to give Dennis some outs.
Well, he doesn't even think about outs. He just keeps betting, pummeling away. And again, he gets the chips out, and he's betting 360.
Yeah, it's a little bit... Contains a lot of draws, so it's hard to imagine that Toby would fold showdown value or a draw to that sizing.
The tax man from England is going to call this going to the river. That's that look where he's saying, I think I just blew it. River card. Dennis doesn't get there as a king hits.
So, the King of Diamonds isn't a crazy card for Dennis to bluff, but it's important to note that most draws have missed here. Queen, Jack, Jack 9, 7, 9, all the clubs, all the hearts, the little raggedy aces, everything has missed. And as the action clock ticks away, you can see Dennis contemplating, should I bluff here with my queen high or should I give up?
He's going to take some more time. And he is the VP of Finance, so he knows about money. He's thinking to himself, can I bet some big money in here and try to steal this pot? And that's exactly what he's doing. He's going to bet 785.
Half pot here?
Still a tough call to make with these fives.
Call, but Toby reaching for chips.
Queen high.
Oh, no! Whoa!
Nice call.
Bold bet and a great call by the taxman. 5 players remain here on the World Poker Tour, and we're coming back. Stay with us.
They keep calling me the tax man.
Nice hand, tax man.
It's a lot of tax.
It's a decent amount of tax, yeah.
Great tournament. Bad decisions. I'll tell you who made one on the raw deal.
Action, we know just the place. With millions of users worldwide, Zynga Poker is the place to play for around-the-clock poker excitement. Zynga Poker is available on the App Store, Google Play, and Facebook. So, what are you waiting for? Check out Zynga Poker today. Phil Hellmuth is ready to unleash the poker brat in tonight's Raw Deal.
It's actually sad. When I play at this level, I deserve to still be in there.
Although the Raw Deal segments are all about the players who made it to the final 6 and not about me, I must say that I did make it to 14th place in this tourney.
He thinks he's God's gift to Earth.
In fact, Dennis pulled off some real goofball moves to knock me out.
I usually don't think. I just put chips in the middle and see what happens.
And it still hurts.
I'm sure the next time I play with a guy, he'll give me all the money for no reason. And that's why I win so many of these.
Wow.
I do have 14 races.
How many WPTs?
0. Let's see.
Damn it! So I can see why Toby holding up. I love Toby's call. I mean, it gives Toby maximum flexibility, and when you have some unknown guy playing every hand, give that man a chance to lose a lot of chips to you. Plus, these two are basically tied for the chip lead with about 5 million apiece in chips. You have a chance to win the whole tournament if you can hit a huge flop. Don't want to raise that guy out of the pot. Sure enough, Toby does get a great flop for his pocket fives. So where's the raise to the goofball's flop bet? I would have put it at least 660,000, a 400,000 chip raise. I would have protected on the river. Dennis tried to throw Toby off by asking for a time extension.
Time extension.
Clever move, Dennis, but it didn't work. Toby's river call was a classy one. Toby could have easily folded his read.
Oh, no! Whoa.
Great river call, Toby. Don't let this man beat you with his goofy plays.
Toby got balls.
Well, Phil, you're absolutely right, but the goofy man has a lot of chips right now.
Got a lot of chips and a lot of confidence.
Oh, man. And he told you off pretty good, I have to say. No one dishes it back out to Phil.
Whew. He was ready for him, wasn't he? How many WPTs you got? Oh, 0? All right, Peter Hengsicle with a pair of queens here.
Yeah, picks up the ladies in first position. The local needs his hand. He's going to raise it to 65. Mark goes out. Dennis goes out. Toby also. And now it's around to Derek. He's got king 10.
Derek with... He'll be going to a flop. Heads up with Peter.
So Peter finally getting a nice hand. He's on a short stack. Doesn't want to see a king. But of course a king appears.
Ugly flop for Peter. Great one for Derek. Also the only one holding a spade in this hand.
They go check, check, 6 on the turn.
Now it's time to bet if you're Derek.
Peter's going to keep him on, it would seem. And yeah, he's going to make this call. Crying call going to the river. Let's see what happens. Can Peter pick up a queen here? No, it's a 10. Which gives 2 pair now to Derek. Not that he needed it.
Yeah. Derek, a little extra confidence now. He's going to bet very big, 275 into 330. I think he likely is aware that his opponent has some showdown value and there's a bunch of missed draws out there, so he's going to bet on the big side and get value. Nice bet.
Peter is going to call it and hate it.
King 10 for 2 pairs.
Not much Peter can do there. I think there's too many missed hands to get away on that river. Just unfortunate.
That's tough to beat.
Derek's from Tempe, Arizona. 28 years old, a tough poker professional who's taken home close to $1 million in earnings.
We saw him make the final table up in WPT Montreal, looking to better that finish tonight and take home his first WPT title.
Mark this time with king 10. Mark's from Ireland, and he will not play king 10.
65.
Dennis, ace 7 of hearts, makes it 65,000. Toby going out, Derek out as well.
It's a really good hand in the world of Dennis Blyden. Peter with 9-8 suited here. He's a little below 20 blinds now.
I'm all in.
Oh. Connectors do play very well as all-in hands, but my concern here is Dennis Blyden, wrong guy to move in light against pre-flop, but then again, he's also raising like.
Peter taking a stab. Perhaps he's tilted a little bit from the last beat of the queens.
You want to gamble, Peter? That's cool.
Now there's more time being asked for.
Man, please don't do this with aces.
I would never do that to Peter.
Dennis interacting with Peter's rail. He's going for it.
Yeah, he's going to do it.
Well, there's the problem with moving in light against somebody like Dennis Blyden.
Good luck, buddy.
He just hates to fold.
You don't want hearts.
I'm glad they're rooting for hearts.
All right, Peter the local. First cash for a WPT event for Peter, and now he's in trouble. Let's see if he can get lucky on the flop.
9-8 of hearts. 9-8 of hearts.
The flop is a ace 6-4, so Dennis out-flopping Peter, hits the aces.
Awful start for Peter. At this point, he needs either a running straight or 2 pair. Dennis with the 7 even has one of his outs to the running straight.
And it's a 6, and that pairs the board, and that's going to do it.
That will be it for Peter Hengsicle. Great finish at his home casino, but a little short of the title.
Fine gentleman, Peter Hengsicle, a big effort here at the LAPC. He's our 5th place finisher. He'll take home $244,000 over the top to Matt Savage.
I asked him if he wanted to gamble, and he said no, and I actually believe that. That was the problem.
Here at the 1-2 tables at the Commerce. So now you're at the final table of the $10,000 main event. Tell us about your experience.
Commerce Casino has a very special place in my heart. made over the years, and I mean, they're just the absolute best rail in the world.
Well, awesome finish, and congratulations.
Thank you so much, man. Appreciate it.
Well, on that note, we'll have to say goodnight. Thank you so much for joining us, and we'll see you next time on the WPT.
The World Poker Tour is sponsored by Zynga Poker. Go all in. Play the world's largest home game on Zynga Poker today.
I can outplay these guys. Got a nice shot. Got this. If I get I prepare for this day. One time. Breathe.
You never know when your time is going to come. To rise above the rest. To seize the opportunity. To be crowned a champion. Is it time for your story to be told? The World Poker Tour.
Tonight at the Commerce Casino, coverage of the LA Poker Classic continues. Good evening, I'm Lynn Gilmartin, and this is the World Poker Tour. There's been some intense moments at this final table, and we're sure to see some more before we crown a winner. Here to fill us in on where we stand are Vince Van Patten and Tony Dunst.
All right, Len, what a great final table we have. We're down to 4 players, and we have some talent at this table. Toby Lewis from London, he is the tax man. He wants to make these guys pay him off. Very, very exciting. But in the second chip position, Dennis Blyden, the Cincinnati kid, he's also quite good. I mean, he does not mind bluffing a hand. He's been caught a couple times, but he's been taking other pots. I mean, these guys have a lot of chips. 4 players remain, though.
Yeah, both those guys really aggressive, but don't pretend that they're just going to run away with this. Both Mark and Derek Walters are very accomplished professional players looking to make a name for themselves by taking down their first major title.
And you can make a name because $1 million to the winner. Very impressive.
Thanks, guys. Along with the prestigious WPT title, the winner will take home the impressive Hublot Big Bang Steel watch, a JetSmarter membership, the official private jet partner of the WPT, and the $1 million in prize money. What a payday. Now, let's check the chip counts and get down to the felt.
Thanks, Lynn. All right, here's a look at our updated Zynga Poker leaderboard. Toby Lewis well out in front at $7 million. Dennis Blyden in second at $4.5 million. Mark and Derek both hanging around $1.5 million.
Antes are 5,000, blinds are 15 and 30,000. Here we go. Action goes to Derek Walters. Looks down at a big ace-jack of diamonds.
Some of our audience might know Derek from his final table at WPT Montreal this season.
Makes it 60,000 to go. Mark McDonald out, and now Dennis Blyden. Oh, wow, he has picked up the weapons of mass destruction. Pair of aces, just like that.
Dennis, with the image you'd want to have when you find aces, pumps it up to 165. Derek has been conservative early in this final table, but Dennis has been playing every hand, and
king high flop.
We might see a big pot develop between these two.
Dennis Blyden, a non-professional out of LA. Oh, it gets better and better for him as an ace, king, 9 hits.
What a flop.
3 hearts, though.
Top set for Dennis, top pair for Derek. The case ace in the deck comes out on this monotone board.
The Cincinnati kid is going to bet the continuation, 180 total.
Yeah, certainly. Derek can't fold at this stage. Ooh.
Go to the turn. It's another heart.
That might help Derek stop losing money here. I am surprised to see Dennis firing out a bet here. I'm not sure he's aware just how much his hand shrinks up on that turn.
And now Derek with no heart.
Wow.
He's going to make this call.
Derek, top pair, and a gut shot, but he is essentially drawing dead. He's drawing to a chop with a heart.
River card is a king. Ace is full for Dennis Blyden.
That's the gin card for Dennis.
All in.
Wow, he's going to push him all in. Now, of course, Derek only has about half his stack left.
Man, this would be a tough call for Derek. Even some of the hands that are bluffing in Dennis's range just sort of awkwardly end up with a low heart.
Be a complete disaster if you should make this call. Action clock ticking down to 1 second, and Derek finally does the right thing, folds the hand. The Cincinnati kid taking that pot down.
Cuts one of the legs out from Derek Walters.
I was all in if you check. I'm glad I bet. You probably are. Maybe. Mathematically speaking. For what my range is.
I had 2 hearts, so I was wondering what.
500 and got it. I'll figure it out eventually.
Dennis Blyden, this is his first ever WPT main event. He's playing like a champ here tonight. Mark McDonald out of Ireland has a nice ace-jack of diamonds. This is his first WPT final table for Mark, and he has raised to 65. Dennis Blyden behind him.
It's a good problem to have. $165.
There you go. He is confident, everything going his way. He has moved it up to 165. A couple folds behind him.
Oh, Mark's one of our short stacks, but he's probably too deep to rip it in here, so I think he'll just call and get to a flop.
Flop is a queen 9-4.
Dennis checks.
They check. Ace on the turn. Great for Mark McDonald. He has the aces with the bigger kicker, and they go check again.
A little surprised the Dennis checked back on that ace.
6 on the river. I guess they have respect for the tightness of Mark McDonald. Now he's checked again.
I do like that Mark keeps checking to Dennis. He's essentially bluff catching against an opponent who does bluff too much. 395 in the middle. How much does Dennis want to bet? 300. I guess Mark is just feeling the pressure. Because Dennis is so active, you have to think that if he had a better hand, you would have heard about it before the river.
300, huh? It's a lot. You got a good hand.
It's like you're trying to get info off me or what?
Yeah.
All right, good luck.
You bet so much.
I would be stunned if Mark folds, but the action clock is ticking down on him as he contemplates this. Okay, Mark's gonna call.
That's the right thing. He's gonna love it. Dennis probably thought he had a winner at that point. Now he realizes he does not.
Listen.
Out-pipped, and Mark McDonald taking that one. He's got a total lifetime earnings of $1.4 million in poker.
All right, guys, he's playing just as aggressive as we thought. He actually had it half the time. He's running good.
I'm delighted with how it's done so far.
And the blinds are going up to 20 and 40,000 with the $5,000 ante.
Continued luck, gentlemen.
Action with Toby now.
And he and with queen 10, he's not going to accept that. He makes it 80,000.
It's a little juicer.
A little juicer, as he calls it. Min raise with the queen 10. Mark will call.
What about a sick click back?
It's 160, 120.
That'd been sick.
Dennis, very aggressive here tonight. And here's the flop 7-6-4. Helps neither one of them.
No help from Mark. King high still in front.
And he's going to bet it 55,000.
This is close for Mark. You don't want to fold king high, blind versus blind, facing one bet against an aggressive opponent, but also you really don't have any way to improve, and he lets it go.
Dennis smiling. It's a beautiful thing.
I like it. Oh, terrier. Like the one you want to kick off your ankle. I don't want to play in a poker game when everyone's not being talkative and enjoying themselves. But it's not me. That's not what I want to be doing out there. Go, man, come on! I'm not what the pros would call game theory optimal. I have to overcome that I'm playing against some of the best in the world that have studied this game immensely, and I have not. Honestly, the way I play, I'm not thinking about the math as much as I really am the feel. And it's almost more psychology for me. It's almost like playing the player and really trying to get in their head, make them think that my range can be the entire deck at any given time, and try not to give off any tells. And if they can't ever put me on a hand, I'm always going to have them in awkward spots. I got into poker with my father, actually playing 5-card stud, which I thought was the most ridiculous game of all time. But he was the easiest man to read, and I was like, well, if I can take money from my dad, why not? I'm tripling my allowance every week. I'm actually good friends with some of the guys that are pros in the game. Chance Kornuth being one of them. He's been infinitely helpful for me, especially over the last 5 days. Yevgeny Timoshenko is another good buddy of mine. Completely opposite style of what I play, so I enjoy him telling me that everything I'm doing is what he would never do. You don't look like a man that wants to get crazy. Not yet. I've told multiple of my friends, especially the ones that are poker professionals, you guys know I'm going to win this tournament, right? I told them after every single day, and I'm going to win.
Wow, that is confidence, and he is looking like a winner tonight, even though he's in second chip position at this point because Toby Lewis is out in front with a little more money, $6.9 million in chips.
Dennis looking down at ace-8 offsuit. Looks like he's going to raise this up to 85.
Toby going out. Derek Walters from Tempe also out. And the Irishman, well, he's got the ace-jack now. Not suited, though, and he will just make the call.
Flop for Mark's hand.
Top pair, biggest kicker.
Many opponents, Mark would check raise. Against Dennis, he might lean a little more towards calling.
What he's going to do this time, he's just going to gives aces and jacks to Mark and aces for Dennis.
Perfect turn card for Mark.
All right, Mark's going to check and just lead him out into the trap. And Dennis, he is going to bet again.
Mark. Again, he'll have a decision between calling and raising, as there's now 2 flush draws out there, numerous straight draws. Mark going to go with a call, so the slow play continues. Slug.
He just calls going to the river, and a beautiful 6 of hearts on the river.
Yeah, great looking card for Mark. It does complete 3-5, but outside of that...
Oh, he's checking again, and Dennis is going to bet again, 200.
His hand.
Clock is ticking down.
650.
There's the raise. Set up his man beautifully. It's an additional 450. Now will the Cincinnati kid get the memo or not?
Is there seconds?
We've seen Dennis make a lot of bets, but he hasn't been a calling station tonight. Maybe he can get away from this one as the action clock ticks down.
Sick click back.
Would be a beautiful thing if he could, and he's going to make a beautiful laydown at that point. So the Irishman is going to take a big pot off of Dennis, the Cincinnati kid, and we are coming back with 4 players remaining here at the LAPC in just a moment.
Go, Marky Mark!
Nice, that's what I'm talking about.
This episode is sponsored by the official watch of the World Poker Energy drink of the World Poker Tour. And Club WPT. Play poker for real cash and prizes.
Club WPT rolled out the red carpet for qualifier Cheryl Spencer from Austin, Texas, who got the celebrity treatment here at the LA Poker Classic.
Coming to the LAPC after winning my seat on the Club WPT has definitely been a VIP experience. When I see poker players, I'm like, oh my God, They're totally my celebrities because I watch them on TV. I got to take a selfie with Mike Sexton. He's one of my idols. I ran into Anthony Zeno and Eddie Spot. I was doing bunny ears over Eddie's head, like that. Voila, there's Lonnie Harwood. Oh my God, Phil Hellmuth. Playing at the LAPC was like a dream come true. I don't know if I would ever have an opportunity to play a $10,000 main event buy-in, and Club WPT gave me that option. They have huge prizes that are worth anywhere from $6,500 up to over $12,000. You don't have to worry about paying any buy-in fees, and you can still win prizes. There's no other site that does that.
Sign up today at clubwpt.com for your chance to experience VIP treatment and play in the main tour event. Now let's head back down to the table.
Let's have a look at the chips around the table. Toby Lewis out in front, Dennis Blyden trying to chase him down, Mark McDonald making progress, and Derek Walters your short stack. He's got about 17 blinds.
Action on Toby, and he cannot play that, and Derek has a nice pair of nines.
Derek's been playing very patient.
80.
He'll make it 80,000 to go. Irishman Mark will fold it.
I see your stack, Derek.
Dennis with ace 8 of clubs.
That's a pretty strong hand to wake up with in the big blind.
All in.
I like the play.
Yeah, he's going to shove it.
And Derek's going to make this call.
Nice hand.
Yeah, Derek in a good place to double up.
Ace ball.
Derek, 28 years old, out of Tempe, Arizona. Professional for 9 years.
How you feeling about it, D?
It's as good as I could hope for. I feel good.
It actually is as good as you could hope for.
When was the last time you saw somebody with 3 outs act that confident?
No, I could have the 7-8 of clubs.
You could probably have 9-5 off, maybe.
You're right. It's very true. The only 9-5 I played today was suited. I don't know what you're talking about.
True, yeah.
Flop is a queen, jack, deuce, all hearts.
Pretty good flop for you.
Great flop for Derek. As you can see, he's a massive favorite now. Just needs to dodge 2 aces that are not a heart.
And it's a 3 of hearts. That's going to do it. Derek's going to double up. Last card irrelevant.
3 of spades. So Derek is going to double up to about 1.4 million. Bring him close to 30 blinds. And get him back in the mix for this title.
This is his 3rd time at a WPT final table. He's yet to win one of these events. He's one tough poker pro, though. And now he's got some chips to play with. As we move on, it's on him. Let's take a look at his hand. He will go out with 5 deuce. Mark also folding. And Dennis wakes up with the ladies, the pair of queens. Beautiful hand for him, and he makes it just a call.
Surprising from Dennis. Toby's been pretty passive against Dennis pre-flops. So, seems an odd decision to limp the queens.
Flops an ace-jack 4, so Toby gets a little piece of it. And now Dennis is going to bet 55,000.
Toby gets enough of a piece that he's going to end up paying Dennis some money here.
Going to the turn. And wow, it's just beautiful card for Toby. Hits 10s and 4s.
Wow. And even Dennis doesn't mind that card. Now he's got a gut shot to the Broadway straight. He's still not that worried about the ace, and he's going to bet 175.
Let's see if Toby goes over the top. No, just calling. Walking the dog. River card coming up, and it's, oh, wow, it is a queen hitting 3 of a kind there for Dennis.
He's going to go for a 3rd streak here and make it 575. He basically bet full pot into Toby, who has a difficult decision here. He's up against an opponent who bluffs pretty frequently. The opponent could have a king, but there's also some bluffs he can have.
And he is going to put in the money. He's going to hate it.
Can't fault him for that one. Pretty surprised to see queens.
And he is absolutely stunned.
Dennis Blyden trying to retake that chip lead from Toby Lewis.
Now, I know he doesn't look like it, but he could be called the Cincinnati Kid.
That's right, yeah.
Young, he's from Cincinnati. Who played the Cincinnati Kid?
Steve McQueen. Boom,
Wow.
got him.
Very good. All right, 4 players remain here at the LAPC. We're coming back with more action in just a moment. Stay with us. Very good, Cincinnati Kid.
Oh, yeah. Classic.
Steve McQueen. Here we are at the Commerce Casino for the LA Poker Classic. What a tournament we're having. Like, we've been coming here 16 years for the tournaments, but before that, I used to come here for cash games, big cash games. It's one of my favorite casinos in the world. Let me show you around. This is one of my favorite eateries at this Commerce Casino. And why? Because they make a homemade taco. That's amazing. And it used to cost only $1. You know what it's up to today? $2.75. It's not too bad. All right, well, this is what I call my loser's bar, because when I get knocked out of a tournament or I lose a lot of money, I go right there. I sit always right there. I have a double shot of tequila. I've fallen off that chair many times. Well, this is the Commerce Casino old room. This used to be the main room. Now, it's all the small games. But back in the day, in the late 80s and 90s, I played here in big games. In fact, in the middle of the room, they elevated everything up so the high rollers were stared at, and they were envied by everybody. I played in that game and did pretty well. This is the Commerce Casino secret tennis court. No one knows about it, but poker players that played a lot of tennis made a lot of challenges to me on this tennis court with a lot of money. It turned out good. So great memories here at the Commerce Casino, as always. But right now, big tournament going on. I'm going back in.
Is that a wooden racket I saw in your hands?
Oh, wow, you got a good eye. Yes, I had that Max Ply Dunlop. It was a great racket. Anyway, right now, these guys are going after $1 million first place prize, so let's get back to that.
Buy you a lot of rackets.
That is correct. 4 players battling for this championship. Action on Mark McDonald. And he is from Ireland. He's got about 2.6 million. He will fold his hand, and now Dennis Blyden with a Jack 5, the Motown hand. Jacks and 5s.
Dennis never saw a button he didn't want to raise.
It's going to be 80.
Toby gonna correct the bet size there. Says, nah, you got to make it 80 now.
It was on purpose.
Toby's gonna make this call. Derek Walters will come along with ace-9.
Yeah, 3-way action. And here is the flop, a king, king 3. Well, a 4 flush there for Toby.
Checks around.
No flush on that turn, the 4 spades.
No, not much here. Toby fires out 100, small bet.
Derek going out.
Be pretty surprised if Dennis continues. No pair, no draw, but he's reaching for raising chips. 375 from Dennis. Wow.
He's going to make Toby fold the hand, and Dennis Blyden's on fire here tonight.
Wow, I mean, that was a no pair, no draw bluff, and Dennis just said, I don't think you have it.
Cincinnati Kid looking good. Mark, 31 years old, will fold his hand. Dennis with an 8-4 spades. That's a big hand for this guy. He'll make it 80,000. Toby out, but look, Derek has picked up the aces.
How do you want to play him, Derek? Slow.
Oh, yeah, they just got the number on Dennis. Just play him slow, let him do all the betting and raising, and that's what Derek's going to do here. And the flop is a queen, queen, jack. Dennis with 8 high has been checked to, and he is going to just go with it. 40,000.
Real small bet from Dennis. Basically bets 1 big blind. That's a call from Derek.
Not exposing his hand yet. 3 on the turn. Derek's going to check into him again.
Guess you're stacked, Derek.
Well, Dennis, no pair, no draw, no way to win. As you can see, 0%. Only a bluff will work for him here.
That's what he's going to attempt, a 155 bet.
My head would explode if Derek folds at some point in this hand. Derek will call.
Down to the river. Ace hits Derek's full house. And he's going to check into it.
He's just praying that Dennis somehow has king 10 or clubs. Nope.
Foiled. Dennis proudly shows his 8-4.
Good check. Walter's getting tricky.
Derek Walters taking down that one.
Nice, D. I like it.
Hey, WPT fans, have you checked out Zynga Poker?
With a variety of options for play and millions of users competing around the clock, Zynga Poker is the world's leading poker game.
That's right, Tony. Zynga Poker is available on the App Store, Google Play, and Facebook. So what are you waiting for? Check out Zynga Poker today. We're back here on the World Poker Tour. 4 players with 4.6 million.
Mark.
And we go down to the felt. It's on Dennis Blyden. He folds his hand, though.
Toby with Queen Jack on the button is going to raise.
He will make it 80.
Toby raised to 80,000.
Derek fold an A7, and now Mark with a 10 deuce, the old Doyle Brunson hand. He won twice the World Series main event with that same hand. You knew that.
Seems so impossible.
Something's a mysterious, and like this hand, as a Jack 10 deuce hits, 2 pair for Mark, and Jacks for Toby.
Trouble brewing for Toby Lewis here. It's going to start with...
He's just going to call. Definitely put in a raise there, find out where he is. But maybe saving it at ace on the turn. And his 2 pairs going to check again.
Not the card Mark wanted to see. Even though Toby's going to bet here again, that ace makes it much less likely he fires a 3rd barrel on the river.
Well, he's just going to call 175, go into the river. It's a 7 of diamonds.
And that's not the card that Mark wants either. It completes 8-9 and the backdoor diamonds. Toby is just going to check and take this showdown and lose.
Yeah, Merrick McDonald will win that.
Let's go, Slug.
Well, they call him Slug. Let's find out more.
My Twitter handle is SlugLife87. It was just my screen name on the first site I played on. Me and my buddy, we dropped out of college to play poker. And then his little brother used to call us a pair of slugs for sitting on the couch all day playing a game. Probably played way too much at that time. Everyone has a little bit of a sick phase where they just eat, sleep, poker all day, every day. It's easy to fall into the slug life when it's not going so well, but I've tried to be a bit better in the last few years in terms of what I'm doing. My patience has definitely improved a lot, especially when things start to go wrong. I can get back focused more on like not worrying about like, oh, would have had this many chips, that many chips. It took me a long time to get that into my head. That it doesn't really help what you're going to do in the future.
Good philosophy in poker and life. And right now he's got close to 3 million in chips. The winner's going to take home $1 million here tonight. As we go back down to the felt, Derek with a king 7 quickly folds his hand into Mark. And he's got a beautiful pair of kings.
Well, Mark's played very patient at this final table. Let's see if that's going to pay off here with the kings.
Makes it 90 to go. Dennis taking a breather, and Toby with an A7.
Yeah, he's coming along from the big blind for sure.
Kings versus A7. Flop is a queen, deuce 3. That's great for Mark. Nice over pair. He's been checked 2. ABC Poker here. Make the continuation 80,000.
Well, Toby has a little too much to fold here. The ace of clubs gives him the nut backdoor flush draw. His ace high might actually be good. So he'll call, and we get an 8 of hearts on the turn. Now that's a nice looking card for Mark, as it puts a number of draws on the board that can pay him another bet. He's going to fire out here for 260,000. And now it will be difficult for Toby to continue.
Well, Mark's also had the perception of the tightest player at the table tonight, and he has been, and that's going to chase away Toby. Mark taking that one. He's getting on a little bit of a rush now.
You having fun?
If you play tournaments, this is all you want, so.
I know. I don't know what I'm going to do now.
Think you'll get the tournament bug?
No.
No?
It takes too long, man. It's hard to bluff for 6 days, you know?
It's fun, though.
Yeah, it is fun.
Well, Mark seems mellow, but he's telling the truth. If you play tournaments for a living, these moments are what you wait for, are what you hope for. So he's doing his best to capitalize tonight.
And now Dennis with a jack, 8 of spades, is going to move it up to 80,000 to go. Toby with ace 5 of hearts. Will call. Derek out, and Mark with 4 deuce of diamonds will see a flop.
3 players to flop.
It is the spades that find a flush draw. Dennis Blyden here with the jack-high flush draw. Toby Lewis has the lead with top pair. Looks like Dennis wants to bet big here. He's going to bet 205 into 280.
And Toby delighted with the aces to make this call.
Mark says no thanks.
Going to the turn, can Dennis hit his card? Oh,
Did
yeah.
he ever? He hit the dream card.
Hits the flush and an aces and 5s for Toby Lewis. Unbelievable. Dennis now has bet 410.
Disaster for Toby, who keeps making these second best hands that have to call down against Dennis.
And we are going to the river. It's a 10 of hearts, very safe card for Dennis's flush.
Yeah, Dennis with the second nuts here has nothing to worry about. How much can he get from Toby? He's going to shoot for 1.2 million.
Huge bet.
1,215,000.
Yeah, you see Toby wincing because he knows he should call.
Cool.
It's hard to get away from. I can't blame him. And he is going to lose a massive pot to the Cincinnati Kid.
Dennis gets the guns out.
Cincinnati Kid taking down a huge one, and he is out in front with the chip lead.
I have it sometimes, Toby. It's weird, I know.
And we're coming back with more action here on the World Poker Tour in just a moment. Welcome back to the World Poker Tour with the LAPC at the Commerce Casino. Dennis Blyden, the Cincinnati Kid, out in front with 7 million, Tony.
Yeah, he's running away with this thing after putting a big hurt on Toby Lewis, who's down to 3-7. Mark is at 3, and Derek Walters, our short stack, trying to make some magic happen.
And the Irishman, Mark McDonald, with a 9-6 of spades. Seems to like it, makes it 90,000. Dennis going out. Toby stays interested. Calls with a king 8. Flops an ace jack 10.
Check over to Mark.
Mark's gonna bet 90,000.
Toby has just enough hand on this board that I think he will continue.
Toby is gonna make the call. With his king, hoping to hit a queen. No, a 10 pairs the board.
Well, that should slow things down.
Mark checks.
Check, check, they go, and a king. So now Toby hitting kings there.
Well, Toby has a pair now. Mark hasn't bluffed very much at this final table, but he's got no showdown value here. And he's pretty confident his opponent doesn't have a queen or a 10, so he's going to take a little stab at this and see if he can take this down.
With 9 high, he bets 150.
And he sized it in a way that looks like he's going for value, and it's going to work.
Toby making the laydown. Nicely done by Mark, who does have the perception of being very tight here tonight. He steals that, and look at this, no smile.
Nothing.
Usually when you steal a pot, you got that little grin, you're just so excited. Inside, he's jumping up and down, of course.
Back to Mark.
Wow. Okay, now he's got the big hand. Ace King. Makes it 90,000, and Dennis Ace 4 behind him.
And he's reaching for raising chips, which I'm not a fan of. This is problematic, Vince, because he's gone so small, his opponent is getting the correct price to call with anything in position, and you have a hand that doesn't really play very well post-flop.
A lot of players would come back over the top with the Ace King, but no, Mark content just to call it, hoping to get lucky on the flop. Queen 8-3 on the flop.
Not a great flop for either player.
Dennis gonna put out a bet, 235.
Mark has too much hand here. Plus his hand is underrepresented by just calling the 3-bet pre-flop on the button, so he's gonna continue.
Turn card is another queen. Dennis still with nothing, just a little ace high with a bad.
Easy to me. Your opponent can have all of the queens. He's not folding an 8. He's not. He still might call you and try and bluff the river. I'm really just not a fan of this one, Vince.
Well, he's bet 560. Action clock ticking down, putting the pressure on the Irishman, and he's going to get the chips out and make this call.
And it just goes to show, if you're bluffing with ace high and your opponent won't fold ace high, you've picked the wrong spot to bluff.
River card. Dennis sickened about this, hoping to get something. No, 10 on the river. So neither player with the pair. Does Dennis give up the betting?
That's not 10. Maybe with the backdoor flush draw, of course, 10 of hearts makes that impossible.
Dennis is checked, and wow, it's a 650 bet into Dennis.
Mark seems concerned that, well, maybe my opponent has some kind of weird pair that he got to the river with. I don't want to let him show that down. I'm not sure this is exactly the hand I turn into a bluff, but I don't hate what he's doing here. What if Dennis check raises? That would be so nasty.
I'm all in.
Oh, wow.
Oh, quick fold by Mark.
Oh, Mark getting so punished for betting that river. And Dennis tables it. Crowd goes wild, and how could they not?
Ace high.
Boom! Play of the season so far. Incredible. Dennis Blind looking good right here. 4 plays remaining. We're coming back with more action here on the LAPC.
The fact that he just like snap tabled it and everything in the 4 of clubs. Oh my god. Like, okay. First of all, 3-betting pre-flop, pretty crazy. Betting the flop, whatever. Betting the turn, pretty legit crazy. And then check raising the river is so awesome. Just so awesome. Oh my god.
To date, over $1 million worth of VIP packages have been awarded to Club WPT members. You too can win your travel and entry into an upcoming WPT main event by playing on clubwpt.com. When we're in Los Angeles, it is great to catch up with old and new friends. And tonight, we're joined by Tom Wheaton of Faded Spade. Hey, Tom.
Hey, Lynn. How are you?
Great, thanks. I'm so excited to have you here. Tell us about Faded Spade and what the brand is about.
Sure. So think about it. Poker has evolved, right? Over the last couple decades, games have evolved, players have evolved, production has evolved. One thing that really hasn't evolved and has remained unchanged over decades is playing cards. We consider Faded Spade the evolution of the playing card. And we consider ourselves the new face of cards, playing cards for today's poker players in the modern poker era.
Faded Spade is the preferred playing card of the WPT. What makes Faded Spade playing cards unique?
3 differentiation factors is what we talk about. 1, our face card design. It's fresh and modern, indicative of today's poker era. 2, it's a custom poker index. So no matter how poker players look at their cards in the hole or on the board, they're going to see them with great clarity. And 3, quality. 100% plastic with an intentional balance of thickness and flexibility. They're going to feel great. They're going to last long.
All right, perfect. Thank you so much for joining us, Tom.
You got it.
Let's get back down to the table.
Yeah, I remember when cards I could rip them up when I had a bad beat. Now you can't do that anymore.
You don't strike me as the rip-up cards type.
I wasn't.
Okay.
Anyway, Dennis Blyden is the chip leader with
Called
close to
that
$9
bluff.
million. I thought I'd make a good story. Toby's second chip position with 3.6. Blinds are going up to 25 and 50. Here we go. It's on Blyden.
Raise.
He's got queen 3. He's going to raise to 100,000.
Toby here. Get a little tricky, just calls behind, and this may work very well. Derek Walters, our short stack, has ace-jack in the small blind. That's the one.
Yeah.
Wow, Mark had a big hand in the big blind, but he has to fold. Dennis is out, and so Toby is going to be very happy with the result of just calling pre-flop with ace-queen. He makes this call, has Derek all in and at risk.
Oh boy, he sure does. He's got Derek wrapped up here. Pretty good. Derek Walters, 28 years old, professional out of Tempe, Arizona, having big problems.
It was such a good spot before you flatted.
Plays itself though.
It's even worse for Derek. Mark folded a jack in the big blind, so he actually only has 2 outs here.
Well, he needs a lot of luck. Let's see the flop. Oh, jack comes on the flop. Derek is out flop Toby.
Poor Toby just cannot win a hand right now. He does have the backdoor club draw, so maybe he'll get lucky there. Otherwise, he needs a queen or a running straight.
3 on turn. Boy, Toby trying to shake it off.
He needs a queen or only a queen to eliminate Derek.
Not going to happen. 7 pairs the board. Derek Walters with the worst hand, making it work. Doubles up.
Well, can't fault Derek Walters for his play there. He just happened to get a little lucky against Toby Lewis. He moves up to 1.8 million. Toby down to 2.7.
All right, action right back on Toby. You could boil a pot of coffee on his head right now. He is steaming. He's got ace-8 this time, and he will just call it. And Derek with a pair of 6s behind him.
Earlier in this final table, Toby open limped pocket 5s in a spot I really liked. I'm surprised to see him open limp this ace-8.
Derek just calling it, and Mark behind them has a pair of 9s.
All in.
And there you go. He's short stacked, he's gone all in. Dennis goes out.
Dennis had a big hand. Toby's gonna fold, and now a tough spot for Derek. He's pretty close to the top of his limping range. I can't imagine he would limp 8s there. Maybe he would limp 7s. So this is gonna be close. Mark is shoved for 26 blinds, which he would likely do with quite a few hands. Wow.
Boy, it makes a solid laydown.
Good stuff.
Well, I think Mark has that perception of the tightest player at the table, and so that time it backfires for him. He'd have been a big favorite. Derek gets away from that. Very nicely done. And now it's right back on Derek. Let's take a peek at his card. Wow, very attractive. Ace-queen.
Well, it didn't work for Toby. Maybe it will work for Derek.
Yeah, he'll raise it. Min raise up to 100,000. Mark goes out. Blyden out. And Toby will speculate with the 10-4 diamonds. Here we go with the flop. Queen, Jack, 8.
And Mark says, can I have the king 9 of clubs back?
Jeez, Derek hitting top pair. He's going to play it coy. Checks at 7 on the turn.
Yeah, I like that check from Derek. And it's going to work for him right here, as Toby is going to fire out with nothing more than a gut shot. And I do like this bet from Toby. He can't win by going to showdown. His opponent might fold a weak pair or ace high to this bet. Instead, top pair, top kicker not going anywhere.
He ain't going anywhere. 5 on the river.
Perfect card for Derek. Toby is going to try and bluff his way out of this, and the check behind on the flop from Derek is going to work so perfect.
700,000, and this is an insta call. He's going to love it.
Toby just cannot win a hand right now. He came into this final table as the chip leader, but we've been watching him lose every pot for a spell.
With that, we have to say goodnight, but join us next time when we crown the winner of the Season 16 LA Poker Classic. See you next time on the WPT.
The World Poker Tour is sponsored by Zynga Poker. Go all in. Play the world's largest home game on Zynga Poker today.
I can help play these guys. That nice shot. Got this. If I get the card, I prepare for this day. One time. Breathe.
You never know when your time is going to come. to rise above the rest, to seize the opportunity, to be crowned a champion. Is it time for your story to be told? The World Poker Tour.
Coming to you from Los Angeles, this is the World Poker Tour. Good evening, I'm Lynn Gilmartin. 493 players came to the Commerce Casino for the LA Poker Classic Crown. And tonight, we'll find out which one will achieve their goal. The road certainly hasn't been easy. And here to fill us in on the survivors are Vince Van Patten and Tony Dunst.
Well, Lynn, what a tournament we have. Dennis Blyden from Cincinnati, Ohio, is the chip leader. I like his style. He bluffs a lot. He gets caught sometimes, but then he gets paid off on big hands like we saw.
Yeah, absolutely. Dennis has been amazing action at this final table so far. Meanwhile, Toby Lewis came into this final table with the chip lead, but has suffered some setbacks. Derek Walters moving up the leaderboard, and our short stack, Mark McDonald, still in the mix.
Yeah, and Lynn, 4 players going after a big title, big money, but also to make a name.
Handsomely rewarded with a $1 million payout, a Jet Smarto membership, the Remington Trophy, and the Hublot Big Bang Steel watch. Plus, his name will forever grace the WPT Champions Cup. There's no time to waste, so let's check the standings and get down to the table.
All right, let's have a look at our Zynga poker leaderboard. Dennis Blyden racing out front with 8.8 million. Derek Walters in second now at 2.8, and Toby Lewis and Mark McDonald essentially tied for third place at 1.5.
Antes of 5,000, blinds 25, 50, Tony, and this is Mark McDonald from Ireland, quickly folding his hand, and there's the Cincinnati kid, non-professional, Dennis Blyden, our chip leader.
Raised
4-5, and he doesn't care. He's going to raise to 105.
Dennis has easily been the most aggressive and active player at this final table. Toby's had position on him and done his best to adjust, but cannot seem to win a showdown.
Toby Lewis, his nickname is the Tax Man.
Tax Man versus the Cincinnati Kid.
The flop is a 10-6-6. They both check. Going to the turn, it's a jack. So Toby, the Tax Man, hitting his jacks.
We go for a little value here, about 100,000, but Dennis quickly folds.
Toby's from England. That says it all right there. Yeah.
Table a lot because I'm fairly cold. I can't help that. I think that's just what makes me a good player as well. I've been playing for like 10 years, 28, but I got very lucky at the start that I won, you know, one of the biggest tournaments that I played, and then sort of just went from there. And basically, I just lived and breathed the game for the first 5 years that I played. Winning a poker tournament isn't ever going to be easy, no matter who's playing in the field. The first time I made a final table like this, I maybe didn't think that I could win or wasn't sure that my skill level was high enough, but now I believe that it is. I have made this final table before, and you know, I just won a tournament, so I know that I can do it and it is possible.
Toby Lewis, one of the best young players out of the UK. As you heard there, has been putting up results for a decade now, looking for his second major title this year here at the LAPC.
Dennis raising it up with King 5. Toby goes out. Derek also going out. And Mark McDonald is going to splash around with his 5-3 of hearts. Let's see what happens.
Get what I even raise with sometimes.
Well, the flop is a 6-5-4.
Nice flop for both players, but better for Dennis.
Both hitting 5s, but open-ended for Mark. Dennis will continue with a 100,000 bet.
Mark, obviously not going to go anywhere with middle pair and an open-ender.
Makes the call, a 4 on the turn, pairs the board.
It's actually quite a nice card for Dennis. Check from Mark. And Dennis will go for more value here. He bets 205.
Dennis is a wild man, as we know. And he's going to get called. We're going to the river. Can Mark catch the straight here? No, not to be. 8 of hearts on the river.
But still, I mean, if you haven't pre-bet a long time, so I feel like you get a bit of credit now. So then he's opening like just stupid hands, like he's opening like Jack 5 off, whatever. You know, I'm saying like I feel like 10-8 clubs maybe should pre-bet that, but it's fine.
Yeah, maybe. There's Chris Moorman, the winner of LAPC in season 12, providing counsel to his countryman Toby Lewis.
Dennis Blyden, a non-professional, raising with anything and everything, 4-5, 7-5, you name it, and he makes it work.
Derek Walters with the King 6 of Diamonds first to act.
Derek from Arizona likes to back a lot of players as well as play. And he has raised this to 100,000.
Well, Dennis has said that he is a feel player, tends to target the person and not use the math as much. He's going to re-raise here to 325,000 with a garbage hand. Seems to have felt some weakness from Derek.
Oh, man. This is Derek's third WPT final table. He's made big money in poker as well, and he's going to lay this hand down. Great pressure by Dennis. Unbelievable. The non-professional player from LA, VP of Finance somewhere here in town, is playing impeccable poker tonight.
Well, he's about to get uninvited from the office poker game.
He's a daring player. Quick fold, and now Dennis with the 7-5. It just doesn't matter what he has. He makes it 105. Toby goes out. Now Derek, King 7 of diamonds this time. Last time it was King 6.
Started to work in more flop checks recently. 8 of hearts. Derek does not improve on this turn. Dennis picks up a gut shot to the 6, and he's done checking.
He is going to bet 125.
Derek forced to fold the best hand here.
Is Dennis Blyden just taken over, and he has been since the start of the final table. You know, it's his first WPT main event ever. His biggest cash before this was $22,000, that's it. And now he's going after $1 million here tonight.
Has the other players thinking about how to move up the leaderboard while he continues to smash all 3 of them. Derek now can't play that 7 deuce. Over to Mark.
Solid ace 4.
All in.
And he goes all in with it.
Yeah, he's got 20 blinds. Decides it plays better as an all-in than a raise and decide.
And they're going to go out.
Mark will take that one down when both blinds fold.
He's 31 years old, out of Dublin.
Well, the Dr. Pepper bar looking good tonight.
Oh, yeah, they're drinking, having a good time. Only fun can happen at the Dr. Pepper bar.
Best view of the table. Toby now. Gonna let go of a jack deuce. Over to Derek, letting go of 7 deuce. Now Mark.
All in.
Gonna move all in for about 21 blinds with ace 5.
Count, please.
Dennis has king queen in the big blind and a real decision to make.
What's your shove range right there, Slug? Any ace, probably.
So
King, queen.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1,000,000.
2s to 9s.
40,000.
Well, Dennis trying to figure this out. Tough to lay this king queen down, though. You know, Mark is kind of desperate at this point.
Thing is, I kind of want to keep you around because I'm enjoying this four-handed game.
He's not going to do it. He makes a good laydown.
Shut, please.
Toby wants to see it. Says, I want to know how he plays. So Mark going to take down another one.
I like four-handed.
I think he should call.
You do?
Yeah, I just think he's doing really well against Mark's range there, and he's getting a pretty good price. When you're the chip leader, it's in your best interest to do anything that is plus chip EV. Like anything that expects to earn chips is in your best interest, unless you can do something weird like keep someone alive really, really short, so you can put pressure on the medium stacks because they're forced to wait until something is decided about the short stack. But for the most part, when you have the lead, you just want to take as many opportunities to get chips.
You want to tell me now, or am I going to have to wait 30 minutes?
I showed you.
What would you show?
I showed an ace.
Ace?
Ace of hearts.
What was the other one?
It wasn't that great, you know.
No, of course. That's what I was trying to figure out.
All right, the pressure's on these guys. $1 million to the winner. Derek with a quick fold. Mark
Hold on.
gonna shove it.
It's playing the same song here. Uh-oh.
Yeah, Toby's got 9s. That's an insta-call.
Yeah, Toby has an easy decision here.
Must do that. And Toby's a nice solid favorite to knock out Mark McDonald.
Be nice to hit one of them pointy guys. I mean, it's way more likely an ace comes than a 9 comes.
Mark McDonald's taking home $1.4 million in poker. Well-regarded professional player, and now he's in a bit of trouble. The flop is a queen 9-7, 3 of a kind there for Toby.
And at this stage, Toby is a near lock to win the hand. Mark would need running aces or 7s.
It's a 5 of diamonds, not gonna work out.
A set for Toby Lewis is going to be good to eliminate Mark McDonald in 4th place. Great run here today for his first WPT final table.
The Irishman has to skip his way out of here, taking home $319,000. He's over to talk to Matt Savage.
Mark, you said you were most worried about yourself tonight. How would you rate your performance?
Yeah, I don't know. I could have checked the ace-king hand against Dennis. Would have won a big pot.
I'm all in.
I don't know whether it was a big mistake or a little mistake, whatever. Talk to the guys afterwards and see what they say.
All right, thanks a lot for that.
No worries.
With Mark McDonald's elimination, we are down to 3 players at the LA Poker Classic. They'll resume the battle.
2.2.
Reasons are there to sign up for a Club WPT membership?
Well, Tony, I'll tell you. I'll give you $100,000 to be exact. Play for a share of $100,000 in cash and prizes every month.
Poker tournaments all day, every day on ClubWPT.com.
This episode is sponsored by Dr. Pepper, the official soft drink of the World Poker Tour. For real cash and prizes today at ClubWPT.com.
As the World Poker Tour edges closer to the end of Season 6, while two-time WPT champion Art Papazian still has the lead, Derek Walters is now sitting in 2nd thanks to his performance here tonight. Eric Afriat has jumped up on the leaderboard after his victory at the Borgata Winter Poker Open. And Phil Hellmuth has made a jump in the standings thanks to his deep run here at the Commerce. Plus, tonight's champion will earn 1,400 points and put themselves in contention as well. So this race is still far from over. We'll keep the standings updated and inform you of any changes. But now, let's get back to the game with Vince and Tony.
All right, thanks, Lynn. There you can see Dennis Blyden still running away with this at $9.5 million.
Oh, yes, down to $3 million for the first place winner. Here's the non-professional, Dennis Blyden, this time with ace-3. He's the chip leader. He's coming in for 105.
Toby's going to call here in the small blind with Jack-10. And I expect Derek will come along from the big blind.
So we got 3-way action. Ace-8, Jack-10, ace-3. Here is the first 3. It is a king 9-4. No one hitting.
Yeah, just a gut shot for Toby. And the ace-high backdoor flush draw for Dennis, but really not much for anybody.
Dennis Blyden, he just doesn't stop. He is going to bet 175.
With his gut shot, and also knows that Dennis can be betting an awful lot of stuff on this flop texture.
6 on the turn, helps neither player. A 5.
Very good bluff by Toby. He can have the hearts here. He can have a king. He doesn't have that many missed draws, really just like Jack 10 and Queen Jack, so Dennis certainly won't call. I'm not really sure what he's thinking about. Time bank chip.
He's going to take time, try to figure this out.
I'm all in.
Now, wow!
Yep.
Ho ho!
Dennis, my man.
Toby's got to lay it down. Oh, and Dennis is going to show it.
Just an instant show.
Oh, no.
Toby doesn't look thrilled with his table mate.
Why are you not going to announce that action? I got to keep my rail tight.
Bluff on bluff violence there.
How to put an Englishman on tilt.
I know you like in bluff with that ace-3, Toby, so...
It wasn't a bluff.
Had to get one in. Hey.
But nice, nearly bluff.
Pretty sure it's still a bluff, buddy. Pretty sure it's still a bluff.
I don't think it is.
Sure. If that's what your definition is, sure.
Fine, a bluff.
Define you putting chips in the middle and losing. I mean...
No, that's not what I asked.
So technical, Toby.
Things are getting a little ugly here at the Commerce. Club WPT VIP member Bob Herber hit the road and headed to Los Angeles chasing a dream at the LAPC.
I used to be in the aerospace business. I retired about 7 years ago. I just walked away. I enjoy playing in Club WPT because there's unlimited play for a flat fee. You get to win some things once in a while, and it gave you a chance to win something big like this. And this has been a great opportunity for me winning this big package. When I won the event, I went ballistic. I couldn't believe I took first place. I actually did laps around my house. Oh my God, I just won! Oh my God, we gotta be in LA in February.
Oh my God!
Holy I think I might have said a couple of curse words in there of my happiness, but I was just ecstatic. This has been a dream for me. My parents got me into poker. The Commerce Casino was one of their favorite places to play. This is something I've always wanted to do and never knew I would get a chance. Without Club WPT, I wouldn't have this opportunity. I'll be playing much more from the future at this point on.
Play on Club WPT for your chance at a free VIP package to a WPT main event. Register to become a Club WPT VIP member at clubwpt.com for your shot at $100,000 in monthly cash and prizes.
All right, we are back at the final table. 3 players left. Dennis Blyden out in front with $10.6 million. Well, the winner tonight's going to take home $1 million. Second place is $600,000. Third place is $430,000.
Let's have some real fun.
Dennis is going to raise in the dark.
No way. Come on, dude. Please don't do it. A little cocky. Stop that.
That's just disrespectful, Dennis. Is it really? No, I seriously don't know if it is. No, I'm just kidding. No, I'm just trying to have some fun, man. We've been so serious and quiet. I'm trying to loosen it up a little bit. Got you.
Love his style.
Oh, man.
So now he's going to look at his hand after raising in the dark. Toby goes out. Will he get action with this?
How do you not raise there, Derek?
I remember this iconic picture from the online poker days of one of my friends just lighting a $100 bill on fire, and that's pretty much what raising blind is three-handed.
Flops a 6, 6, 9, 2 spades. Neither player catching. Derek's gonna check. Let's see what Dennis does. Of course he's gonna bet it.
And this actually isn't a terrible flop for his hand.
Nice call.
And Derek says, well, I figure queen high is better than a random hand.
All right, going to the turn. It's a 10. Both check, and the river card is a 7. That gets Dennis sevens. But Derek, he's betting this 175.
Get away with it. Oh, man.
For a lot of money, but no titles yet. The last hand in Montreal was pretty crazy just because it was a complete flip for really all the chips in play.
Derek's gonna make the call with the flip.
There's just nothing you can do at that point. You just gotta
Blind raise. He's not that deep.
Just call. Can he close it? We'll see.
The poker brat himself, Phil Hellmuth. In tonight's Raw Deal.
At Zynga Poker.
With a variety of options for play and millions of users competing around the clock, Zynga Poker
in tonight's Raw Deal.
I didn't think he could do it, but I'll give Dennis some credit. He made it to three-handed play against some real sharks. And I like the fact that he's still in full chat mode, both entertaining us.
I know you like him bluff with that ace-3, Toby.
It wasn't a bluff.
Pretty sure it's still a bluff, buddy.
But he's also trying to get Toby and Derek to open up. Why? Dennis wants to get them off of their A game by getting them to talk and have some fun. He wants Derek and Toby outside of their natural, normal, introverted element. But these guys are quiet killers. They're going to use all of their energy to play great poker and not waste any energy engaging in conversation.
Let's have some real fun.
Oh my God. No way. Come on, dude. Please don't do it.
I hate to admit it,
Stop that.
but I actually like Dennis's blind raise on the button. Toby and Derek are handcuffed because they are both trying to outlast each other for a significant pay bump. By handcuffed, I mean this. Neither Toby nor Derek can afford to make a bad bluff, especially knowing that Dennis is likely to call them light with a much weaker hand. Thus, they both have to sit there on their hands, waiting for strong hands and waiting for the other to go broke. Dennis understands that he is the worst player and he wants to throw them off of their games. Dennis wants to try to get lucky. Dennis is going to try to bait them into raising his blind raise and then hoping he has a good enough hand to move all in. Like, say, king, queen, ace high, or a pocket pair. Personally, I wouldn't blind raise and I wouldn't suggest it for any of you out there. But for unorthodox, goofy Dennis, it makes sense. Just remember, if you're going to blind raise, see it through. I'm not in love with Dennis's fold on the river. He folds way too fast.
Nice hand, Derek.
I'm guessing if he waits 25 seconds, he would have probably called.
I hit my...
Oh, wow. Interesting stuff. But he's so right. Dennis has these guys rattled. They're off their game. Dennis is controlling everyone at the table. Really well done.
And he's raising in the dark again.
This does not stop. He's pushing these guys around. And like Phil said, he's got them handcuffed. He's got them off their game. Everything going right for the aggressive player, Dennis Blyden, the non-professional.
Into the big blind of Derek Walters, who has a junky Jack-2 off.
Oh, wow.
A lot of checks going around.
So 3 on the river. Now 2 pair on the board.
Does Derek want to try bluffing this? No. So now time for Dennis to make a value bet. And Derek actually has a decision here. He can't really put Dennis on a queen. That would be quite a slow play. He could have a 3. He does have 2 random cards here. Could definitely have the 10. Hard to think he would bet a king for value, but Derek, he lets it go. Gets away without paying any more money. And Dennis continues to stack chips.
The happy-go-lucky guy gets lucky again. This has got to be the greatest time of his entire life. Here we go again. Blinds are up to 30 and 60,000. And now Toby with a decent queen jack.
Raise.
He will raise to 120. Derek going away. Dennis now with a real hand. Pair of 10s. He doesn't know what to do with a real hand. Oh, I guess he does. He's raised. 375 total.
Toby here with a couple Broadway cards in position. He's going to take this flop against his nemesis, Dennis.
Dennis the Menace.
Yeah. And it is ace-9-8. So the 10's still in the lead. Toby with a gut shot to the 10. And overcards to the queen and jack. Although he can't say for sure that those are good. Dennis, of course, could have an ace here.
375 is bet, and Toby getting very much involved, sticking around, hoping to get lucky here. And he doesn't. Ace hits the board to pair it.
It's a nice card for Dennis. Almost certainly makes him feel more confident in his hand.
Well, he's going to bet 475. And the taxman doesn't know what to do. He's got him spinning. I mean, he's got really nothing of a hand. He's getting involved with queen. That's what the mix-up play of Dennis is doing to these pros. Down to 6 seconds on the action clock. And he finally gets it and goes out. Dennis just clobbering these guys right now.
No show, Dennis.
Never been showing all day.
No bluff.
Have I showed a bluff to you yet? On the river, maybe.
I thought you said you did show me a bluff.
On the river.
Confusing yourself now.
Maybe I am, bud.
It's getting a little prickly.
I love when somebody calls another guy bud and they're clearly not buds.
Oh, so well put. Hey, look at this. Derek has picked up kings at the right time. Well, this could be payback time. What to do? You got 1.9 million, blinds at 30 and 60. Derek has raised this to 120.
Call.
Just a call with a suited connector by Dennis.
Uh-oh.
Whoa.
Uh-oh.
Call him.
Toby pushing. Yeah, that's what you do when you hit ace-king. And of course, Derek takes his time and then...
Well, if you insist.
All over the top, and Dennis folds, of course, so they show the hands.
Toby Lewis drawing to 3 outs. He will either be eliminated or he will nearly cripple Derek Walters.
Toby has run pretty bad at this final table. Last time he had Derek Walters all in. Derek 3-outed him. Toby gonna attempt to return the favor.
Derek, a nice size favorite. Oh, yes, the taxman has outflopped Derek.
Toby Lewis has dropped his opponent dead. Derek Walters cannot win this hand. Only one king left in the deck would give Toby the higher full house. This hand is over.
What a flop.
Insane.
Deuce on the turn, just doesn't matter.
Well, a total cooler between our two pros there. Unfortunate for Derek Walters.
Wow, the taxman makes him pay. 3 players remain. Very exciting action at the LAPC. And we're coming back for more on the World Poker Tour.
Unlucky D.
This game is sick. Daniel has won it. Amazing.
Commerce is insane. It's massive. There's like been 100 tables going at once. There's like a million different poker games to play. Always good tournaments, so it's like massive.
All right, we're back here on the World Poker Tour at the LA Poker Classic. Main event.
That's the incredible part. Your first ever WPT main event, and not only do you make the final table, but you've got a big stack and you're steamrolling the pros? Is this real, Vince? Toby has moved all in for Derek's last 6 blinds.
Yeah, Toby's got a pair of 6s there. And Derek with Jack 6.
Oh, nice. But that's okay.
Ugh, right on the border. Well, you see him counting down his stack, trying to figure out if he's supposed to call here. Nope. Lets it go.
You gotta give it to him for having some patience. He is nurturing his last dollars very wisely, it appears. Can he possibly come back in some way? Here goes Toby.
Toby, folding 7-5 suited. Now Derek in the small. He's like, hey, I got the best hand. Well, Dennis, a small favorite here to eliminate Derek in third place. That was his finishing place up in Montreal earlier this season. Needs to win this hand if he wants to do any better.
Derek Walters needs some luck, and it's a king 8-4 on the flop, so Dennis hitting kings. Out flopping Derek. Dennis staying very cool.
Yeah.
And the turn card is a deuce. That gives 2 pair to Dennis.
Well, a great run from Derek Walters, but another third place finish.
Derek Walters out in third place, going to take home $420,000. He's talking to Matt Savage.
Derek, another third place finish. Is that bittersweet for you?
Definitely bittersweet, but I think I'm a little bit lucky to get third, so I'm kind of happy.
Well, you're second in the Player of the Year race to Art Papazian. Are you going to chase it down?
That's kind of exciting. I have to see how many points it is. It's probably going to be pretty hard since he won 2 events. All right, good luck in the race. Thank you.
Derek Walters comes up short, and we are down to the final 2 players here at Commerce Casino. When we return, Dennis Blyden and Toby Lewis go heads up for the LAPC title.
Welcome back to the World Poker Tour and the LAPC. We are about to start the heads-up action. But first, Lynn Gilmartin spoke to both the players.
Dennis, you've been declaring since day one that you were going to win this tournament. What gave you that confidence?
You just got to believe. And if you believe, you go out, you play your best game, good things can happen.
I love it. It certainly seems to have been helping you.
Keep my foot on the gas pedal. Have a lot of respect for Toby, but we'll see what happens.
All right, good luck. Toby, you came in as the chip leader. You faced some adversity tonight, but now you're heads up. What's it going to take to make a comeback?
Just keep being patient like I have been and try to develop counter strategies to his heads-up style.
All right, good luck.
Thanks.
Well, thanks, Lynn. These 2 excellent players now heads up for $1 million. Dennis way out in front, but by no means count Toby Lewis out.
Good luck, Toby.
Good luck.
Okay, they make those insincere good luck statements. Obligatory, of course. Nah, just kidding. But right now, Dennis Blyden out in front with $11.8 million.
He does have Toby at a 4-to-1 disadvantage, but Toby has 50 big blinds, which is a lot of room for a player of his caliber.
Yeah, Toby with about $3 million. Here we go. Blinds at 30 and 60.
Not quite.
Toby says, nope, you're gonna need to put a little more out there.
That's 90, yeah? So
apologies.
That's, yeah, still not enough, though.
Toby's like, yeah, try again.
50. That might be too much now. Oh, no, that's good. Okay.
Oh, man. Toby knows the rules of the game.
All right, Dennis has raised to 120. Toby with King 5 will make this call. So there you go. 10-8 versus King 5. The flop is a 4-3 deuce.
Great flop for Toby here. Open-ender, overcards, backdoor flush draw to the king.
Dennis will continue to bet the 150 with a smooth call by Toby. Go into the turn. Will Toby hit his straight? Nope. 3 pairs the board. They go check, check.
River, Dennis has 10 high and can only win by bluffing.
Well, that's not unusual for this guy.
Yeah, he did bluff, but I don't think that's enough to get Toby to fold.
Keep you honest.
10-9.
You see him very quickly make this call.
Little mistake there, I think.
That was an instant call.
He's 28 years old, been playing poker professionally for 10 years. He's made over $4.4 million in poker. The crowd loving it. Toby maybe on a little bit of a comeback.
Keep me honest, eh?
Yeah, I can remember battling against Toby Lewis online a decade ago. He was one of the regulars in the tournaments and did very well.
The Taxman finished 6th here at the LAPC back in the day. Now look at this, Toby's got a real hand here, pair of 10s. And he's gonna move it to the min raise of 120. But Dennis with ace-queen.
Raise.
We could see the money go in pre-flop here. Both these guys have such huge hands.
Yeah, Dennis has gone to 300. And now back on Toby. It's a big hand and heads-up action, boy.
I think Toby's gonna 4-bet. It's just a matter of small 4-bet or all-in 4-bet. And he's gone small. He's making it 750. Dennis reaching for calling chips.
Wow, he's making this call. Two quality hands going at it. Very dramatic. Here we go. The flop is a 6-6-3, 2 spades. And Toby now with the 10s. That's 400. That's been called.
And Dennis with way too much of a hand here to fold.
Monster pot going, and a queen hits on the turn.
Oh no. Oh, that's disaster for Toby, not only because he's been sucked out, but by a card that's much harder to put Dennis on than the ace.
Dennis is gonna check and try to trap him.
All in.
He has gone all in.
I don't think I'm getting away from this one, buddy, but let me get a count.
Now they're back to being buds.
Yeah, nice. I call.
Oh, yes, you do. And you're gonna love it.
Come on, no 10. No 10. No 10. No 10.
Well, Dennis with just 2 outs to dodge going to the river, and he will be your champion. Toby Lewis has run out of luck if he cannot find a 10.
Dennis. It's a 6.
That is it. Dennis Blyden, the amateur, takes down one of the most prestigious titles in poker. Dennis Blyden is your champion. Beats out a top pro in Toby Lewis.
Eliminated in second place. He's taking home $600,000, and he's over to talk to Matt Savage.
Toby, a bit short of the title. How do you feel about the result?
Bittersweet, I guess, but, you know, second is great still. Disappointed for now, but it'll be good in a couple of weeks.
Congratulations.
Thanks.
All right.
Our champion of the LAPC, Dennis Blyden! Dennis! How does it all feel? How did it happen like that?
I came in on day one saying that I'm going to win this tournament. I feel if you have the positive energy, you really believe you're going to win, you come out, you play like a maniac, it might work out. And I was expecting a much longer heads-up match, but happy it worked out the way it did.
You get your name inscribed on the Champions Cup on the World Poker Tour. You get $1 million, and you get the beautiful Hublot watch. You can't beat that. Let's hear it one more time for Dennis Blyden, our champion!
Thank you so much for joining us, and we'll see you next time on the WPT.
The World Poker Tour is sponsored by Zynga Poker. Go all in. Play the world's largest home game on Zynga Poker today.
I can outplay these guys. Got my shot. Got this. If I get prepared for this day, one time, breathe.
You never know when your time is going to come. To rise above the rest. To seize the opportunity. The World Poker Tour.
The Seminole Hard Rock in South Florida. Poker insiders know this is one of the hottest spots on the tour, and tonight we are gonna see why. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the WPT. I'm Lynn Gilmartin. For years, the Seminole Hard Rock Poker Showdown has put a spotlight on some of the greatest unsung poker talent. Earlier this week, players showed up in droves, ready to show off their card-playing skills.
Try to make a run today, fellas. One time.
Let's do what we always do. Have some fun, and let's shuffle up a deal.
WPT Champions Club member Jonathan Little had a simple explanation on why this is such a fun event.
People in Florida, they have some money. They like to gamble, and they like to put chips in the pot.
With cards in the air, it was easy to find plenty of players hoping to score their first WPT title. Just like past champions Kevin Eister, Eric Afriat, and Griffin Paul. But just getting to that final table is no easy feat.
Because there's so many recreational players, sure, in the long run it does make it more juicier, but it also makes it more unpredictable and higher variance. It's a bunch of landmines you got to get through just to make it to the final table.
Poker pro Joseph Chong is one of those players in the hunt for his first WPT title. And things were looking good for him.
Not only do we have every chip in play at my table, but we have the best players left in my table. It's just a bunch of beasts.
And it's really tough to play these guys, but I can somehow get my game on too, so.
I got a feeling I'm going to find my way to the final six.
Unfortunately, Jeff's feeling was wrong, and he soon busted. Thanks to poker phenom Brian Hastings, who had taken over the chip lead. Then it was Ohio native Joey Cowden's turn to take the wheel, eliminating 2 more players. One by one, players continued to hit the rail and make their way to the payout desk. And the field was getting closer to that all-important final 6. Joseph Chung shoved with ace-10 suited. British online pro Scott Majerison called the million-chip bet, holding pocket 9s. The board ran out and Scott's 9s held up, sending our former chip leader home once again without a title.
So they were just straight downhill, sadly.
And Scott kept busting players, scoring 2 out of the next 3 bust-outs. Local Pedro Palacio was the next to fall, and they reached the WPT final table bubble. Confident recreational player Jeff Fielder got in the action when Matt Stout called his pre-flop raise. On a flop of 10-8-7, Matt checked. Jeff bet $200,000. Matt shoved all in, putting Jeff's tournament life on the line. Jeff called and showed pocket aces. Matt tabled his top pair. The board ran out. Improved Jeff's hand to a set, and he doubled up. Then it was poker nomad Tanner Millen's turn, raising pre-flop with ace-king. Scott Majerison called with pocket 10s. A disastrous flop for Tanner, and before you knew it, all the chips were in the middle. Tanner hit top pair with his king, but Scott made a set. The turn gave Tanner some hope with a gut shot straight draw, but it wasn't meant to be. And Tanner gracefully left for greener pastures.
Good game, man.
Leaving a group of strong, talented players with one thing in common. Everyone's chasing their first WPT title.
Players settling into their seats, let's check in with our own esteemed poker experts, WPT commentators Vince Van Patten and Tony Dunst.
Lynn, let me tell you, the Seminole Hard Rock is fast becoming one of the great poker pockets in the world, bar none. All the greats live down here, play down here, they love their poker. And let's go right to the chip leader who lives down here. That is Brian Hastings, one of the big names in the game. He's well out in front. You know what? He used to be a dishwasher, and then he started playing.
Ahead of him, Matt Stout, the man with the most distinctive laugh in all of poker, is at his third WPT final table, but also chasing a breakthrough victory.
Now, we have a bet that goes on week after week. You're a little bit in front, so it's time to pick a group of players. Who do you want, the chip leader and the two short stacks? Brian Hastings alongside Matt Stout and Faraz Jaka, or do you want the wild cards in the middle, Jeff Fielder, Joey Cowden, and Scott Majerison?
Okay, well, that first group all has my phone number, and I don't really want to get any angry texts later, so that's who I'm taking.
All right, kissing your friend's hiney a little bit, that's okay.
It's really exciting, and I can't wait.
Tonight's champion will win close to $700,000, along with the handsome Hublot Big Bang steel watch, and of course a coveted spot on the WPT Champions Cup. Play is getting ready to start, so let's head down to the felt.
All right, thank you, Lynn. Let's have a look at our Zynga poker leaderboard. Brian Hastings well out in front, followed by Joey Cowden and Scott Majerison. Jeff, Matt, and Faraz are technically our short stacks, but they definitely have enough chips to make a run.
Andy's at 10,000, Bly's at 40 and 80, Tony. Here we go, the very talented Matt Stout. First to play, but he won't play 7-deuce. Now Brian Hastings, who's a local and a great player, also goes out. Now Faraz Jaka walks into a pair of queens just like that, and he will raise to 175.
Behind him, Joey Cowden has a very playable King 10 on the button. And it looks like he agrees, so he'll make this call.
Scott Majerison, who lives in Playa del Carmen, Mexico, to play online poker, goes away. And Jeff Fielder, who's a former construction man, also goes out. So we're going to see the flop. Queens up against King 10, and the flop is a King Jack 8. Cowden out-flopping Faraz.
Faraz checking here out of position. Joey checks behind.
Oh! Three of a kind for Faraz Jaka on the turn.
And notice that gives Joey an open-ended straight draw as well, and adds a second flush draw to the board, so there's an awful lot that Faraz could be betting with. Joey here is going to have to start paying off on the turn.
280 bet by Faraz. He was a WPT Player of the Year. What a talented player. In good shape right now, going to the river. Oh, nothing 5.
Great card for Faraz, bad card for Joey because it's missed all the draws and his top pair is likely stuck calling down.
Hefty 650.
Joey, sensing that this isn't a great situation to be in, but is also sharp enough to know that Faraz is an aggressive player who would likely bet with many of his draws that missed on this river.
Joey's got a lot of chips. He can afford to make the call. He does make the call.
Faraz tables his set to take down the first hand of our final table.
Well, it could have gotten even uglier, perhaps, if Joey would have bet after the flop in front with the kings. Would have made the pot even bigger, so maybe he got off a little cheaper. On to the next hand. Faraz, quick fold. Joey, a local in Fort Lauderdale, goes out. Scott Majerison, who's in second chip position at this point, he can't play that mess. And here is the non-professional Jeff Fielder.
$1.75. I feel like it's worth more than that.
With a 9-7 of diamonds, he will make it 175 to go.
Well, I'm the least familiar with Jeff, and I'm curious to see how he adjusts and approaches this table full of professionals.
Brian Hastings, a tough professional, and he is going to speculate and make this call with a 6-5. We will see the flop. Flop is a queen 10-5, 2 diamonds.
Well, both players connect, Jeff in position with the flush draw. Brian out of position with bottom pair. 150 from Jeff.
Brian Hastings now. Oh yeah, he's going to make that call. Going to the turn.
Ooh, Brian turns 2 pair, a flush draw, and a gut shot to the 8 for Jeff. He's going to double barrel here for $425,000.
Hastings playing with junk has managed to make this hand a whopper. Wow, he's getting the plaques out.
Yeah. Brian making it 1.4 million.
That was an early cheer.
I like Jeff, but he's kind of being a tell box here. I doubt he really acts like that when he has a strong hand.
Echo.
He's got a flush draw and a straight draw. He's going to make the call and hope to get lucky.
Yeah, you got to make this call with all those outs, and there it is.
Yeah. Ace of diamonds.
Well, that is a great card for Jeff, but it's also one that Brian knows is really bad for him. It completes King-Jack, it completes the flop flush draw. If his opponent had Ace-Queen or Ace-10 and called him on the turn, he's hit the river.
Oh, yeah, he's going to put it all in. Close to 2.5 more for Hastings. The other construction man takes off the hard hat and puts in the chips.
Brian going to have to put on his thinking cap. Brian, of course, aware that the Ace of Diamonds is the actual worst card in the deck for him.
Now, the action clock is ticking away. We're down to 4 seconds right now, and Brian wants more time.
Jeff doing a good job staying stoic here.
Brian is the chip leader. He can afford to make this call, but will he do the right thing? Yes, he gets away from the hand without the huge loss. So the construction man, Jeff Fielder, looking good.
I didn't know those two were there. It's a good bluff to show, Jeff.
Is it a good time to show?
I have a third of the chips in place, so it is my tournament to lose. I just want to try to close it out.
It didn't look like I was going to make the final 6 for a while. Then I had a big double up. There's no telling that I can't, make it back up there and take this thing down.
I've heard of several conversations where someone goes, oh, he's so crazy aggressive. Other one's like, what? No, he's not. He's so tight. It's exactly what I want. I try to be the chameleon.
I think I play pretty well. I think most people think that I play pretty well too. But that means to sound arrogant or anything.
I feel pretty good. I've been preparing for this for a long time. I'm ready.
The competition is by far the toughest that I've ever played in one table. I'm excited. I mean, you can't be the best without beating the best, so bring it on.
Well, this incredibly stacked final table is somehow without a WPT title. Brian Hastings out in front with 11 million. Jeff Fielder has moved up after taking that nice hand from our chip leader.
And winner's going to take home close to $700,000 here tonight, so big money at stake. Quick fold by Joey Cowden. Scott Majerison. Online Wizard goes out as well. Now the construction man, Jeff, non-professional, with a decent King-Jack.
Got a couple of Broadway cards here, and he's on the cutoff, so he's going to raise it up here to 175.
Matt Stout going to fold, and now Hastings now with an attractive Ace-10.
This is one of those situations where some players choose to call, others choose to 3-bet. Brian here as the chip leader.
650.
A lot of chips, and he is going to put the pressure on. Faraz Xhaka has to go away.
You just want your plaques back, don't you?
Yeah, good.
It's true.
I like this, Vince. These guys aren't total statues in the middle of the hand, but still not giving anything away. Jeff makes this call in position, so we'll go to a flop.
It's a big king, 10-7. They both get pieces of that, of course. Jeff with kings, Brian with 10s, and Brian's going to check.
So Jeff fires out 500,000, and Brian with second pair, ace kick.
Let's see if it turns around. No, 7 pairs the board.
Kind of an interesting I'd say Jeff is more likely to. He checks this back.
Deuce and nothing card.
Pretty safe card for Jeff there. Got to be feeling pretty good about his hand. Brian's going to fire out 600,000. That's sort of a blocking bet for value that also prevents him from having to face a tough decision if he checks and his opponent bets bigger. Jeff there makes a quick call.
Yeah, well, when the 7 pairs, you want to protect your king. At that point, you never know, Hastings could have had a 7, so Jeff taking the pot. Brian taking the worst of it so far here tonight.
Yeah, Brian suffering a couple early set. Scott is one of the top multi-table tournament players online in the modern era, and it is very competitive online these days, which means he is a real tough player. I will not be surprised if he continues to have success in the live arena.
All right, well, Brian Hastings never slowing down, has made a raise, makes it 200 to go. And now Joey Cowden with a solid king 10 of clubs. What will he do with that? Just calls. Hastings, as the chip leader, is just opening up his game.
Ah, that's a pretty interesting flop. So an open-ender with a backdoor flush draw for Joey. Bottom pair with a backdoor flush draw for Brian.
And Brian will bet. Continuation bet of 175.
Everyone's connected here. Joey, open-ender, overcard, backdoor flush draw. Brian, bottom pair, backdoor flush draw. So a bet from Brian and a call from Joey.
4 on the turn.
Check.
Not the card either of these players were hoping for, and Brian checks this back.
7 on the river.
Spot here with his 4th pair, deuce kicker.
And Brian taking a little time, but no, he's got to lay the winner down. Just hats off to Joey. 6 players battling for close to 700,000 here tonight. We're coming back for more on the World Poker Tour. How many daily tournaments are there to win on ClubWPT.com?
Well, there's Hold'em, Omaha, Hot Limit, No Limit, Free Roll, Qualifier, Tournament, Headphone Putters, and even WPT main event packages. That's a lot.
Poker tournaments all day, every day. ClubWPT.com. Welcome back to the Seminole Hard Rock Poker Showdown in Hollywood, Florida. We've been having a great time all week here.
Yeah, it's the perfect kind of property for poker players. Everything you need here. Huge tournaments, great restaurants. Personally, I'm addicted to Kuro, the sushi restaurant.
Also, there's a fantastic pool. You have wonderful slides. I like to just enjoy the balmy winds out there.
I spent all day there yesterday, went down the slide. It was great.
Come on down to the Seminole Hard Rock. You won't regret it. And right now, we'll go back down to the table.
All right, let's take a look at our leaderboard here. Brian Hastings is still your chip leader, but
down at ace-8. Seems to like it.
yeah, I used to raise in this situation almost always, but after some coaching, I found you're supposed to fold a lot of these medium offsuit aces on the hijack. Jeff, you're going to raise it up to 175 over into the blinds of Faraz and Joey Cowden, who finds 9-8 suited in the big.
Yeah, well, what's your coach say to do about that hand?
He says never fold 9-8 suited.
That's right. Especially when you hit top pair with the 9s.
Great flop for Joey here. I've played a lot of tournament poker with Joey lately, and I found him very tough to handle. I think he's got a great grasp on the game, even if he's not a household name yet.
Jeff Fields is betting 150 with nothing but this ace high. And, of course, Joey with his top pair will make this call. And we will go to the turn. It only gets better there for Joey. Hits a 4 flush now as well.
When players call out of the big blind and the turn pairs the middle or bottom card, they often lead out small as what they call a range charge. And that just means that the big blind's range is expected to do better on those kind of cards than the raiser's range, and you expect the raiser to be checking back often, so you lead small to charge him.
get some more value out of it. That's exactly what's happened here. 240, and it's going to be called by Jeff. And we are going to the river. He wants to hit an ace here, of course, but no, he hits the other, the 8, which is going to get him into trouble, it appears.
Yeah, he hit the wrong card here. Joey now with 2 pair, feeling very good about his hand.
580.
Oh.
Jeff snap calls him.
Insta call by the construction man.
Nice hand.
Who gets his pocket donut crushed there. And a very stoic Joey going to work here tonight.
Nice hand.
Showing no emotion as he beats up on these guys. And Scott Majerison.
160.
Now he's got a pair of 4s, and he will raise to 160.
Jeff is right behind him and is going to make the call with pocket 10s.
Just calls. What action Jeff is getting tonight. All kinds of hands to have to play.
Disciplined fold from Matt Stout there with the suited ace, and Joey Cowden with ace-jack in the big blind is going to come along.
All right, so 10s versus 4s versus ace-jack. And the flop is it. Oh, ace, check. Queen, 8. So aces for Joey Cowden.
Scott knows that his hand is pretty sunk here. Jeff checks back with his 3rd pair.
And the 7 on the turn. Joey just trying to trap away, disguise the strength of his hand. Checks again. He wants a bet by Jeff, and he's going to get it. Look at this. Jeff's going to take a stab at this for 225.
I know Jeff is behind here, but I like his bet. There are some worse pairs and some draws your opponents can call with. You don't really want to call a bet yourself on the river.
There. Didn't get the absolute value, but it's pretty good. Taking down the pot from the construction man. And boy, he is looking like he wants this title here tonight.
Well, perhaps some of that birthday luck will rub off on his son Joey at his first WPT final table and poised for a big score.
Now the antes have gone up to 15,000, blinds of 50 and 100. Faraz Jaka with a very seductive 8-9 of spades. He likes it. He'll raise to 210. Scott Majerison hesitating, then folding, and now Jeff Fielder with an ace-4 diamonds. I mean, he plays everything he has to with the cards he's been getting tonight. Makes his call. Matt Stout out, and now Brian Hastings even coming along for the ride with just a jack-8.
Yeah, Brian has just enough hand to come along here and make this a 3-way pot. So we see a flop of 10-8-4, all hearts. So Brian, the only one with a heart, actually has the best hand with second pair as well. Faraz with second pair, Jeff with bottom. We all check. And there's 2 pair for Faraz, and an open-ender now for Brian.
And Brian is going to come out and bet 450. Faraz with the 2 pair, no heart, puts in the chips for a call. And Jeff with a little 4 has to go away. So can Brian get lucky here and hit a heart or a straight? No, it's a 3 of clubs. Faraz looking good with his 2 pair. Brian's going to check into him.
It's a nice card for Faraz. All of the hands he potentially had that were drawing have missed on that. Instead, he's got the 2 pair and he's going to bet 900,000.
Yes, for value. Faraz figuring it out, saying, I think I'm in front. I want more money. Give me more.
In Brian's shoes, you could consider all 3 options: folding, calling, and raising. Raising, of course, would be a bluff. But instead, Brian will fold, gets away for the minimum.
That's right, Faraz Jaka, his 5th time at a WPT final table, showing his stuff here tonight, looking good. This episode is sponsored by Dr. Pepper, the official soft drink of the World Poker Tour. Hublot. championship, and Joey Cowden is the chip leader with 12.6 million in chips.
But still in second, Matt Stout, our short stack, a little under 20 blinds.
Brian Hastings with a pretty solid ace-7 of hearts. He likes to play anything and everything, and this time he'll raise to 240. For us and Joey go out. Scott also folding. Around to our non-professional, Jeff Fielder. Tough former construction man. Now playing poker. He goes out, and now Matt Stout in the big blind.
Getting a good price to peel and see the flop. Matt has the kind of stack where you're going to call from the big blind with a lot of your holdings, try and catch a piece and get the money in.
And here is the flop, and more than a piece, 3 of a kind for Matt Stout. As the short stack, he needed that. He's going to check and try to trap.
There's not much here for Brian, but it's also a board texture that you can typically win with one bet. So 175 from Brian to Matt.
Finally, something happened for Matt Stout. How to play it, just call it. Okie dokie call. Going to the turn. Turn a queen. So Brian getting none of that. Matt's going to check into him again. Will Brian take another stab? Yes.
Queen is not an unreasonable card for Brian to bet. He's hoping that Matt folds something like a 4 or a 5-6, 7-6 straight draw, although technically Brian's ahead of those hands. Matt here, of course, with trips, is about to say those magic words.
Back. Action clock ticking down.
All in.
And there's the all in by Matt. And a quick fold by Brian, who gets the memo. Matt Stout, what a player.
This is my 3rd televised WPT final table.
At least 2 people are going to punch me in the face.
They're some of the most incredible experiences of my poker career. When you make one of these final tables, it doesn't just represent how hard you've worked in that tournament. It represents months and sometimes years of hard work that you've put in trying to make it back to one of these. God! I do this because I enjoy it. I've always enjoyed poker. It's really something that I feel passionately about. A lot of people do seem to forget that we're playing a game. I remember why I got into this game. I had a blast doing it every single time I played, and that's what got me hooked. That's what gets everyone hooked on this game.
Now Matt Stout, a longtime professional poker player who recently has started the charity series of poker. Does a few of those events a year and is very proud to be giving back to the community.
Yeah, great radio voice too. That poker went bad. Let's go to the table. Faraz Jaka now with a 9-4 of hearts. Quickly folds. Joey also out. And now Scott with a pair of queens.
Scott going up to 225 with a pair of queens. Now with Matt, nope. Doyle Brunson, no good. And Brian in the big blind. That smile says, I got something real junky, but I'm going to call anyway.
All right, the ladies versus 5-3. What's going to happen? Ace, 8, deuce on the flop. And when you have the queens, you hate to see that ace appear.
Scott will check back here.
It's a 10 of hearts.
Brian doesn't have much, but he does have a gut shot, and obviously he cannot win at Showdown, so he's going to fire out as a bluff for 400,000.
Yeah, he doesn't have much, but he has heart. This guy just likes to battle for every pot.
I like the sizing he chose. He bet quite big in relation to the pot, and that's to get his opponent to fold weak pairs and high cards like King, Queen, King, Jack.
Well, he's going to fight, but he gets the call they didn't want to see. River card comes up, another queen. Not that he needed it. He's going to give up on this one. It seems like it's Scott wanting to put in some more money for value. Brian quickly folded the hand. Scott Majerison, the online guy, will take down a nice one. 6 tough players battling for the Seminole Hard Rock Poker Showdown. Hey, WPT fans, have you checked out Zynga Poker?
With a variety of options for play and millions of users competing around the clock, Zynga Poker is the world's leading poker game.
That's right, Tony. Zynga Poker is available on the App Store, Google Play, and Facebook. So what are you waiting for? Check out Zynga Poker today.
Does the name Moshe Nitsan ring a bell? Well, it should. Moshe was a featured player on Club WPT's King of the Club, and he's back again.
The first advice that I will give anyone on Club WPT is understand that your skill is good enough to win. Since the taping of King of the Club, I mainly concentrating on playing more since I realized someone can win on Club WPT. There were 1,773 players in my qualification tournament. 1,309 players playing this tournament, and I finished 143rd, and I earned $6,000. I'm ecstatic. You're always disappointed not going further, but I'm very, very proud of the way I played. Read about the game, look at the game, watch WPT. You'll be surprised how much information you can gather and then use it at the table. I'm looking forward to play Club WPT and qualified for the 3rd time.
Moshe cashed for over $6,000 and did it for free thanks to ClubWPT.com. So sign up today for your chance to win your way into a live event at ClubWPT.com.
All right, here is a look at our updated leaderboard. Joey Cowden out in front, Brian Hastings now in second, Scott Majerison solidly in third, and 3 players between 3 and 4.5 million.
Yeah, Matt Stout still the short stack. Oh, and Matt has picked up a pair of 9s. First position. Gotta like that. He's gonna make it 225 to go. Brian and Faraz go away. Joey goes out. Scott also folding. And wow, Jeff now with ace queen of clubs.
Jeff with a decision between calling and re-raising here. Both options very reasonable.
And he is just going to call it with his ace queen. Jeff, but Jeff gets lucky. Outflops Matt with his queens as a king, queen, 8 hits the board.
To get value from Matt on.
They go check, check, and it only gets better there. For Jeff, he hits aces.
Now, so Jeff fires out 300,000. Matt will have difficulty continuing.
I had a good one.
Did you?
Yeah.
A good draw?
No, I had
See it. I don't believe you. Nah, it's a good one. Nah.
Brian inducing that showdown by Jeff. Yep.
Seems like a good spot to be like $20 a nice show. Get a little value.
Who's the 2 pair?
I feel like Brian Hastings probably has $20 in his bank account. I don't want to assume anything, but you know.
And we move on. Faraz Jaka now with a very strong ace-9 of diamonds. Likes that. He will make it 210 to go. Around to Scott, who has picked up a pair of 4s.
Scott here going to make this call in position.
Enjoy your flop, boys.
Well, I will.
And Hastings with queen, 8 of clubs also involved. So 4-way action. Nice pot potentially brewing. 10-4, so Scott flopping a full house just like that.
Wow. For his opponents to connect with is going to fire out. I don't mind this bet, but I would prefer it if he had a diamond on the flop to draw to.
And Scott with his 4s full just calling, and now the construction man.
It's tricky here, Vince.
Hastings gets out of the way. turn card. It's a 7 of clubs, so now there's 4 clubs out there for...
Way now, but as we know, he is essentially drawing dead. A 10 would deliver a chop any other card, and he loses.
There's the bet by Scott with his 4s full. He's betting a hefty 1.35.
Decision to make.
Action clock, Tony, is ticking down to 4 seconds, and yep, Jeff wants more time. He's got a 4 flush and a little. Realizing the jig is up.
Faraz is just a spectator now. I know he still has cards, but he's not putting more money in this pot.
Well, this is a big moment for the non-pro. The clock is ticking down again. Can he get away from this at this point? Oh, he wants more time again.
Another concern I have about using 2 time bank chips here as Jeff is that you now eliminate the possibility of holding a 10.
Okay.
Because your opponents know you're going to make your decision faster than
That's
this
true.
if you have a 10.
Oh boy, he's making this call. Heavily invested. Jeff Fielder. Now, the thing you don't want to do is hit the flush to keep you around.
The irony is both these guys are rooting for a club, and there it is.
Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Jeff has hit his flush now. 4's filled for Scott.
If we could peek behind Scott's sweater there, you'd see an ear-to-ear smile.
Oh, yeah.
Scott, also using a time bank chip.
Throw him off the tracks.
Yeah.
All in.
And there's the all-in. And the construction man has fallen off the scaffold. Oh, boy.
Oh, yeah.
So Jeff Fielder out in 6th place, the first person to get thrown into the swamp here at the Seminole Hard Rock. He will take home $144,000.
Great run from Jeff Fielder tonight, making his first final table, but he's going to have to come back once more if he wants to get a WPT title.
We'll be right back with the final 5 players as the Seminole Hard Rock Poker Showdown continues.
Welcome back to the World Poker Tour with the Seminole Hard. Scott Magician. Uneventful Queen 6. He won't do it. And
Brian, he gonna raise here into Faraz's big blind. Faraz is gonna get involved.
Battling. And the flop's an 8-4 deuce.
Good flop for both players' hands. Better, of course, for Brian, as he now has Faraz.
And he quickly gets the call and the action from Faraz. See if things change for Faraz here. No, it goes the other way. Another jack for Hastings. Not that he needed it.
And that jack does add some draws to the board, such as Queen 10, 9, 10. Brian just going to bet out here for 800,000. This is tough. Very nice. Wow. Nice fold from Faraz. Gets away, losing the minimum there. There's Brian's fiancée Sonia in the audience, cheering him on. We see her all the time on the tournament circuit.
Yeah, sometimes a player gets stubborn with a hand like 7s and just doesn't believe a guy like Hastings who could be playing anything.
Sure, there's a lot of draws he could have had there. Many players call that turn bet, but Faraz, sensing something was wrong, gets away.
Yep. Scott with ace-9 has raised, but Matt Stout with ace-king behind him. He's on the short stack, of course.
All in.
And he's going to shove it all. Hastings goes out Faraz as well, and Scott doesn't even think about it. Gives it up to Matt.
Yeah, Scott's heard that song before. He knows ace-9 is not a hand we call the 25 big blind shove with. As we take a look at the WPT Champions Cup. Action with Matt Stout.
Yep, well, and he's starting to get some hands going here. A little rush. He's got a pair of 10s this time. And he'll put in the raise. 2:25 to go. Brian out and Faraz Jaka. Oh, wow. He even gets the better pair of queens.
Oh, no. This is a disaster for Matt. His opponent's going to re-raise him on the button. Matt and Faraz started this hand with the same amount of chips, so I would be stunned if he does not move in pre-flop over this 3-bet.
Oh, wow. Joey and Scott go away. Back on Matt Stout.
Even worse for Matt, one of his 10s was folded pre-flop, and Faraz has both his suits covered.
He's got about 2.3 roughly left.
All in.
Oh, he's going to push it. And obviously Faraz has to call this, insta-call. They turn him up, and Matt just getting the wrong hand at the wrong time.
Exactly. The right play from Matt, but the wrong time, unfortunately. Faraz here in great shape to knock out Matt Stout.
Matt Stout, 33 years old, living in Vegas. Third WPT final table, never won one. The man with the great laugh and voice needs to get lucky, and not there as a queen hits on the flop. Given 3 of a kind for Faraz.
Now, Matt doesn't know it, but this tournament is over. He is drawing.
It's just another queen, that's all.
That's just a little bit of overkill. Matt says, these are yours now, Faraz. Thanks for having me. Do well on the World Poker Tour, but he's going to have to wait a little longer for his first WPT title.
The man with the great laugh is not laughing now. He'll take home $189,000. Another one goes into the Everglades. Let's talk to Matt Stout.
I try to focus on playing my best and letting the cards fall as they may. It's the only real thing you can do to not let luck and coolers really dictate your emotion too much in this game.
5th place finisher Matt Stout heads for the rail. And our final 4 are one step closer to that WPT title.
Is that answer good enough? Can I go?
The World Poker Tour is sponsored by Zynga Poker. Go all in. Play the world's largest home game on Zynga Poker today.
I can help play these guys. Got a nice shot. Got this. If I get the card, prepare for this day. One time. Breathe.
You never know when your time is going to come. To rise above the rest. To seize the opportunity. To be crowned a champion. Is it time for your story to be told? The World Poker Tour.
Welcome to the Seminole Hard Rock Poker Showdown in Hollywood, Florida. I'm Lynn Gilmartin, and this is the WPT. This final table is proving once again why poker in South Florida is so competitive. Joining me with their insight on this competition are Vince Van Patten and Tony Dunst.
Well, Lynn, it's always fun here at the Seminole Hard Rock in Hollywood, Florida. I love this place. And you know what? This is the mecca of poker. People love to play poker. The best names in the game are playing at the final table right now.
Yeah, that's right. 4 players remain. A really up and down final table where no one has been able to exert true control, but a lot of great poker going on by all 4 players.
We'll see what happens.
Thanks, guys. Tonight's winner will walk away with a first place cash prize of almost $700,000. The stylish Hublot Big Bang Steel watch, and of course their name forever etched onto the WPT Champions Cup. Now cards are back in the air, so let's get down to the felt.
All right, thank you, Lynn. Here's Brian Hastings at 8.7 and Faraz Jaka in 4th place, but sitting comfortable on 50 big blinds.
Yeah, Tony, the antes are 20,000, blinds are 6120. Let's go to the felt. The chip leader, Joey Cowden. They call him Joe Poker down here. That's his nickname. And he's got a pair of 7s. Gotta like it. Makes it 280 to go.
Joey, a very tough player from the Fort Lauderdale area. Raising up 7s here into the big blind of Faraz Jaka.
Faraz Jaka, 5-time World Poker Tour final tableist. Hasn't taken down. Up, it is a 6-6-9, so pretty good for the 7s.
Yeah, 2 pair for Joey, a gut shot with an overcard for Faraz, and I will say that this is the kind of texture and hand that a lot of professionals like to check raise with out of the big blind. You do have a draw to a really strong hand. Your hand isn't quite good enough to call a bet, and you could plausibly represent a 6 for trips here. Faraz, you see, is cutting out raising chips.
Yeah, he's going to make it 725 into Joe Poker.
And this is tough for Joey because a lot of the hands that Faraz is going to be bluffing with contain a 7. So when you've got 2 of them, it makes it much less likely your opponent's bluffing. Joey there goes away.
Little muscle there by Faraz Jaka. Oh, so tough.
Yep.
Good to mix in some check raises as bluffs, since most of the time you'll be check raising with strong hands.
And this time Faraz wakes up with a-6. He'll make it 260 total. Joe goes out, and now Scott with a king-jack.
So you have like 7 million now, because it's confusing with the plaques, because you can't really see.
Now Scott lives down in Mexico to play online poker, and this is his first ever WPT cash.
Yeah, Scott, just 25 years old, one of the best players in the online tournament scene in the modern era.
950.
Scott making it 950,000 to go over the raise of Faraz. Faraz Jaka and Brian Hastings were some of the best players in the previous era of online poker. I'd be surprised if Faraz continued. Yeah, he lets that go. Of the offsuit aces, ace-6 is actually the worst because it cannot make a wheel. So Faraz goes away.
Back down to it. Scott this time with the queen-4, quickly mucks. Brian Hastings with the best hand you can get before the flop, pair of aces, and he will make it 300,000 quickly. Will he get action? Yes, Joe Poker with the pair of 7s.
Yeah, a little surprised Faraz folded king 10 in the small, but Joey, of course, not going anywhere with 7s in the big blind, so heads up to this flop.
The flop is ace-9-7.
Wow. You gotta be kidding me.
Both flop sets. Brian, of course, with top set of aces.
It is going to take some kind of run out to prevent Joey from losing a ton of chips here. He's going to start by just calling this bet from Brian. I do really like Joey's decision to call here.
Absolutely. You want to just trap your man. Little do you know that you're being trapped. A deuce on the turn.
Check.
And Joe, wow, he's going to check it. Brian will make a nice bet of 750.
Well, I'd like to be more articulate here, Vince, but really Joey is just screwed. I mean, there's just no way you prevent losing all of your chips here.
He's just calling, trying to trap. 3 on the river, not going to change anything. Set over set. Joey thinks he's trapping.
And I love the way that Joey has played this hand. 99% of the time, he's getting maximum value out of his opponent with his set via this slow play. Instead, he's about to lose it all.
Yeah, bet at 2.2. Now Joey, of course, Joe Poker, I should say, he has him covered.
Showing a little uncertainty in his face. Oh no, I'm facing a 3rd barrel. I'm not really sure what to do here. I'm gonna have to think this one over. Oh, maybe I'll even use one of my time bank chips on the action clock as it ticks down.
Yes, we know that move. That's a shrewd move made by a lot of pros.
Oh, I'm gonna need way more time on this one. I'm not sure I want to put a bunch of money in with a set on a dry board.
That's why I gotta love poker.
All in.
There you go.
Call.
Insta call, and look at this. Joe's going to turn him up like he has the winner. That hurts.
And you see him put his hands up like, well, what can I do? Nothing, really. You get a run out like that with set under set, you're going to double up your opponent. So, unfortunately for Joey, he built himself up to the chip leader at this final table, but suffers a huge setback there.
Well, there's Brian Hastings' fiancée Sonia enjoying the moment.
Brian Hastings taking over the chip lead.
I live and breathe poker a lot. I wouldn't say 24 hours a day, but this is work and fun. It's fun work. I really enjoy poker, and whenever I've had a thought of branching off to do something else, I always come back to it. Titles are exciting to me. I take a lot of pride in the fact that I have 3 World Series of Poker bracelets. Adding a WPT title to that would be really cool. I think there's a lot of prestige to it, and I'm really looking forward to giving it my best shot. Thank you. Very skillful.
Brian Hastings, an incredibly successful player during the course of his career, got his start online, has 3 World Series bracelets, now looking to add a WPT title to his collection.
Yeah, he came into the final table as the chip leader, took his hits. The stack went way down, but now it's turning around for him. He's going to raise this time with an ace-deuce to 300,000.
Perhaps a chance for Joey to get some chips back.
They call him Joe Poker. And right now they're calling him Joe Pissed Off.
Yeah. Looks like he has enough chips left to make a 3-bet here without going all in.
Well, he's got a big hand, so he can get some of that anger out by re-raising with the quality hand. Yep, he makes it 785 total.
785.
He could boil a pot of coffee on his head right now. Scott's going out.
Joey going with the small re-raise, hoping that will induce Brian to move in over the top. But he started this hand with about 20 blinds. Brian elects to get away instead.
There's Joe's parents in the audience. Mom, Lisa, Dad, Joe. It's his dad's birthday, by the way. And we move on. Quick fold by Faraz, and now Joey with Queen 9. We'll make it 280 to go. Scott goes out. And the local Brian Hastings with Ace-7.
He's going to make this call from the big blind against our short stack Joey.
All right, Queen 9 versus Ace-7. Aces and 7s for Hastings. He's on fire.
If Joey were deeper, I'd expect Brian to play this cautiously. However, Joey only started this hand with a little over 20 blinds, so I think Brian will either move in over this bet or check raise him big.
Well, Joey's bet 250 on the continuation. Looks like Brian's getting out the raising chips. Yeah, total of 850. Gonna chase Joey away.
Not much Joey can do there. Takes one stab at winning the pot. Brian comes over the top, and a quick fold.
And now Brian is gonna put Joe Poker through the torture chamber. You've been there, right, Tony?
It just, you feel so hopeless. You feel like there's nothing you can do. You can't just, play your way out. You can't just get a good hand when you decide on it. You just have to wait.
Yep.
What do you get as a Club WPT VIP member? You can save money on shopping with Saver's Guide. Save money on events with Score Big. Save big, win big at clubwpt.com.
This is definitely one of the best events on tour. It's a great location, huge room.
It's a really fun place to play poker. It's got a great vibe. People here are generally a lot more friendly and having a lot more fun than you find in a lot of tournaments.
I always come out here to the Hard Rock. They have a lot of great tournaments. The fields are always amazingly fun. People love to gamble, and I'll be here every time.
Well, I love playing here at Seminole Hard Rock. Vince, the tournament director, Tony Burns, does an amazing job. Meanwhile, Brian Hastings at the top of our leaderboard, followed by Scott Majerison, Faraz Jaka in third, and Joey Cowden trying to build back up after that brutal setup hand.
Winner's going to take home close to 700,000. We go back down to the felt, a quick fold by Joe Poker. Scott with King 7 of hearts. He's getting out raising chips. Makes it 240 to go. Into Brian, who has a 9-6 of clubs.
Nation?
2.6.
Scott, of course, says, yeah, I know what you're thinking, and now it's 2.6 million to go, Brian. He's chose a great hand to do it with. King 7 suited has a blocker to strong hands, but isn't good enough to call.
Yeah, just a great read by Scott. Right back over the top.
Scott, one of the best players in modern online poker, showing that he's got what it takes to win in the live arena as well. He's made 2 final tables at the World Series before, but this is his first WPT final table.
All right, four-handed poker. He's going to fold, and now Brian with an ace-queen. It's a lot better than the 9-6. And he will raise it to 280.
Joey here has an 8-7 suited in the big blind. Some players like to move all in when they're around 20 blinds with these suited connectors, as they do fare well when they see 5 cards. Calling, of course, also a very strong choice. Joey wants to see a flop.
Oh, and the flop is beautiful for Joey. Jack 8-7, 2-pair.
Games, plays well, also has some fun at the table.
I really like beating people, I think, yeah. What puts me on tilt is making mistakes. I'm really hard on myself. A couple years ago, I was grinding harder than most other players around here. And I would like to see my poker career end up like Doyle. Hopefully, I'll be wheeling around like Doyle when he's 80.
Oh, that is the good life. But I think when he's 80, instead of a scooter, he'll have a rocket pack.
We have a quick pause in the action. When we come back, Phil Hellmuth will break down his thoughts on tonight's play. It's the raw deal, Poker Brat style. I hope you're enjoying tonight's coverage of the Seminole Hard Rock Poker Showdown. It's time to find out if Phil Hellmuth is also enjoying it in this edition of The Raw Deal.
Bluffing is an important tool in
any poker player's arsenal. And tonight, we are seeing a masterclass in how great players use a bluff to their advantage. I've been playing against Faraz Jaka for over a decade, and he has unlimited potential. One reason why is that he has no fear. His range is wide, and putting him on a specific hand is quite challenging. Holding 10-8 on a 9-6-6 flop, from Faraz's point of view, he has a belly buster straight draw, needs a 7, and needs a 10 or an 8 for a pair. Great time to fire. And Faraz does, and takes the initiative, and raises it up post-flop. This check raise works quite often, with opponents most times folding ace-high, king-high, and small pairs. But why does Joey fold 7-7 when Faraz is known to bluff a lot and has such a wide range? Because Joey knows he's going to have to not just call the flop bet, but a turn bet as well. And he wasn't ready to invest that much money in this spot. Good job, Faraz. Another great poker player, multiple World Series of Poker bracelet winner Brian Hastings finds himself in a hand pre-flop with online pro Scott Majerison. Brian Hastings smells weakness and makes a nice 3-bet. I love Hastings, good guy, and I love his well-timed 3-bet. And Hastings was right. His opponent Scott was weak. But Scott mans up and says, I know you know I'm weak, but since I think you're also weak, I'm going to re-raise you.
2.6.
4-bet. Great move, Scott. Way to man up.
Oh, boy.
Now, if I could just run good, when I smell a bluff, I'd finally get my first WPT title.
Well, Phil's right there, Vince. Scott picked the perfect time to execute that bluff pre-flop with the King 7 suited.
Well said by Phil. And we move on four-handed poker here at the Seminole Hard Rock. And right now, Faraz Jaka. Let's take a look at his cards. He's got a decent king-queen. He's getting out raising chips, it appears. Yes, he will make it 260 to go with that hand. Joe Poker goes out. Scott as well. And now Brian Hastings with an ace-4.
Well, he's going to make this call from the big blind against Faraz.
So these two old buddies, great poker savants, going at it once again here tonight. And the flop is a queen 6-5. So beautiful flop for Faraz Jaka, hitting the queens.
Great flop for Faraz, but also enough there that Brian may continue putting money in this pot as he has 3 to a straight, 3 to a flush with the backdoor nut flush draw, and an overcard to the ace.
Well, Faraz makes the continuation bet of 300. And that's exactly what Hastings is going to do. He is going to move it up to 950. Saying, I don't necessarily believe you have a queen. And I'm going to try to take the pot right now with my silly ace-high.
And as we know, Faraz has a very strong hand on this flop and will not be going away.
No, he doesn't. To the absolute discomfort of that man right there. And a king only gets better for Faraz. 2 pair.
That's not a card that Brian is likely to fire. He was looking for a 3, a 7, a heart, maybe an ace. So he does check over to Faraz and stops the bleeding. Faraz not interested in any more checks.
Yeah, just in case this guy has a 4 flush, drawing 2. You got to put some money out there. Make him pay for it if he wants to stick around. And no, Brian does the wise thing and gets away from the hand. Faraz is going to take this one down. You know, his nickname years ago was the Toilet.
That's right. That was his online screen name, the Toilet 00.
I'm so glad that went away. But right now at the Dr. Pepper bar, the girls are really enjoying the moment. What a great event. And the blinds are going up to 75, 150, a $25,000 ante. And Joe Poker goes out, and now Scott, our chip leader, takes a rest. Oh, and Brian's got the perfect hand. Pair of kings.
Brian going to start by just calling from the small blind. And Faraz surprisingly checks a queen-8 suited in position, so both players slow playing a little bit as we get an ace-queen-9 to club flop.
Oh boy, so Faraz hits his queens and Hastings can't be too happy. An ace appears, but he's going to bet, find out where he is, 150. Faraz with the queen's going to call, so neither one comfortable, and a 3 on the turn changes nothing. So Brian Hastings with the kings. Now he's going to slow down, saying, okay, this guy could have an ace on me. Who knows? And because he checked, now Faraz is saying, maybe I'm in front.
Yeah, I think it's quite reasonable for Faraz to believe he has the best hand
That's
here.
right.
But as we know, the kings of Brian, slow playing pre-flop, have now led to this turn where Faraz is doing the betting for him.
Yeah, 425, and Brian going to call.
And we see a 4 of spades on the river.
It's like neither player knows where they are. They're both fearful of the other guy, so they both check. And they turn it up. And the slow-played kings are going to win it. Brian Hastings will take the pot to the absolute delight of his friends.
Scott Bounstein here to support Brian, looking
with a queen jack. We'll make it 400,000 to go. Scott doesn't compete. Brian with a 5 deuce in the big blind. Of course he'll call. Hope to get lucky. The flop is a jack 10-7, so top pair for Joey.
Joey checks back here with his top pair.
Wow. 10 pairs the board, but it gives 4 hearts out there for Brian Hastings now.
Well, Brian seems to believe that Joey was likely to check back with showdown value on the flop, doesn't try and bluff him, and he rivers a flush while Joey rivers a full house.
Unbelievable.
This could get a little expensive.
Yeah, Brian probably thinks he has a winner now with his little flush. Oh yeah, and Hastings is going to come out with a bet. He thinks he's in front.
Now, he bet full pot there, so he's trying to get Joey to call with ace high or, well, really ace high.
Oh, but back over the top by Joe Poker. Wants to punish Brian, and Brian is completely confused now. He's saying, is this guy really have a jack or a 10? What's going on here?
This is awkward for Brian. He's thinking, well, if you had a jack or a 10, why didn't you bet the flop or turn? Did you really check all the way down here? So the action clock ticking away as Brian contemplates whether to call or not.
He's going to take more time here. It is a big moment. Be a nice laydown if he could do it. But he just might have to pay this off the way it was played. But no, Brian, too good for that. Does the right thing.
So Joey Cowden still trying to build back up after suffering set under set, gaining some momentum.
As we near the tail end of season 16, the race to become the Hublot WPT Player of the Year is close to the finish line. Two-time WPT champion Art Papazian is still on the top of the leaderboard, but players like Derek Walters and Eric Afriat are starting to close in. And will Art hold them off, or will someone be able to snatch the lead? We will keep you apprised of the results, but now let's get back to the final table.
All right, thanks, Lynn. Here's a look at our updated Zynga Poker leaderboard. Scott Majerison at 13.6 million, followed by Brian Hastings at 11.6. Faraz Jaka in third with 7.4, followed closely by Joey Cowden.
Faraz Jaka. Very talented pro. This time with queen 7 of clubs. And he will move it to 350 to go. Joe Poker goes out, and now Scott with a decent ace-jack.
Scott has mixed up his approach in these situations between calling and 3-betting, but so long as he's the chip leader, it looks like he's going to lean towards the more aggressive option as he makes it 1.2 million.
Brian Hastings has to go out, and Faraz believes him as well. So the chip leader going to take that one.
Scott, one of the best players in the modern online tournament scene, which has become incredibly competitive over the years. Now showing that his abilities translate to the live felt.
Onward we go, and Brian with King 10 of hearts has raised to 350. A couple folds around to Scott with a 9-6 of hearts. He will play. And we will look at a flop. Wow, and the flop is a 9-6 deuce, just absolutely perfect for Scott, hitting top 2 pair. Oh, that's a beautiful thing to have happen.
Well, Brian does have a little piece here with 2 overcards, a backdoor straight, a backdoor flush draw, but Scott's got a hand that is likely to check raise on a texture where he's probably going to be check raising more draws than strong hands, as he's not getting to this flop with a lot of 9 deuce and 6 deuce combinations.
Scott hitting the top 2 pair with a junk hand, and he is going to re-raise right now. Not going to play slow.
And I like that Scott has gone with the check raise here. That will help balance with the times he check raises as a bluff. Here, he's got the top 2 pair, and Brian goes away.
And the rich get richer. And Scott is originally from England, and he says he's played more hands than the final table, all of them put together. How about that?
A bold claim that I don't quite believe, considering Faraz and Brian were both very active in the heyday of online poker.
A lot of hands, though. He's only 25 years old. And now he looks down at an ace-7 of diamonds with the button. And he has raised it to 300. Brian out. And Faraz Jaka with a real hand this time. Pair of jacks. And he's going to
chips is going to make this call.
This could be a big pot. Pair of jacks. Let's see what happens. Another jack on the flop. Jack 7-3. 3 of a kind for Faraz.
And a dangerous flop for Scott, as he has second pair and the backdoor nut flush draw on a texture where he knows his opponent is going to follow through with a continuation bet at a very high frequency.
That is so true. And Faraz will do that. He bets 850, but with a huge hand, as we know. And Scott with second pair will make this call. We go in deeper. Turn card is a king of diamonds. Wow, now it gives a 4 flush to Scott on top of his 7s. But he's well behind with the 3 of a kind by Faraz.
And Faraz not slowing down. Gonna cut out a bet of...
Oh, it's all going in. The plaques, the chips. It's 1.6.
Scott's getting about 3.5 to 1 to make this call. I expect Scott to see a river. Not only does he have a draw to the nuts, but every now and then he has the best hand against something like ace-queen or ace-10 that's double-barreling.
Tough to get away from this. You want to see if a diamond appears. So he is making this call. We are going to the river. Can the chip leader hit his diamond and crush Faraz? No, it's another king. So just jacks full for Faraz.
All in.
And he's going to go all in. Scott is just saying, I didn't get there. I got my measly 7s, but it's impossible this guy could be bluffing all the way like this. Should I put the extra money in?
Yeah, and there's not that many hands that Faraz is going to run this triple barrel bluff with. And some of the combinations he's likely to do it with are stuff like ace-10, ace-queen of diamonds, ace-5 of diamonds. So with Scott holding the ace of diamonds, he actually blocks a lot of the potential bluffs that Faraz could have.
But he's going to take extra time. He might just want to make the hero call here. We've seen that before.
So Scott goes away.
Finally does the right thing, and Faraz Jaka picking up a big one against the chip leader.
Can't say I was rooting for you. Seem nicer than these guys, but I like myself a lot.
This episode is sponsored by Dr. Pepper, the official soft drink of the World Poker Tour. Hublot, the official watch of the World Poker Tour. Rockstar Energy, the official energy drink of the World Poker Tour. And Club WPT. Play poker for real cash and prizes today at clubwpt.com. You know, we get to travel to many wonderful places. And you know, Nancy Smith traveled to Hollywood, Florida with her husband, Alex, after winning a main tour seat at Club WPT.
My name's Nancy Smith, and I'm from a little town in Tennessee called Selmer. I was fortunate enough to win a seat to play in the WPT tournament. It was nice having my husband here. He sat there and watched me and cheered me on and made me feel good. Is that good enough? I can't lie any more than that. He drives me crazy. Oh, I'm enjoying the VIP experience. My favorite part was meeting some of the players that I did. At first, I was a little bit intimidated by them, but then I beat a couple of them with my hands, and I felt really good. Playing on Club WPT has improved my poker game. I win now more than I used to. It's helped me with my patience, and that's what makes a successful poker player.
Nancy got to experience the VIP life and show off her poker skills on TV. Sign up at clubwpt.com for your chance to experience the VIP treatment and play in a main tour event.
All right, four-handed poker. Right now, Scott Majerison is the chip leader, but they all have chips. Scott's got 11.2. Brian Hastings in second chip position with 11. Faraz with about 10.6. And Joe Poker, Joey Cowden, with 6.2 million. Here we go. Blinds are still 75, 150. Couple folds, and it's around to Scott, who's got a king-3 of spades.
Scott in the small blind here. Facing off against Brian in the big, starts by calling. Brian looks down at 10-8 suited and says, let's pump this up to 500,000.
500 even.
Scott will not be folding a suited king blind versus blind.
No, he has got to call that. He wants to see the flop. And here we go, 10-8 versus king-3, and the flop will be Jack-4 deuce. Helps neither player.
Yeah, you're right. Not much for either player here, so you give the advantage to the player in position, who is the pre-flop aggressor. So the bet of 400,000 from Brian takes that down. Scott folds what's technically the best hand, but not good enough to continue.
You know, we went back a few years ago. Brian Hastings, who's never made a final table on the World Poker Tour, but he was one of the players to watch.
Yes.
He's really well liked on the circuit and considered a great player.
Scott will go away. Brian finds himself with pocket sevens facing a raise from Joey Cowden.
You start with like 5, 6?
Like 6.2, I think.
Okay.
Does Brian want to call or 3-bet here?
Yeah, two great starting hands. And he is going to raise it with the sevens. Makes it 1.3 total. Back on Joe Poker.
All in.
And Joe Poker is going to push it all in with the ace-king.
The call.
And that's got to be called.
Okay, Vince, it is a classic coin flip to see who becomes our chip leader. Joey Cowden was down to 2 million in chips after that set under set cooler versus Brian Hastings, now with an opportunity to make himself the chip leader of this final table.
Family and friends in the audience. Now he has to get lucky to stick around.
Oh, you can see he wants it. It's coming out in his body language. The typically stoic Joey Cowden really wants to see an ace or king, or how about both?
Oh, man. Ace, king, jack on the flop. He gets aces and kings. Hastings, hugely disappointed.
Kind of close.
Oh, man. Well, it's Joey Cowden's dad's birthday, and there's a present on the turn for him. Lock this one up for Cowden.
Yeah, wow, a 7 on the river. It's irrelevant.
Let's rub some salt in Brian's wound.
Hey WPT fans, are you ready for fun, competitive poker action? We know just the place. With millions of users worldwide, Zynga Poker is the place to play for around-the-clock poker excitement. Zynga Poker is available on the App Store, Google Play, and Facebook. So, what are you waiting for? Check out Zynga Poker today.
Welcome back to the World Poker Tour. We're at the Seminole Hard Rock Poker Showdown. 4 players battling for the championship. Joe Poker. Joey Cowden out in front with $12.7 million.
Followed by Scott Majerson and Faraz Jaka. Brian Hastings sitting on the short stack. He was recently our chip leader, but he lost a very big flip to Joey Cowden.
That is right. Brian Hastings, very famous young professional player with Queen Jack, has raised it to 350. Faraz goes out, and now Joey with a Queen 10.
4.5, yeah.
Started with like 5, a little over 5.
Well, there's a sign of a table full of professionals. Everyone knows exactly how much they're playing all of the time. So Joey makes this call. Go into the flop, dominated by Brian's Queen Jack, and unfortunately for Joey, he hits a hand that is going to cost him some money if he can't find a 10.
Wow, Queen 6-3. They both have queens, but Hastings, of course, with the better kicker, and he'll bet 300. Joe Poker makes the quick call, perhaps thinking he's in front. And we are going to the turn. It's an 8 of hearts, doesn't change anything.
Not a very impactful card on the turn, though it does add a few draws in the form of 9-7, 9-10, Jack 10, but Joey, with a 10, has a blocker to some of those draw combinations.
Brian's bet 850. He would love to take a chunk out of Joey's chip stack at this point, and yes, he's going to get the action he wants. Let's see if anything crazy hits on the river. No, it's a 3, which is just terrific for Brian Hastings. He's got queens up with a better kicker.
2.3 million.
Wow. Oversized bet of 2.3.
Yeah, big bet from Brian here, firing 2.3 into 3 million. Joey seems to sense that something is wrong here, despite a fairly safe run out for his hand.
Nice 1.5, 1.6. Probably we call pretty quickly, but now the action clock is ticking down. I think Hastings wanted the oversized bet to make it look like a potential bluff. You can't think that this man can lay this hand down, but he's going to do it. It's just a beautiful laydown.
Wow, tremendous fold from Joey. He has played such a disciplined game at this final table. Now, the deck keeps trying to cooler him, and he keeps sneaking his way out.
Yeah, he is playing quite well here tonight. That took a few chips out of him, though, and now action's on Scott. He won't play. Hastings this time with a King 10. He'll go to 350. Faraz out, and once again, Joey with ace 3, decent hand, will make this call.
Brian in position here, as we see a flop of 9-6 deuce 2 clubs, so Joey in the lead, but more for Brian to like on that flop. And he checks back here. And with the 8 of clubs on the turn, Brian now has outs to any club, a 7, and of course a king or a 10. Another check. That's a little surprising.
And now a 7 comes up, actually giving Brian a straight to the 10. But there's 3 clubs out there. Joey has nothing.
Joey seems to believe that Brian has a weak pair that's just trying to get to showdown, so he's going to turn ace-high into a bluff, and Brian immediately calls, and if you're wondering why he didn't raise, it's because with 4 to a straight and 3 to a flush out there, he thinks that if he raises, the only hands that Joey puts more money in with are better hands.
Tough moment. Brian coming back, so everybody has chips right now. Blinds are at 1 and 200, 25,000 ante. Winner's going to take home close to 700,000 tonight. And now Joey looks down at a wonderful pair of queens.
Well, Joey has been so patient tonight. He was down to 2 million at one stage after losing set under set against Brian Hastings, but built it all the way back up to the chip lead. And now with queens, raises into the big blind of Faraz Jaka,
boy.
who, oh no, has pocket kings.
Unbelievable. What a time to get him. Faraz peeking down at the kings. The Cowboys at the right moment.
Impending disaster for Joey Cowden. The deck has coolered him yet again. Faraz Jaka making it $1.5 million.
That's incredible. Joe Poker is going to be sick if it doesn't work out here, and he's far behind. And he's thinking about those words, I guess.
All in?
That's what they are. All in.
Oh, and Jaka with the very nonchalant instant call as he tables his kings. Joey slams over his queens in frustration.
Yeah, he's just shaking his head, getting up. Can't believe this is happening to him. Very tough to have in a four-handed poker game, those two quality hands. And to be on the wrong side of it really hurts. Wow.
Now, we're about to ruin his dad's birthday here if he can't find a queen.
Let's see what happens on the flop. No, it's at 7-6-4. Does not help Joe Poker.
Couple of spades there will give Joey a glimmer of hope.
That's true. To the turn, not a queen, it's an ace.
Where's she at?
She's down to 2 queens for outs. That's it. Otherwise, he'll be our 4th place finisher here tonight.
Yeah, that's right. Where are all them royal girls at?
Going to the river. Can he get lucky? No, it's a 3 of diamonds.
Well, we are going to lose Joey Cowden in 4th place. Played an excellent final table and at one stage held the chip lead, but this cooler set him back.
So Joe Poker out in 4th place. We'll take home $251,000, and we are down to 3 players.
Well, that marks the end of tonight's coverage from the Seminole Hard Rock Poker Showdown. Be sure to join us next time when we will crown a champion. Good night.
The World Poker Tour is sponsored by Zynga Poker. Go all in. Play the world's largest home game on Zynga Poker today.
I can outplay these guys. It's a nice shot. I got this. If I get the I prepare for this day. One time. Breathe.
You never know when your time is going to come. To rise above the rest. To seize the opportunity. To be crowned a champion. Is it time for your story to be told? The World Poker Tour.
Tonight in South Florida, a World Poker Tour title is on the line. Good evening, everyone. I'm Lynn Gilmartin, and this is the WPT. We are in the final stretch of our coverage of the Seminole Hard Rock Poker Showdown here in Hollywood, Florida. Here to get us up to speed on the standings are Vince Van Patten and Tony Dunst.
Well, it's a great event we're seeing here tonight. 3 players remain. Faraz Jaka, who was on the short stack, and now he's the chip leader with 50% of the chips. You know, he's made the final table here on the World Poker Tour 5 times.
Yeah, it's not going to be easy for Faraz tonight. Brian Hastings is one of the best live tournament players. He's won several bracelets, but has yet to earn his first WPT title. And Scott Majerison, to be a very formidable live competitor as well.
So Faraz out in front right now, but don't count it yet.
Thanks, guys. Tonight's first place prize is close to $700,000. Our champion will also take home the impressive Hublot Big Bang steel watch, plus have their name added to the WPT Champions Cup. Now, it looks like the final table is back in play, so let's get down to the felt.
Thank you, Lynn. Let's have a look at our Zynga Poker leaderboard. Faraz Jaka, now your chip leader, above 20 million. Scott Majerison in second at 10.5, and Brian Hastings in third at 8.4 million.
In the antes are 25,000, the blinds are 100, 200. Here we go. 3 tough pros going at it here. Action on Brian Hastings, the local here in Fort Lauderdale. He's got ace-7. He'll make it 450 to go. Our chip leader Faraz Jaka going out. And now Scott, online wizard in the poker world, is going to make this call. He's never cashed in a World Poker Tour event. Look at this flop, 10-7-3. Brian Hastings hitting sevens.
Well, we discussed earlier that when players flop a gut shot out of the big blind, it's often the kind of hand they like to use as a check-raise bluff to balance with the times they have a really strong hand. Scott here seems to buy into that philosophy. Check raises to $1.25 million.
With the Jack 8.
Brian here with second pair and the ace kicker makes the call.
Let's see if something crazy happens for Scott. No, it's a 4 of spades, so Brian's still in front with the sevens. So Scott now is going to take a stab at this. He is betting 1.9 with nothing. Jack 8 inside straight draw. He's just going for it.
Well, some of the hands that Scott would check raise bluff with here are 5-6, 8-9.
Action clock. Brian has to make a move or buy more time, and that's what he's going to do.
So does Brian believe that Scott has one of his strong holdings here, or that he's drawing?
All in.
Wow.
Wow.
Wow. Brian puts it together, moves in, and Scott instantly slides his cards to the muck.
Like he could see through the cards. Brian Hastings looking like a hero there.
Scott thinking out loud.
Something like that. And we move on. What poker we're seeing? It's on Faraz. He's got over 20 million in chips at this point. He's never taken a WPT title, but like we said before, he's made the final table 5 times. He was a WPT Player of the Year, and now he has raised, but Scott's coming over the top with a Jack 10.
Scott not backing down despite the setback against Brian there.
Yeah, it's gonna work.
Knows that in a 3-handed poker game, he needs to maintain his aggression.
All 3 of these guys very easily could be bluffing hands all the time. They don't wait for cards, they wait for situations. And here we go. Brian Hastings this time with a queen deuce. He's just going to call it. Faraz with a little pair of 3s says, okay, I'm fine. Let's see the flop. And the flop comes up. Oh, man. Ace-Jack 3. 3 of a kind for Faraz.
What a flop. And Brian here is going to stab for the minimum bet.
200,000. Faraz Chaka hitting a beautiful hand. He's going to walk the dog, disguise the strength, just calling. As we go to the turn 4 of clubs.
And that's a card that may lead Brian to double barrel, as he now has a gut shot to a 5, whereas most turn cards won't be able to help him.
Well, he's coming out with a bet, 600. Little does he know what he's up against. Faraz Chaka. They used to call him the Toilet. That was his nickname.
That's right, the Toilet 00 online for many years.
And the Toilet right now is going to flush out Brian if he raises.
Brian headed for the drain, to continue the analogy.
He's getting the plaques out, and it's pushing in. 1.9 total, and now Brian finally kind of gets it, don't you think?
Yeah, I can't imagine Brian would continue here. There they go.
But you gotta love about Brian, he always quickly acts. He knows when the jig is up. But let's talk about this guy, Faraz Chaka. What a player, but he's also an entrepreneur and quite a fine businessman.
Learning all these fundamentals of business has definitely come in handy in poker because I treat my poker as a business. You're managing money, you have to figure out your schedule, you're making decisions. It really is a business. That business is yourself, and you got to figure out how to invest in it, how to excel at it. The reason why you study and play those thousands of tournaments is so that when you're in this moment, you know what to do. There's nothing that I need to figure out now. It's the same old thing that I've prepared for this whole time. Winning this event would really feel like I sealed the deal. I've won the World Poker Tour Player of the Year. I've taken that title down. there's only one thing left, and that's winning a championship event.
You know, Tony, I also treat my poker like a business.
Do you?
Unfortunately, I went Chapter 11 about 10 years ago. So.
Oh, well, sorry to hear that.
Okay, just moving on. Okay, as you can see, Faraz Jaka out in front, the businessman with close to 22 million.
Yeah, Faraz, a natural risk taker, recent entrepreneur, and WPT champion hopeful.
And we are seeing it all tonight. We're seeing great moves, great plays, really intelligent poker.
Faraz now with Queen Jack in the small blind. $650 from Faraz over to Scott. He's got a King 8 of diamonds. And we'll make the call in position.
And the flop is a King 6 deuce, so kings for Scott. Nothing hitting for Faraz.
And that is a texture that Faraz will be betting as the pre-flop raiser. But unless he turns a 9, 10, or ace, I would expect him to slow down.
Well, Scott is just going to call with the top pair. And we are going to the turn. It is a 10 of clubs.
Well, that is pretty much the best possible card for Faraz to double barrel, but instead he elects to check, which I gotta say I'm pretty surprised by. $850,000 from Scott over to Faraz.
All in?
Oh yeah, I was gonna say Faraz might just check raise bluff all in here, and Scott, yeah, he's like, yeah, I got top pair and I'm the short stack, I call.
Wow.
I was wondering why Faraz checked that turn, and now it makes much more sense. I like the play. It didn't work out here, but if your opponent has a 6 or deuce and bets the turn, they're almost certainly going to fold to your shove.
Here we go, river card. No, that's another king.
Scott gonna get a big double up here against Faraz Jaka. Trick kings on the river holds up against the straight draw.
This episode is sponsored by Dr. Pepper, the official soft drink of the World Poker Tour. Hublot, the official watch of the World Poker Tour. Rockstar Energy, the official energy drink of the World Poker Tour. And Club WPT. Play poker for real cash and prizes today at clubwpt.com.
An incredible turnout here at the Seminole Hard Rock is now down to 3 players, with Faraz Jaka out in front, Scott and Brian tied for second place.
Yeah, first place going to take home close to $700,000. Third place, $336. Not chump change. Let's go to the felt. Scott now with Jack 7, makes it $400,000 to go. Brian goes out, and Faraz is going to squeeze Jack 7. And he will make this call.
Both playing the same hand. We see a flop of ace 5-3. Nothing for either player, and so you give the advantage to the pre-flop aggressor, Scott.
And he will chuck in a bet of 300. It's gonna work. So Scott Majerison, originally out of England, now plays online poker in Mexico. Looking good here tonight.
This is the biggest live final table I've made. I mainly play high stakes online tournaments. I guess lacking a bit of live experience could cause me some problems. Really, when you sign up to play a tournament, you basically know you're signing up for failure every single time. And you just do it because you know in the long run you're supposed to make money at some point, but who knows when. It's kind of annoyed me a little bit up to date that I've had such poor live results, but I've always known that it's just just keep turning up to play, and in time I expected it to turn around. To win this tournament, it would be nice to get the monkey off my back. My friends would stop giving me banter about only being able to play online. I try not to get too excited about it all. Obviously it's a lot of money, but it's just, you know, another day.
Tony, doesn't he do that show where he sings in a cab with a celebrity?
Oh, I love him when he does that.
I know. And he plays great poker here, too.
Scott knows that in the end, poker, and especially poker tournaments, are a long-term game. You really have to be patient, not just today, not just tomorrow, but for months or years at a time. All his patience paying off tonight, maybe in the form of a WPT title.
That's a good way of looking at it. All right, back to this hand. Brian just calling with his jack-deuce. And Faraz checks, so we're going to see a flop. He's got king 4. And the flop is a jack 9-5.
Brian checks top pair over to Faraz, who checks behind and turns a top pair of his own. So now Faraz with the lead. Brian done checking, bets 250,000 with what's now second pair. Faraz, happy to continue with his king, makes this call.
And the river card is a 10.
Okay, 4 to a straight, 3 to a flush out. Brian checks. Does Faraz want to go for thin value? Does he believe he can get called by worse? He seems to think so. And he's going to bet big here. It's a pot of 1 million and he bets 850,000. What a tremendous bet from Faraz. Let's see if he can get paid.
Faraz with top pair, but any queen beats you.
And there it is.
Brian's going to pay him off.
I don't think he'd do that.
Neither did I, Brian, so credit to Faraz for making a very thin value bet and getting the most out of his pair kings.
Yeah, that's the sign of a great player. You really feel good when you make that kind of move. Get that extra value, extra money. But it's awful when the guy comes back over the top and makes you fold. And then shows the bluff against you.
Yeah, and then you're like, why did I even bet?
Yeah. And we move on. And right now, Faraz has raised it up to 450. Scott out, Brian with ace-5 is making this call. Ace-5 versus queen-7. Flop is an ace-jack-6, so aces for Hastings. And he's checked.
And he's got the backdoor nut flush draw to go along with top pair.
Yeah, Faraz bets 475. Brian with the top pair. Smooth calls. Going to the turn. It is a 10.
Well, that is a card that may lead to Faraz firing a double barrel here, as he now has a gut shot to the king. Most turns would not give him more equity in this hand. That's a pretty good one for him.
Wow. The chip leader is going to bet close to 1.4 million in chips.
Brian, undeterred, makes the call.
Yeah, with his aces. And the river card coming up. Oh, it's a nice 5 that gives aces and 5s to Brian, and he's going to check and try to trap more, but no, Faraz doesn't go for it. So Brian Hastings outsmarting Faraz right there. 3 players remain at the Seminole Hard Rock Poker Showdown. Who will become our champ here tonight? We will see when we come back. Hey, WPT fans, have you checked out Zynga Poker?
With a variety of options for play and millions of users competing around the clock, Zynga Poker is the world's leading poker game.
That's right, Tony. Zynga Poker is available on the App Store, Google Play, and Facebook. So what are you waiting for? Check out Zynga Poker today. Well, so many great players out here this week, and Club WPT VIP member and tournament fisherman Larry Terry proved he's no fish at the table.
I'm Larry Terry from Nashville, Tennessee. I enjoy playing poker because it's fun, it's competitive, and I've been playing poker probably for 20, 25 years. But I've been fishing all my life. Both fishing and poker they're alike because it's competition to me. The fishing is a lot more intense because you have to catch fish Playing poker, you can sort of lay back. Fishing is helping me at the poker table because you have to be patient. You have to fish slowly and you have to reel in the fish. And that's like trying to get another poker player. Club WPT has improved my poker game because I get to see a lot more hands. And you can try different techniques. If you get knocked out, you just sign right on to another one.
Larry won his way into the seminal Hard Rock Poker Showdown by playing on Club WPT, and you can too. Sign up to become a VIP member at clubwpt.com for a chance to win real cash and prizes.
Well, we are back here on the World Poker Tour. As you can see, 3 players remain. And out in front, Faraz Jaka with 15.5 million. Scott Majerison, 12.2. And Brian Hastings with about 11.4.
Yeah, quite an even match, though. Every time it seems like one of these players is going to separate himself from the pack, they drag him right on back.
Very interesting poker here tonight. Winner's going to take home close to 700,000. And right now, Faraz Jaka going to move it up to 450 to go. Brian's going to call with a 10-6. So 2 awful hands. Trying to be something. And a Jack-5-4 flops. So Faraz getting a piece of that. He gets the 5s. They go check, check. 8 on the turn.
Both players pick up a gut shot here, needing each other's outs.
Brian taking a stab here, $500,000. Faraz makes the call. Nothing happening on that river.
Yeah, Brian is missed. Does he want to try and bluff his way out here?
If you can't hit the hand, sometimes you got to do what you don't want to do. And he's going to do what he doesn't want to do, but he has to do. He's going to bet it and try to take a stab at a bluff. 1.7 million.
Yeah, Brian bets very big there. That chases away Faraz.
Oh, there's Sonia and the gang on the rail, rooting Brian on. And the blinds are up now to 125, 250 with a 25,000 ante. Getting very expensive here. And a quick fold by Brian this time. Faraz now with a pretty solid King 10. Just calls. And Scott behind him with a King 9. Yeah, but he's going to raise it.
Scott in position here with a pretty strong hand for the big blind. He's going to charge Faraz to see this flop with what it turns out is a dominating hand.
Total of 750. Here's the flop. It's a nothing flop. 6-4 deuce. There's 2 clubs.
And that is better for Faraz's limp calling range than Scott's raising range. So he checks back there, bringing a 4 on the turn.
Pairing the board. Faraz checks, and now Scott. He's saying, look, if you're yielding, I'm betting.
And Faraz gonna give up. I'm a little surprised by that fold, but I guess if he anticipates facing another bet on the river, he's trying to save himself a difficult decision.
These guys are playing with just air. They're not hitting necessarily many times. They are just betting situations. You gotta love it.
Goes to show that most of the time in a short-handed poker game, you're not gonna have it, and so you'd better be capable of bluffing your way out.
Yep, have the imagination and the guts to do those kind of moves. But right now, Faraz with a big hand, ace-queen, has raised, and behind him, wow, Scott with King 10 over the top for 2 million total.
Scott has been very aggressive out of the small blind in these kind of situations, so I would like to see Faraz rip it in pre-flop. They're just over 40 blinds deep, and he has quite a strong holding. And it looks like Faraz is going to just call instead. So we'll go to a flop with Faraz in position.
Yeah. Faraz out in front slightly. Let's see the flop. Oh, it's a king, deuce, deuce. So Scott outflops Faraz. And he re-raised heavily before the flop, but now he's going to slow down.
What a nice check from Scott on this flop. He knows it's very hard for his opponent to draw out on this texture. And he has what is probably one of the weakest kings in his 3-betting range here. So he opts to mix that in with his checking range.
And Faraz is going to bet 1.4 million. Scott okie doking a big call. Going to the turn. It just gets better and better as a king hits. He has kings full, and he's going to check again. He's digging the hole. Put the branches of the twigs over it, waiting for the sucker to fall in, but not for Oz this time. Going to the river.
Faraz, a little too crafty to step on all those suspicious-looking twigs.
But Scott's going to try it again.
Yeah, at this point he said, I have a hand with medium showdown value, so he continues that story and checks to Faraz on the river, hoping he'll bluff. Faraz likely realizes that Scott has too much showdown value to fold, and so he checks it back.
Yes, he's slowed down, doesn't lose any more, but that is a huge hand for Scott. That is going to put him well out in front as the chip leader now, trying to separate himself from the pack.
The poker brat Phil Hellmuth is in the house. That means it's almost time to get his unfiltered look at tonight's play. The Raw Deal is coming up. Welcome back to the WPT's coverage of the Seminole Hard Rock Poker Showdown. Time for Phil Hellmuth to let loose in this edition of The Raw Deal.
Folks, let me tell you, tells are a thing, and I'm a master at spotting them. I have won all of the titles I have primarily because of my reading ability. All tournament long, we have seen online master Scott Majerison cover his face with his sweatshirt the second he is involved in a hand. This is a smart move for someone who is not used to playing live, especially against an experienced player like Faraz Jaka, who has made some great reads in the past. So yes, it's a good strategy for Scott to duck and cover. But is it a bad look for poker, and is it fair? Is using sweatshirts, scarves, hats, and sunglasses to cover your face legal? Yes. But should it remain legal? No. I think that Scott should be forced to disguise his tells in another way. I think it looks awful when players use articles of clothing to cover their faces. What's next? Ski masks? Wetsuits? Of course, many of us use our hands to cover our face when we're in a big pot. So outlawing any type of hiding may be more complicated than it looks.
I'm just going to put a box over my head the next time I play. I've had it.
Oh, well, we're still three-handed here at the Seminole Hard Rock. Brian Hastings now on the button has a 10-5 of hearts.
Okay, blinds a 125, 250, and a raise by Hastings. Faraz has folded, and now Scott with the pair of fives.
What do you have now?
I think like 12-5.
Scott out in front with about 17 million. Just going to call this. 10-5 versus 5-5. And the flop is an ace, queen, 9.
Well, that is not the flop that either player was looking for. Brian might continuation bet in position here. He really just has no hand. Not much of a way to turn outs besides maybe like a jack or a king to give him a straight draw. And this may work, as Scott's fives are not loving this flop, so he'll go away, and the bet from Brian works out.
Just goes to show you, if you take a chance, close your eyes, and win the pot with 10 high. Just nicely done. Back on Brian. He's got an 8-7. He's got the button. And he's got the chips out. Makes it 600 total.
Faraz with a queen jack here in one of those situations that you can mix up your calling with your 3-betting. He wants to make it 2 million.
Yep, there's no safe haven here, and everyone has to lay down the hand. Faraz Jaka picking that one up with his queen high. Faraz Jaka 5 times at a WPT final table, but yet to take a title down. Although he's been a WPT Player of the Year, without winning one. That's how good he is. And now Scott with a king 8 of clubs is going to make it 500,000 to go. Brian this time with an attractive ace jack.
Brian gonna 3-bet here. Makes it 1.8 million. And Scott has one of those hands on the button.
Is that 2 stacks of blues at the back, or just one?
Yeah, two stacks. Yeah.
That could go any of the 3 ways. He could fold, he could call, he could 4-bet. And this time he elects to call.
Okay, here we go. It's a big jack, 9, 3, 2 clubs. Everything gets there. Brian Hastings with top pair, big kicker, but Scott with the 4 flush.
And Brian checking over to Scott. Makes me think that he intends to check raise him here on this flop.
Now Scott's going to come out with the bet with his potential monster.
And I wonder, is Brian going to check raise small, check raise big, move all in? What's the play?
3.8.
He's going with a big check raise that is not quite all in. Makes it 3.8 million.
Yeah, he's going to put the pressure back on Scott. And that's what you have to do at this point. The cards play themselves on this one, and they turn them up. And Brian Hastings, a slight favorite against Scott, but if it doesn't work out for Brian, he'd be gone.
Brian was once a commanding chip leader of this final table, entered the final table with the chip lead, now at risk of going out third if Scott finds a club or a king.
Here we go. It's not a club, it's a 3. So Brian Hastings dodging 1 card. He'll become a big chip leader if he should dodge a king or a club on the river.
Let's see if he can get it, Vince.
Here we go.
Oh no! The 7 of clubs! And just like that, we lose Brian Hastings in 3rd place. Great run here at the Seminole Hard Rock. It does come to a close, a little short of the title.
Stunning last card. Brian Hastings out of here. He'll take home $336,000. The local has to say goodnight. Let's see what he has to say.
The whole time it was kind of anybody's game, so no regrets. Definitely stings missing out, but I'll be back.
Well, with 3rd place going to Brian Hastings, we are now heads up. It's almost time to crown a champion. When we return, Scott Majerison and Faraz Jaka compete for the WPT title. Now, Scott, you've had quite a roller coaster throughout this tournament, but now you've got a nice bit of momentum. What's it going to take to keep that through to the end?
I'm not really sure, to be honest. Faraz is a tough opponent, so just play hand by hand.
Now, you're sitting here at a televised final table, all your whole cards are being shown, you've got cameras in your face. Does that distract you from your regular game at all?
Maybe I was a little bit nervous in the beginning, just a little bit, but it went away quite fast. I don't really feel that much pressure, to be honest. No, it's just another tournament. It's a lot of money, but just try and forget about that.
Like a true pro, getting into the zone.
Do my best.
All right, well, good luck.
Thanks.
Now, you've played heads up for WPT title before. How bad do you want it?
I mean, who doesn't want to win a WPT main event? I think the last time I was here heads up was about 8 years ago now, when I was new to the live scene. So it's pretty awesome to have a chance to a shot at the title again.
Yes, it's good to have you back. And let's see if you can do it.
Yeah.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Faraz entering the heads-up match with a little under 11 million in chips. Scott with a nice lead above 28 million.
All right, this is what we've been waiting for, the heads-up battle for the championship. Here we go, action on Faraz Jaka. Ooh, seductive 9-8 of spades, gotta love that. And he's gonna make it 600,000 to go. But Scott with a queen jack of spades.
I'm a little surprised Scott didn't move in pre-flop. They're just over 30 blinds deep. Queen jack suited is a very good all-in hand. Instead, he elects to call, and both players flop big on King, Jack, 7-2 spades.
4 flush for Scott and the jacks, and a 6 on the turn. Now, that gives open-ended for Faraz as well, but this could get very expensive. Here's a bet. 800,000 by Scott, who's out in front with the jacks and the 4 flush.
Surprising check behind from Faraz on the flop. Of course, he will continue now on the turn, and he will drill a straight on the river.
Unbelievable. No spade, but just the perfect card for Faraz Jaka, hitting it straight. And he's got Scott betting. Wow. $1,650,000.
I do like this bet from Scott. In many cases, your jack is going to be good, and this is a nice way to get thin value. But we are staring Faraz and his straight in the face, so let's see how much he wants to play for.
10 seconds for Faraz.
All in.
He wants it all. He wants it all. Now the question is, will he get called?
Scott lets it go.
Yeah.
Second pair, no good facing that all in. Faraz finds the card he needs on the river. Takes down a nice pot to start off this heads-up match.
Certainly does. Just too much heat, but the perfect card on the river for Faraz Jaka. The blinds are now up to 2 and 400 with a 50,000 ante. Winner's going to take home close to 700,000 here tonight. Scott is just calling with his 5-4. And Faraz has a pretty solid king 10. And he is going to move it up, makes it a total of 1.3 million. And Scott has to say goodbye.
Yep, Scott folding his junky 5-4 on the button. So Faraz wins the first 2 hands of heads up.
It's getting on a little bit of a roll. That's what you need to do. Get hot at the right time. Will it be the night for Faraz Jaka to be a WPT champion? This time, he's going to look down at a 7-5.
And now Faraz will complete on the button. Scott checks 10-5 in the big.
Flop is a king 7-8, so 7s for Faraz. Nothing for Scott.
Yeah, just some backdoor draws for Scott here. But Faraz in the lead with bottom pair, checks this back. Turn is a 9. So Scott, open-ended to the 10. Faraz with bottom pair and a gut shot to the 6, though were he to hit it, Scott would have the higher straight. Scott betting 650,000 into Faraz, who will make this call.
Down to the river we go. It's an ace. Doesn't change anything.
Well, Scott can only win by betting now. And so if he chooses to bet, the real decision is about sizing.
3 million.
And he's going way over pot. He's betting 3 million. Now, I will say, Vince, that when you go that big over pot, it tends to polarize your range towards very strong and very weak hands. So Faraz here with bottom pair is actually considering this. He's saying, well, if you have a really strong hand, how many combinations can you really have here? There's flushes and maybe a jack 10 or a 5-6 or something. But I don't think you're just betting 1.5x pot with a bare ace.
Faraz would be a hero if he should do it.
Oh, wow.
He's going for the hero here, and he's going to love himself.
My goodness.
Just makes a tremendous call.
Scott's eyes just hit the ceiling.
That's just beautiful. That is a great, great call.
It's going to work. I don't know if I even like it, Vince. I mean, if you're going to call bottom pair, it seems like you got to call a lot of hands other than that, and it seems you're calling too frequently, but that's me.
Faraz looking good. The heads-up battle will continue when we come back on the World Poker Tour. Stay with us. You know, Club WPT VIP members not only enjoy unlimited poker,
All right.
they also get access to hundreds of hours of great content, including past episodes of the World Poker Tour.
Take your game to the next level. Watch and play at clubwpt.com.
Well, you know, the Seminole Hard Rock is the center of poker in South Florida. No doubt about it. They have great cash games, fantastic tournaments. And you, Tony, you love it here, don't you?
Yeah, I absolutely love it here at Seminole Hard Rock. They always put on big tournaments with huge fields, and now I just got to get my win.
Yes, you do. Okay, we have a good one going on here right now, so let's go back down to the table.
All right, let's take a look at our updated leaderboard. Scott Majerison just barely out in front of Faraz Jaka. Faraz entered the heads-up match at a 3-1 disadvantage and has really narrowed the difference.
Yeah, Scott Majerison plays mostly online, only played this tournament the last minute because his buddy said, you got to play it, give it a shot, and here he is with an opportunity to take home the title.
Well, Same thing happened to Art Papazian earlier this season, and he ended up winning the Legends of Poker. Tell you what, Vince, next time I'm thinking about playing a poker tournament, I'm going to refuse until my friends convince me.
That's nice. The flop's at ace 7-6. Now they both have sixes here on this flop.
Both of them with a backdoor straight draw. Scott's comes with a backdoor flush draw.
Deuce of hearts on the turn. So Scott with the better kicker here. And they once again go check, check. Down to the river we go. It's an 8.
Well, both players with fourth pair now, but seeing as there's been no betting, I expect a little money to go in on the river. That's right, it's going to be $900,000 from Faraz over to Scott, who, if he makes this call, will win the pot.
Yeah, Faraz seemingly betting for value, and he's not going to like it. He is outkicked. And Majerison will take that pot down. Okay, and now the antes are 100,000, and the blinds are 3 and 600,000.
They're really getting up there now, Vince. Faraz has 18 million, but that's only good for 30 blinds at these stakes.
All right, it's on Faraz. He is going to just call with an 8-6. And Scott has a queen 6, says, let's go. And here's the flop. It's a 6-4-4. So they both catch sixes again.
Scott with the superior kicker. Faraz with the backdoor straight draw.
But Faraz is going to bet at 600.
$1.8.
Well, Scott's going to make it 1.8 now.
And Faraz is aware that many of Scott's check raises here are draws, and so he calls in position with the 6 and the backdoor draws.
Let's see what happens on 4th Street. 7 of clubs.
Well, that card actually pairs a number of the draws that Scott could potentially be check raising with. And so he checks over to Faraz, who checks behind. And we see a queen of clubs on the river that's going to make Scott feel pretty good about where he is in this hand.
Yep.
So now the question is, how much do you want to bet and try and get out of Faraz? What will convince Faraz that you have a diamond draw that is missed and is trying to take the pot away from him?
3.2.
Scott decides it's 3.2 million.
He'd love to get this call and absolutely crush Faraz.
Now, Faraz got sticky with bottom pair earlier in this heads-up match on the river. Is he going to get sticky again and end up paying off Scott? No, he makes a good fold.
Yeah, he does. He gets away with that. He figures it out. Scott Majerison taking down the pot. Not quite as much as he wanted, but it'll do.
Blinds and antes are so big now that you have to include a plaque in your big blind.
That is pretty big. Okay, Scott this time with a queen jack.
All in.
And he is just going to say all in.
Yeah, he just rips it in for Faraz's 25 blinds. Faraz says, I got ace-8 suited. That's a clear call.
It's about time we're getting all in. It's about time we're getting all in.
Yeah, Faraz Jaka out in front with his ace-8 of clubs to turn this thing around.
Deep putt does a little bit. I hope you lose.
Come on. Yeah. Gotta be something wrong with me.
No, obviously.
Scott 5 cards away from this championship. Faraz wants to double up. What's going to happen?
Now, one of these guys is going to be a first-time WPT champion, and 2 pair on the flop for Scott.
Unbelievable.
Faraz now drawing to a 10, running clubs or running 2 pair. Otherwise, Scott is your champion in his first ever WPT cash.
2 cards away from the championship, and it's going to work out there. 7 of hearts.
Okay, now only a 10 would rob Scott of this pot and his first live title.
That's right, the 4 outer.
It's an ace, and that's not going to do it for Faraz. He'll make top pair, but Scott's 2 pair are going to hold up, and he is your champion at the Seminole Hard Rock Poker Showdown.
Yeah, great effort by Scott Majerison. Taking down Faraz Jaka. Wow.
You know, obviously disappointed not get the win, but at the same time, you know, I came in 6th. I was super short on day 4 as well, so, you know, super happy with the score. Obviously still want the title, so mixed emotions, I guess.
Well, we got a champion, Scott Majerison. He has done it. Now, Scott, congratulations. You almost didn't play this tournament, and tell us why you did play the tournament.
They made me come.
You did it with queens and jacks. You're going to take home nearly $700,000. Your name on the Champions Cup. You get the Hublot watch, the Big Bang Steel watch. This is very exciting. Let's hear for our WPT champion. Let's hear for Scott.
What a night for Scott Majerison, the Seminole Hard Rock Poker Showdown champion. We're so glad that you can join us for this winning moment, and we'll see you next time on the WPT.
The World Poker Tour is sponsored by Zynga Poker. Go all in. Play the world's largest home game on Zynga Poker today.
I can outplay these guys. That nice shot. Got this. If I get prepared for this day, one time. Breathe.
You never know when your time is going to come. To rise above the rest. To seize the opportunity. To be crowned a champion. Is it time for your story to be told? The World Poker Tour.
In Las Vegas, being a champion definitely has its privileges. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the World Poker Tour. I'm Lynn Gilmartin. This is the WPT Tournament of Champions, the season-ending pinnacle event where poker's elite put it all on the line in hopes of being crowned the champion of champions.
This season, the luxurious Aria Resort and Casino played host to a very prestigious field. Eligibility for this 15K freeze-out was reserved exclusively for any title holder from all 16 seasons of the World Poker Tour, which assured that the tables would be stacked with worthy competitors.
I don't think there's any better title than a WPT title, so really excited to be here.
You don't just win WPTs by being lucky. You can, but not likely.
Every season 16 main event champion had already earned their seat here, and we're eager to keep their run good going. Art Papazian has had a red-hot debut on the tour, taking 2 titles, plus the Hublot WPT Player of the Year honors.
It's just cool to play with people that I get to see on television. When I was a young kid, you know, learning the game, so it's really fun.
For Macau-based Pete Chen, winning the first ever WPT Beijing was extra special.
I still remember I was like shaking when I went to tournaments. When the last river card dealt, it's like, oh, I really finally won the tournament. So it's like really exciting.
And with Pete's continued success, he was awarded the first ever WPT Asia Pacific Player of the Year trophy. Darren Elias also had an honor to celebrate. By taking down the inaugural Bobby Baldwin Classic, Darren scored a remarkable 4th title, the most in WPT history. While many WPT winners have remained active on the circuit, this unique event drew out players we don't see too often, including Paul Phillips, who won in Season 2, and Mike Vella, who took his title in Season 6. Season 9 Seminole Hard Rock Poker Showdown champ Taylor von Kriegenberg has been teaching rambunctious 3rd graders. So how does it compare to the poker life?
Teaching's way harder, and you get paid way less.
Nick Schulman has seen a lot of changes to the poker scene since he took his WPT title back in Season 4.
It's been such a big evolution just as far as the amount of shared knowledge amongst the community, poker-wise, and also just such an influx of young talent, a much wider player pool, and there's just been a deep evolution in that sense.
By the time registration ended, 80 WPT champions had joined the field, going after a prize pool of $1.3 million. Only 10 contenders would make the money, with nearly $500,000 cash reserved for the champion of champions. Between the tough field, the 30-second action clock, and the freeze-out structure, getting to the end proved to be a daunting task.
The event has not been going great. I've lost every hand I've played, but that's poker.
Started with 50, I got like 85, so good start. Let's see if we can keep going.
That gives you an extra year to train.
Season 11 WPT Player of the Year Matt Salzberg sent his last 30 blinds into the pot with a flopped set versus David Benjamin's top pair. But with runner-runner hearts, David landed the nut flush and raked in his rewards. There were more trips to the rail in the last level of the night. When action ended, 29 had endured to bag up a good day's work. Poker legend Eric Seidel and top pro JC Tran found themselves among the big stacks. But at the top of the leaderboard, with a huge chip lead, was Dennis Blyden, a recreational player who recently took down the LAPC. And his confidence remained robust.
I'm gonna win. I know that. I just don't know how it's gonna happen.
As day 2 commenced, the remaining champions knew they were in the home stretch and that fortunes could change quickly.
Feeling good. Finished strong yesterday. So I'll try to keep it going today.
When I'm short and I have a bunch of bigger stacks next to me, I'm just going to look for the light opens and hopefully get my money in good or a fold.
There's a lot of good players, right? So you adjust on the fly and hopefully they give me aces every few hands. The only way I can beat them all.
Out of the blocks, action was fast and furious, boosting some contenders up and moving those less fortunate out. Maneuvering and massive swings are all part of this game. Having already sent home 3 challengers in the first level of the day, British pro Scott Mogerison was carving a sweet wave. But the water was choppy for recreational player Dennis Blyden, who dinged his top of the day chip lead after dumping half his stack. The tides turned after Scott dove his open-ended draw right into Dennis's flopped straight, scoring Dennis a gnarly double-up. In short order, Scott was done for, along with a few other choice pros. Even with pocket kings, Tyler Patterson was uneasy with all his chips in the middle against Matthew Waxman's lucky sevens. Turns out, Tyler had reason to worry. Meanwhile, Darren Elias was at odds with the Erics. First, he doubled up through Eric Afriat, and then through Eric Seidel, before sending them both home, just before the money bubble.
I can bust the bubble.
Lithuanian pro Martas Simbolas got his wish as he landed a jack on the turn and shut down Dennis Blyden's roller coaster of a day.
Good luck, guys. Later, man.
Minutes later, Justin Young shipped in his last 10 big blinds with King 10 off against Darren Elias's suited connector.
Yeah, that ain't good, guys.
The flop left Darren ahead with a pair of 8s. And it was a swing and a miss for Justin.
After I was the short stack for the last hour and a half, I'm quite pleased to min cash.
As the remaining 9 sat down at one super stacked table, Sam Panzica had his eye on just one player.
I'd say I'm worried about Darren. He hasn't really lost an all-in yet today.
True to form, Darren quickly eliminated Season 4 WPT champ Nam Lee, leaving the field just 2 away from the TV final table. Holding ace-king, Sam Panzica hit the gas. And Marta Simbolis made an easy call with pocket kings. The flop gave Sam some backdoor outs, but nothing hit. And Sam had to settle for a $45K payday.
We're not the coolest guy at this table.
There was three-way action on the very next hand. Ryan Reese moved all in with ace-jack. JC Tran went over the top holding ace-king, but Darren Elias picked up pocket kings in the big blind and had them both covered. The flop didn't change much. And by the turn, Ryan was drawing dead. Once again, the kings held. The shorter stack, Ryan took home 7th place money, while JC earned nearly $70,000 for 6th place.
This is the first 5-handed WPT final table in history.
While not the first time, a WPT 5-handed final table is quite rare, which seems only fitting for a tournament and field this special.
Guys, here we are with our last final table of season 16, and it's quite an interesting lineup. Break it down for me.
Well, Lynn, this is the best of the best. The champs are going at it tonight, only 5 of them. And who is leading the field? Of course, the great Darren Elias. The man is the modern-day version of Stewie Unger. He has dominated fields for the last 3 or 4 years, 4 WPT titles to his name, but in second chip position, right behind him, who has a lot of chips, is Matas Sabalas, who's very tough, and you played a final table with him.
Yeah, Matas, a really excellent player, giving us some European representation tonight, along with David Benjamin, who is once from Paris and now lives in Las Vegas. Haven't seen him too much on the WPT over the last few years, but we're very happy to have him back tonight. Meanwhile, another man with great memories from Paris is Matt Waxman, who won our Grand Prix de Paris in Season 10. Has also stepped away from poker a little bit, but still clearly has the talent to make a major final table. And last but not least is Nick, the Takeover Schulman, an excellent commentator and poker player, proving tonight that he can get it done off the felt and on.
You're so right, Tony. Old school players making the final table. Very interesting. It's going to be great. Can't wait for it to start.
And there is so much at stake tonight. Our winner is going to receive a $50,000 JetSmarter membership, a BDO poker table, a beautiful set of Baccarat crystal flutes, the impressive Hublot Big Bang Unico titanium ceramic watch, plus close to $500,000. Wow, what an impressive list of prizes. The final table is ready to start, so let's head over to the felt.
All right, thank you, Lynn. Let's have a look at our Zynga Poker leaderboard. Darren Elias out front at 1.4 million, followed by Matas Simbalis at 1.1 million, and then 3 players are essentially tied in 3rd place. And at our Tournament of Champions final table, we'll be playing with a big blind ante, which means instead of all 5 players separately sending in an ante, the big blind will pay a full ante for the entire table.
And the big blind ante right now is 10,000. Nick Schulman folds his hand, and Matas will not play. And David Benjamin also chooses to go away.
They say the first pot's unlucky.
Darren Elias with King, Queen of Hearts, though. He is the chip leader, 4-time champion, and he will move it up to 35,000 to go.
And I would not expect Darren to return very much of Matt's table talk.
And Matt Waxman, poker pro out of Fort Lauderdale, Florida. Tough player, has a miserable-looking 10-6, but will make this call.
Just enough hand to take a flop in position when you're in the big blind, and flop an open-ended straight draw.
But Darren hits top pair, and he's going to check it.
Yeah, I like this check from Darren. That's a board where you don't really want to see a lot of money go in when you have 1 pair.
Matt Waxman, open-ended, will bet 35,000. Elias, will he get tricky and re-raise here? Top pair, straight draw possibility, and he will just call it. Here we go. Good pot. Turn is an 8 there. Waxman hits his straight.
Darren now needs a 10 in order to seize this hand from Matt. Otherwise, his straight to the queen is going to be good and take down some chips here.
Waxman could check it and play it tricky, but no, he's going to put the chips out, 85,000.
And I don't expect Darren to fold yet. He still has top pair with the gut shot, and your opponent can have a lot of hands in the big blind that see a flop here. Whoa.
Gotta make this fold.
That was surprising. I guess Darren wins WPTs by seeing through people's cards. Jeez.
Guess I got the unlucky one. I guess I got the unlucky one.
Waxman taking the first hand. He's 33 years old. He enjoys yoga, he loves golf, movies, loves to travel. An adventurous guy. And we move on. Modest now, Sambolis from Lithuania.
Modest was at the last World Series final table that I made. We actually played a pretty big pot together. And he had quite a reaction afterwards.
A lot of bonding to be done there at those final tables.
Oh,
huh?
yeah.
Okay. Well, we got a raise here from David Benjamin. 25,000. Nick Schulman wants to see a little bit of that. He has a 9-7. Here we go. Queen Jack versus 9-7. The flop is a King 8 deuce.
A better board for David, the aggressor, in position.
He will make the continuation bet 25,000.
Nick, with really just a backdoor to the straight, makes the call on the flop.
Queen hits David Benjamin.
And Benjamin is not going to slow down here. He recognizes that their turn puts multiple draws out there.
Nick Schulman with zip and pip here. He will do the right thing and get out of this one. So David Benjamin from France, take it down. Hand number 2 at the final table here at the WPT Tournament of Champions.
Experience the thrill of the WPT on your phone. Play the new WPT Tournament Center in Zynga Poker. Available on the App Store, Google Play and Facebook.
To be a champion, you need to spend 100% of your time and put all efforts, all hard work, and expect for the best.
The champion, you have to be mentally strong, and you have to be fluid. You have to be flexible and able to adjust to what the table gives you.
There's a combination of things: dedication, lots of work, talent, timing, and luck.
The number one element is luck. But I definitely say hard work has a lot to do with it as well. And maybe even aggression is a big deal to win these tournaments.
Obsession is a start. You know, champions are usually obsessed with what they do, so I wouldn't recommend it.
Well, you heard from 5 great players what it takes to become a WPT champion. One of these great players will become our 3rd champion of champions.
Maybe some others.
And Darren Elias is going to fold his hand into Matt Waxman. They call him Waxy.
No, they don't, but I wish they did.
No, that's his nickname, I heard.
Really?
Yes, Waxy.
I've never heard that on the tour. I learned something new today.
Get with it now.
Okay.
And Waxy has raised it to 25,000 with a 9-10 of clubs. And everybody falls but David Benjamin, the Frenchman. He'll stick around with King Jack. Let's see the flop. Ace Queen 4.
A better flop for Matt as the aggressor, and he does have backdoor draws to the clubs or to the straight.
Waxy has bet 15,000.
David has enough here that against a small bet of 15,000, I would not expect him to fold king high.
And he's going to make this call. Ace hits, pairs the board.
That should slow things down.
Matt with zip and pip now. Nothing. He's going to just continue to bet 45,000, and it's going to work.
Nice bet by Matt there. A lot of players slow down when the board pairs, but Matt recognizes that he really has no way to win were he to check, and so he takes one more shot at Benjamin and gets the fold.
Very daring, bold play by Waxy. And we move on. Waxy says he loves to explore the world. Just an adventurous guy. Interesting guy. And he's going to fold his hand, as does Nick Schulman. And now Modest Sambolis from Lithuania with the 7s.
Modest, a tough European player who heavily travels the circuit. He won a WPT in the UK in season 13.
He raised it up here to 25,000. And now Darren Elias with an ace-3 of spades. Contemplating this decision. These are the 2 chip leaders, and we will see a flop. 7s versus ace-3, and the flop is an ace-5 4th, but there's 3 hearts.
Darren does take the lead here, but you see Mata still has 37% equity. He can catch a heart, a 7, or a running straight.
Well, he is going to bet it 20,000. Darren gonna call this. So the two chip leaders in a nice little pot. Jack on the turn. Darren's gonna check again. Check, check, they go. 9 of spades on the river. So Elias looking good here.
Well, Darren will definitely have some missed heart draws here that want to bluff, and so you see him betting for thin value with top pair.
65,000. And Modest does the right thing. He's going to lay that down. So Darren Elias extends his chip lead here today.
We'll be right back with more from Esports Arena Las Vegas and the WPT Tournament of Champions. Welcome back to the WPT Tournament of Champions, hosted by Aria Resort and Casino. We've got a good one going.
But before we get back to the action, let's get a glimpse of the VIP experience at the Zynga Poker WPT 500.
We welcome you to the Zynga Poker WPT 500 Las Vegas. We're at the beautiful Aria. This is going to be one of the great events of all time. Good luck today.
Zynga is awesome. It really is. You know, I love it. I love the action.
The adrenaline rush, the excitement of betting it all in.
The thing about Zynga is you're going to see so much action there. It lets you see so many different combinations of hands.
If you're age, I'm going to put you in trouble.
It's an easy way to learn. The more games you play, you advance pretty rapidly. So I keep playing.
The thing I love most about Zynga Poker, it's accessible. You can play it anywhere and everywhere. It's competitive, and you get a chance to sharpen your skills.
I bet too much, huh?
This is a lesson learned. This has been a once-in-a-lifetime experience. I've gotten to meet some very nice people.
Hi.
All right, this will be fun.
Zynga has been very sweet and kind to us, and it's like being a child in the candy store. It's been a blast.
You have all the fans in the audience.
Well, one's my husband.
Having a chance to compete and to see if I could play with the real players that play for the WPT and are part of Zynga, I'm ecstatic. It's an amazing feeling. I'm just happy for the opportunity. I'm happy that Zynga has its platform and allows us to play. I hoped I could do it. I thought I could do it. To actually do it is amazing. I will never forget this for the rest of my life. This is a phenomenal experience. Thank you, Zynga.
Congratulations, Hugh Grant. He took home $26,000 at the WPT 500. Well done.
Yeah, you can elevate your game on the WPT Tournament Center on Zynga Poker, where you can play all different kinds of games against players around the world and perhaps realize the dream of becoming a WPT champion.
All right, now we're back at the Esports Arena. Winner getting close to $500,000 here. Let's go to the table. Nick Schulman. First to act, he's got a big ace, queen of clubs. He'll make it $25,000 to go. Modest, the second one to act, he's got a king, queen. Oh, look at this, Tony. He's going to re-raise to 80.
I like this 3-bet from Modest. He's turning his hand into a bluff pre-flop, and I think that's wise when the 3 players behind you are likely to squeeze if they have something strong. Instead, Modest has run into a very real hand here from Nick, who is not going to be folding. Now, is it a call or an all-in?
All-in?
It's an all-in.
He's going to push it all in with the ace, queen of clubs.
So Modest didn't get the result he wanted, but I still think he played this hand well.
And Modest right now is swearing under his breath in Lithuanian as he folds his hand, saying, what the heck did I do that for? Gets his wrist slapped right there. Nick Schulman taking down that pot. Action on the Frenchman, David Benjamin, 46 years old, out of Paris, France. He's not going to play that now. Darren Elias behind him with an ace-9. He's getting out the raising chips. Yeah, he'll make it $22,000 to go. Waxy goes out.
Now over to Nick Schulman. Had an ace-queen suited last hand, now ace-queen offsuit. He's in the small blind and will re-raise to $80,000.
Work from last time. Modest goes out, and now Darren Elias
500.
with the ace-9 is thinking this through.
About 500 back, a little more.
And Darren quickly uses a time bank chip before the action clock had really ticked away too far on him. And he does get away.
Nice fold by Darren Elias. Nick Schulman, 2 nice ace-queens back-to-back. Very well done.
Nick Schulman, congratulations.
That was it was a good moment when I won Foxwoods. It was a long time ago. It was almost 13 years.
That's going to do it. Nick Schulman has done it,
It feels good to win when it's what you do with your life. You're overwhelmed with just a release of adrenaline. And at that time, I won a little over $2 million, which was really kind of obscene. It was a great feeling. I was very thankful for that one.
21 years old, he has taken this title.
I'm not sure what attracts me the most to poker at this point. I'm kind of just thankful that I still enjoy playing. I like preparing, I like playing, I like competing, and I'm always down to try my best, so what else is there?
Yeah, that's Nick Schulman. What a player he is. And now he has moved up into 3rd chip position, as you can see, close to 650 here tonight.
Nick Schulman, great player, great commentator, and very humble about his success.
He's got a pair of deuces. He likes it. He'll make it 25,000 to go. And now, Darren Elias won't play his 8-6. But Waxy, Matt Waxman with ace-5 of spades will play. Here we go with the flop. It's a king 10-8. No help to Waxy. He's going to check.
I'm not sure if Nick will bet here. His pair is vulnerable, but that's a pretty coordinated board. I don't think he expects Matt to fold that flop too often. You do see him check.
Yeah, they go check, check, going to the turn. It is another 8, so that pairs the board.
And the 8 is a good card for Nick.
Matt Waxman first to act. He's going to check again. Now Schulman's saying, wait a second. Maybe he's got nothing, and I can bet this and just take it with my silly deuces. Yes, that's what I want to do. 25,000. Oh, but when you have a pro on your right that's been around the block a few times, this is what happens to you. He's going to come over the top with a raise, 65.
So ace high is not the hand I would choose to bluff with here. I think diamonds or a straight draw makes more sense, but this tells me that Matt is willing to make a play based on his live reads. Perhaps picked up some weakness in Nick's demeanor and decided to pounce on it.
Can Schulman make this call? No, he's got to fold it. Waxy going to pick it up with ace high. Solid poker we're seeing here tonight. All right, welcome back to the World Poker Tour. We are at the WPT Tournament of Champions, having a great time all week long. And Tony, I know you played the tournament. You were a champion. Didn't work out for you, though.
Yeah, unfortunately, I got busted out pretty early in the TOC. Such an awesome event, and I'd really love to make a run one year.
But still, we had a great time this week. You're enjoying the Aria?
Oh, the Aria is my favorite property in Las Vegas. It's an amazing hotel. It has the best hotel gym I've ever been to, incredible dining options, and easily my favorite poker room in Las Vegas.
That's a great poker room. I played the cash game, did pretty well, won some money, even me.
No way.
So anybody could do it.
Don't make stuff up.
But right now, we got the Tournament of Champions going on the final table, so let's check the chip count and get back down to it.
Okay, well, let's see those chip counts. Darren Elias still out in front, being chased by Modest Symbolis. Matthew Waxman moving up that leaderboard to 640. Nick Schulman and David Benjamin rounding out the field.
Modest Symbolis, 10-8 of spades. He will raise to 25,000. And the Frenchman folds. Darren Elias also folds. Waxy out, and now Nick Schulman with a 9-10. He'll make the call.
And as it turns out, he is dominating Modest in this hand.
King 9 deuce on the flop. That's great for Schulman. He's going to check it. But Modest will make the continuation bet of 20,000. Call by Nick with the 9s. Here we go to the turn. It's a 6. So that gives a straight draw now to Modest. Nick's going to check the 9s.
And Modest has picked up a gut shot, but elects to check here.
Yeah, hoping to get lucky, and he does so with the 7. What a card! Modest hitting this straight. Nick's going to check, try to get in cheap here.
And now the question for Modest is bet sizing. There's 105,000 in the pot. If you think your opponent has a king, how much will he call? If you think your opponent has a 9, how much will he call? Well, what is it you think he has?
Oh, wow, look at this. A little trickery here. Modest is going to take some more time, like he doesn't know what to do.
I wonder if it'll work. I'm not sure if Nick will really buy that as him needing more time to consider this, or think it's sort of a play at him.
95,000? That's a pretty big bet.
I'm not sure what I think of a bet that size. I don't know if that makes Nick more or less likely to call with second pair. It's going to depend on his read here. He's bet close to full pot. I'm not sure how Nick will interpret this. He is going to authentically use a Tom Bing chip.
He's saying, is this guy stealing? No, he believes him, and it's a nice fold by Nick Schulman. Modest Cymbalis hitting lucky on the river, taking this one down.
I'm joined by Jim Tornabene, Senior Membership Executive with JetSmarter. Now, Jim, how does JetSmarter work?
So JetSmarter is a global community of flyers. We created an innovative alternative to flying private, much different than the old traditional private jet solutions where you can download our app, book a single seat or an entire plane depending on where you need to be.
Very cool.
Yeah.
So it's making private jet flying much more accessible to any budget.
That's right. A lot of people think you have to be part of the uber wealthy to fly private. With JetSmarter now, you can fly on a private jet for a cost of a first-class commercial seat.
That is so cool.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing, yeah.
And tonight's champion is going to receive a $50,000 JetSmarter membership.
Yeah.
What does that entitle them
So
to?
it's the highest level of our program. It's $50,000 per year, and it gives you complimentary seats, discounts on flights, even white glove service, 24/7 concierge team to help book your arrangements and get you into some pretty exclusive events, just like ones that we have here today. So,
very cool.
Yes.
All right. Well, thank you so much.
Of course. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Lynn. Now back to the action here. Five-handed poker, and the blinds are going up to 6 and 12.
$1 million?
Yeah, like over a bit.
Guys, I'm even.
Even?
David Benjamin with a quick fold.
Not for long, though, I predict.
Darren Elias won't play. Matt Waxman taking a breather. Now Nick Schulman with a king-queen. And he just calls.
A lot of professionals like to just call strong hands in the small blind to protect all those times they will just call weaker hands.
But Modest behind him with a king-jack will make the raise.
So Nick limps and then calls a raise from Modest with king-queen. He is dominating going to the flop, but gets out-flopped on 9-9 jack.
Modest Cymbalis hitting his jacks. Schulman's going to check. Modest has had 2 cashes on the World Poker Tour. 1 final table. He took the title down. He has put in a bet of 30,000 with top pair.
Nick still has 2 overcards and a gut shot to the 10.
Nick Schulman makes this call. And gets his 10.
Man, make a wish.
Gets the straight, and now he's going to trap. He makes the check. Let's see if Cymbalis falls into the ditch here.
And Modest still has quite a strong hand here with top pair and a gut shot to the straight Nick already has. So he's going to bet for 65,000 and try and get more value.
Nick Schulman going to look back down. He's got the straight. He's going to buy more time and pretend like he needs more time. Yes, he is.
Now, we've seen more fake use of the time bank chip than real use.
That's the beauty of it. And he is going to put in the raise. Boy, that's a nice solid laydown by Modest Sabalas. Doesn't give Nick any more chips. Real tough event we're seeing.
We asked fans of the World Poker Tour to send in questions, and now we've got your answers in the WPT Tournament of Champions Ask Me Anything, sponsored by Club WPT. Now, Vince, our first question is for you. Dave from Laramie, Wyoming writes, how much does the WPT Champions Cup weigh, and how many winners' name plaques are on it?
Well, Dave, great question, and I know the answer. All right, first of all, it's 26.5 pounds. I've lifted it.
There it is, right there.
It's heavy, and there's exactly 162 players' names on that cup. That's it.
Precise.
I just guessed.
That's unbelievable. And it's heavy.
This one is for Tony from Ken Edgecombe of Houston, Texas. Tony, what is your most memorable Raw Deal segment?
My most memorable Raw Deal segment was when Chino Ream got heads up against Eric Lindgren, and I needed to come up with a way to compliment their play while criticizing their conduct.
Some would say Eric stole that pot from Chino. Others would say he chinoed him.
How'd that work out?
I love the way it turned out, but I'm not sure those two did.
And finally, Bob from Memphis, Tennessee has a question for me. Do you play, and have you cashed in any tournaments? Hope you're having some fun too. Well, thanks, Bob. I am having a lot of fun, and yes, I do indeed play. I love cash games and tournaments. I even won a tournament before, so that trophy sits proudly above my television. Thanks to everyone for the great questions. We look forward to seeing you all at the tables on clubwpt.com, where you can win a share of $100,000 monthly in cash and prizes.
All right, we're back to the table here. Darren Elias, 4-time WPT champion, is our chip leader with close to 1.3 million in chips.
Matas Simbalas and Matt Waxman trying to chase him down. David Benjamin and Nick Schulman rounding out the field. Nobody really short at this stage.
Great poker we are seeing here tonight by these champions. Quick fold by Matt Waxman, Nick Schulman as well. Modest Simbalas with an ace-deuce, likes his hand, makes it 30,000. Benjamin goes out.
Darren Elias with King-Jack suited has a decision. Some players like to call these spots, others 3-bet them. How will Darren play it?
Darren thinking this through, and he's going to put in the raise. Makes it a total of 100 back on Modest, who's had enough. Darren Elias will take this one down. Now, Darren is 31 years old, lives in Medford, New Jersey. His nickname is the End Boss.
I will say that the nickname, the End Boss, seems to sort of transfer over every couple of years. You know, it used to be Tony Gregg was the End Boss, and then, you know, some guy online was the End Boss, and now Darren Elias is the End Boss. So I feel like you have to hold the title of End Boss.
All I know is he won 4 WPT championships.
He's our End Boss.
Yes. All right, into this hand, Darren, this time with a 10-8 of diamonds. Appears he likes it. Will make a raise to 25,000. Waxy here with a queen jack of clubs just calling. Schulman priced in with a 9-7 of spades. He'll stick around. 3-way action.
Everybody's sort of sharing outs here, but they've got their own suits.
Flop king 8-9, 2 spades.
So Nick connects best with this flop, holding second pair and a spade flush draw. Bottom pair for Darren. Gut shot with the backdoor flush draw for Matt.
They all check. And the turn card is a spade for Schulman, hitting the flush. Look at the cat that swallowed the canary.
Nick's got it locked up now. It's a matter of how do you get the money. At this point, Darren is checked behind. The 5 of spades is unlikely to be a card that will elicit him to bet. And so Nick fires out 65,000.
Darren just with 8s at this point. Can't think he's going to call. He goes out. Waxman, not with much either, but he's such a tricky player, you never know. But he does the right thing. Nick Schulman taking that pot down.
We'll be back with more from the Esports Arena in a moment.
How many daily tournaments are there to win on ClubWPT.com?
Well, there's Hold'em, Omaha, Pot Limit, No Limit, Free Roll, Qualifier, Tournament, Headphone Putters, and even WPT main event packages. That's a lot.
Poker tournaments all day, every day. ClubWPT.com. This episode is sponsored by Dr. Pepper, the official soft drink of the World Poker Tour. Hublot, the official watch of the World Poker Tour. Rockstar Energy, the official energy drink of the World Poker Tour. And Club WPT. Play poker for real cash and prizes today at ClubWPT.com.
We are back on the World Poker Tour. This tournament started at Aria a few days ago with 80 WPT champions, now down to 5. Darren Elias, the man to beat.
He's got close to 1.4 million in chips. Out in front, 5-handed poker. Here we go. Action on Nick Schulman, the New Yorker. And he gets a very seductive 6-7 of diamonds. And he will raise to 25. Lithuanian goes out. The Frenchman also can't play. He's been pretty cool lately. Not picking up any hands, but Darren Elias does pick up a hand, King, Queen of clubs.
Darren, with one of those hands that some players call pre-flop, others 3-bet. How does the end boss want to play this one?
Well, you gotta love his poker face. You just don't know what he has. He doesn't have to put the sunglasses on or the hoodie, nothing like that. He just is very stoic, does his thing. He's gonna raise this.
You're absolutely right, Vince. Darren's such a stoic guy. I've known him for 10 years, and I don't have a clue if he likes me or not.
His father's a football coach, and Darren was an excellent athlete. He was a polo player, water polo.
And a creative writing major, which is, surprising to me for a guy who doesn't use words.
I'm not sure he'll like you saying that, but okay, Nick Schulman's going to go out.
He's quiet. Not that he doesn't have words, he just doesn't use them.
I've seen him at the bar. He's not that quiet.
You got me there.
Darren Elias, he has over $3 million in WPT earnings. 29 cashes. I mean, that's pretty incredible.
4 titles and 29 cashes. That's just mind-blowing.
Lives in Medford, New Jersey. He's a family man with one little daughter. This hand, Benjamin going out, and now Darren with just a 9-7. He also elects to fold. Matt Waxman picking up the real hand. Pair of queens. Yeah, he'll make it 35,000. Waxman has not picked up too many exciting hands this time, the real hand, but Nick Schulman behind him with ace-10 makes the call. Modest goes out.
I find it interesting that Matt made it an almost 3x raise pre-flop, kind of old school, but troubling flop for Nick Schulman. Top pair, top kicker, well behind the queens of Matt.
Absolutely. Schulman thinking he flopped a great flop. Little does he know. And there goes the bet, the continuation bet of 40,000. And there comes the call. This could get very interesting, and the turn is another diamond. 3 of diamonds. So Schulman doesn't have a diamond. He's got 10s with the big kicker. Waxman with queens with a diamond.
That third diamond should prevent Nick from getting too hurt in this hand, but it also means there are more hands that Matt could be potentially semi-bluffing with, so Nick cannot get away at this stage.
Nick perhaps looks back to see if he had a diamond. He doesn't. Just top pair, big kicker. He's going to make this call, and he wants to hit a 10 or an ace without a diamond. That would be some suck out. Can he do it? No, it's a 5.
Check.
Nice card from Matt here. Misses all the draws he could have potentially had. Isn't very concerned that Nick has trips.
140.
And he wants more. Value bet, 140.
And Nick is getting over 3-1 here. Seems like a really tough fold when there are some hands your opponent can be bluffing with.
queens.
He's going to cover his eyes and call. Don't show it to me. No!
Oh, man, that is a big hit against Nick Schulman. Waxy taken down with the queens.
Well, that's all for tonight. Join us next time for more of the WPT Tournament of Champions.
The World Poker Tour is sponsored by Zynga Poker. Go all in. Play the world's largest home game on Zynga Poker today.
I can help play these guys. Got my shot. Got this. If I get thrown, I prepare for this day. At one time, breathe.
You never know when your time is going to come. To rise above the rest. To seize the opportunity. To be crowned a champion. Is it time for your story to be told? The World Poker Tour.
Here at Esports Arena Las Vegas, the game continues and we will see who can rack up the highest score. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the World Poker Tour. I'm Lynn Gilmartin, and tonight we are bringing you coverage of the season-ending WPT Tournament of Champions. On hand to call the action are Tony Dunst and Vince Van Patten.
Lynn, it's always great. The Tournament of Champions, really exciting. Who can take down the great Darren Elias the way he's been running lately? Maybe Matt Waxman, who has a lot of chips as well.
Yeah, Matt Waxman, a very tough player. Been out of poker for a little while. Meanwhile,
Matas Simbolis, the young Lithuanian, in third place, looking for his second WPT title. He's being chased by David Benjamin and Nick Schulman, a couple of old-school names in the poker world who have had a lot of success in the live circuit over the years, trying to make a big splash here tonight.
Great players going at it. This is a lot of fun.
Well, it's not game over yet for these remaining players. There is so much on the line, including close to $500,000 first place prize, a handsome Hublot Big Bang Unico titanium ceramic watch, a BBO poker table, a $50,000 JetSmarter membership, and a beautiful set of Baccarat crystal flutes, because everything tastes better in Baccarat. Cards are back in the air, so let's head over to the final table.
All right, thank you, Lynn. Let's have a look at our Zynga poker leaderboard. Darren Elias still well out in front, being chased by Matt Waxman and Matas Simbolis. Nick Schulman and David Benjamin are shorter stacks, hanging around 35 blinds.
The antes now are 12,000. Blinds are 6 and 12.
We are playing with the big blind ante format at this final table, which means one player in the big blind pays the ante for everyone around the table, instead of everybody committing a small amount of chips.
Matas Simbolis from Lithuania is going to raise with a Jack 5. Now Darren Elias, four-time WPT champion, has called. And the flop is a beautiful ace, 4, 3, 2 spades. Good for Darren Elias.
Massive flop for Darren. Matas here really just has a gut shot to the deuce and is betting his position.
It's a continuation bet of 20,000. Darren, poker pro they call end boss, is going to re-raise with his huge drawing hand. Makes it 70 to go.
Darren has all the outs in the world here. A deuce, 6, or spade would give him the best hand. And so that raise is going to take it down for him.
Darren Elias has taken home over $3 million in WPT earnings. Quite a player. 29 cashes on the World Poker Tour.
29 cashes and 4 wins. He is winning over 10% of the tournaments he cashes.
That's pretty amazing. All right, he is folded. And now Matt Waxman, they call him Waxy, has an ace-8, and he'll make it 35,000 to go. Nick goes out, and Matas now with an attractive ace-queen.
Well, Matas is in the small blind here. Some players 3-bet this hand, others call. Matas this time wants to go with a call.
David Benjamin from France goes out, so two-way action, ace-queen versus ace-8. And the flop is a 5-3 deuce. Modest will check it. They both check, go into the turn. It's a queen. Beautiful card there for Modest. And he is going to check it. Try to trap here a little bit, perhaps.
Now, Modest checking over to Matt, looking for the check raise, but instead, Matt checks behind, and we see a 6 on the river.
And Modest will bet the queens.
So 4 to a straight out there, but a very unlikely hand for Modest to be holding. So I wonder if Matt intends to fold his ace high to 1 bet.
Matt Waxman loves to steal pots, and he's been very successful at this final table doing so tonight. Doesn't always have to have the hand to win it.
Yeah, Matt is a sticky player. He fights for pots, and the action clock is ticking down on him here as he contemplates this call, which he's going to make. So Modest does get a little value with top pair.
Matt Waxman going to pay him off. Modest going to take that one down.
This week has been filled with intense poker action, but we managed to squeeze in some fun by attending an exclusive party at the Hublot Boutique.
Hublot is the art of fusion. The art of fusion in its capacity to combine exotic material with Swiss traditional watchmaking. This is really the DNA of Hublot. Hublot is also the art of fusion in its capacity to combine different worlds. And we are here tonight for a perfect illustration of that with the fusion of the watchmaking and the art of poker. Hublot has been a partner of the World Poker Tour for 4 years now. And we see a lot of natural crossover between the Hublot watch collector and the world of poker. The latest addition to the family was launched in Asia at the end of last year, was a full ceramic piece limited to 188 pieces for the world. So very, very exclusive timepiece. We're not the traditional watch brand. Hublot is very cool, edgy, original, and I think we tend to see a lot of that in the younger generation.
Well, I had such a good time at the Hublot party. Much thanks to them for hosting us and for giving our winner a beautiful timepiece.
And now we go back down to the table, 5-handed. Action on Nick Schulman, who lives in Las Vegas now. And he folds his hand. Modest. He goes out. The Frenchman also not going to play. It's around to Darren Elias, and he has a King 8.
Benjamin a little tight on his button with the fold of Jack 7. Darren limps in the small blind. We talked about how many professional players like to limp most of their range in the small blind. Limping their stronger hands allows them to protect the times they limp a weaker hand. Here, Darren has a medium strength hand and calls this raise from Matt.
Flop comes up. It's a Queen 8-6. So Darren getting lucky on that flop.
He has out-flopped Matt here. Check, check on the flop. And a deuce on the turn. No help for either player. Darren now going to make a value bet with second pair.
Matt with just a King Jack.
Well, Matt really likes fighting for pots. He doesn't have a draw. He has 3 clean outs to the Jack. But it's going to work. Darren folds second pair, and so the aggression from Matt really paying off at this final table.
I'm joined by Kevin Quintanilla with Protection Poker. Now, Kevin, what is Protection Poker?
Protection Poker is a poker variant. It'll give players protection in the pot. So if you get in with the best of it, you're protected, and you get a portion of the pot back if you actually end up losing the hand. For example, I go all in with aces, you call with queens, then I end up losing because you get a queen on the river. I wouldn't lose my entire investment. I would actually get a portion of the pot back to me.
It's a great idea. Thank you so much.
Well, big thanks to Protection Poker for providing the action clock, which has made all of our lives faster and easier.
Darren Elias, 4-time WPT champion, well out in front with $1.4 million as we go down to the felt. And right now it's on Matt Waxman. Quick fold by him. Nick Schulman folding ace-5. Modest out, and now finally the Frenchman picking up the big hand, pair of kings.
Well, we talked about limping in the small blind with your strong hands to protect your weak ones, and David shares that philosophy.
Well, he wants the chip leader to come over the top, but that's not going to happen. Darren, with just a jack deuce, not going to fall into any traps. Wants to see a flop. Here we go. And the flop is a massive jack deuce 5 here. Darren Elias flopping 2 pair.
Disaster for David Benjamin, who was hoping to be able to play a big pot post-flop with his kings. If that were to happen now, he would lose a big pot.
Oh, boy. So Darren has bet just a measly 15, getting called. And now it only gets better for Darren Elias.
That jack should prevent David from getting stacked. Before, I think if the turn was a brick, he would have looked to get a lot of money in. Now, he's just going to be calling down.
35,000 has been bet. Elias with his full house already. Benjamin's got to make that call. Going to the river. Has to hit a king here. Not to be. 4 clubs on the river.
That 4 is an interesting card, because if Darren was semi-bluffing with a hand like 4-3 or 6-4, he's now made a pair that he can check and just try and show down with. The fact that he's betting again, and betting so big, means his range has become polarized between strong hands like straights and tripjacks, and weak hands like spades that are just bluffing. David here with a really tough decision.
Yeah, the bet is 125 by Darren Elias. Very tough to get away from this hand. Clock is ticking down to 5 seconds, and he's taking more time.
Well, if you're in Benjamin's shoes, and you get to the river like this, what hands are you calling with that are better than pocket kings? Like, if you're gonna fold kings, what's a better hand than kings that you get there like this and you call with? I'm having trouble finding one.
It's gonna take more time, but it's very tough to lay down this hand. I think 90% of the players would make this call at this point, but he's going to make the good laydown.
Wow.
Look at that. He laid down the kings. Darren Elias picking that one up. What action we're seeing here tonight?
We'll be right back with more from Esports Arena Las Vegas and the WPT Tournament of Champions.
What are you doing?
I'm playing on ClubWPT.com.
Oh, really? I'm playing on ClubWPT.com.
Oh, I'm not playing on ClubWPT.com. I'm crushing it. Play for a share of $100,000 in cash and prizes every month at ClubWPT.com. Phil Hellmuth, the poker brat himself, and self-proclaimed greatest, is standing by to put in his 2 cents in the raw deal.
Sweet! That feeling when you look down at pocket kings deep in a tournament. But what is the best way to play it? David Benjamin, who is known throughout the world as a great poker player, gets pocket kings and opts to just call in the small blind. Like it. With the chip leader and most aggressive player at the table, Darren Elias, right behind him. Of course, David is ready to play a huge pot before the flop. But remember, one of the tenements of successfully slow playing a big pair is you don't lose too much after you let your opponent get there. Benjamin has to be disappointed when Elias did not raise before the flop, but like the consummate professional poker player that he is, he immediately went into a defensive stance. Check calling on the Jack 5 deuce flop, and check calling on the turn. And then Benjamin managed to invoke my aforementioned tenement of slow playing by making a really good fold on the river. Many amateurs and many lesser pros would have called the bet on the river and completely botched the hand. But not Benjamin. Good fold, my friend.
And a tough spot for David Benjamin. Has not been able to get things going at this final table. And when he finally did get a big hand, it didn't even hold up.
Andy's and the blinds are going up, my friend. 8 and 16 and the big blind. Andy right now is 16. Nick Schulman. He is going to look down at the best hand in poker, pair of aces. Jack Deuce is awfully good if you're Darren Elias. And he is going to raise it. 32 total. Goes around to Darren.
What you got now?
Roughly 320 to start.
He won't do it. Last victim, Matt Waxman, will stick around with Jack 7. He will splash around. Let's see if Matt gets lucky. Not really.
Check.
King 8-6 on the flop, 2 hearts. Waxy has checked. Shulman with the aces. Gonna bet 35 and hope he gets a call. Now, Waxman is very tricky. Sometimes he just plays strong with a bluff, but he won't do it there. Shulman gonna take that one. Better than losing.
It is better than losing. And especially at this table where a lot of big hands have been cracked so far. Nick, I'm sure, a little frustrated that he didn't win a big pot, but happy that he won in general.
The Frenchman, David, can't get a hand, goes out. Darren with ace-9 of spades. And he will move it up to 35,000 to go. Into Waxman, who has a pair of 9s here.
Matt could call, he could 3-bet. Either option, quite reasonable. This time he's gonna call.
Shulman, let's see what he's got. Wow, he's got a pair of ducks here.
He's got about 21, 22 blinds. Some players move in pre-flop. Nick Shulman does not take the bait.
Modest also going away, so ace-9 versus a pair of 9s. First 3 cards is at 9-6-4, 2 hearts, 3 of a kind for Waxman.
What a flop for Matt Waxman. I mean, Darren not only has top pair, top kicker, but he's got the backdoor and a flush draw to go with it. As you can see, he is 4% to win this hand. Otherwise, Matt is going to take a chunk out of our chip leader.
What a flop for Matt Waxman. He's going to make the bet of 40. Flops a set. He's got Elias flopping top pair, ace kicker. And he gets the call he wants, going to the turn. It's a queen. Darren checks again, Waxman. We've seen him bluff numerous times tonight. This time he's got the goods, and he's betting 130.
We have, and we've seen Matt be particularly aggressive with his double-barrel bluffs. And so if Darren is aware of Matt's aggression, it makes it even harder to fold in a spot like this.
Gets the call. The river pairs the board with the 6. So just a mere full house for Waxman.
Yep, great card for Matt, bad one for Darren. If the river had been a heart or something like a king or an 8 or a 5, maybe he can get away without paying off, but now that will be tough.
What will be the amount? That's what Waxman's trying to figure out. How can I get paid off?
$260.
Oh boy.
This is about to be a 1,000,000 chip pot if Darren makes this call.
Nine's full.
And he does. Matt Waxman takes down the biggest pot of this final table thus far.
No detection of any anger by Elias, but you know it's there.
Yeah.
Matt Waxman looking good. Takes it from the chip leader. 5 players remain here on the World Poker Tour.
That's a good hand.
Modest with the little needle after the hand.
Tony, who has more WPT action? Zynga Poker does.
Play the new WPT Tournament Center in the Zynga Poker app. Play today on Facebook or download the app on the App Store and Google Play.
Aria is a great casino, very fancy, with a great card room. Good service, good food, good dealers, everything all right.
It's a beautiful place, it's comfortable, the ambiance is nice. The way they run the tournaments is just top notch. I really do enjoy playing there.
Aria's great. They've been really coming up in the poker scene lately. Their casino is very nice, very modern, clean, and they do a lot of good things for poker. They have a high roller series and are getting some big tournaments, and now they're on the WPT.
Well, a lot of smart poker players, and they all love the Aria, as we do.
For sure, Vince. When I'm in Vegas, Aria is my home. Meanwhile, Matt Waxman out in top, trying to chase down the nearly $500,000 top prize for our eventual winner here at the WPT Tournament of Champions.
Yeah, Waxman now our chip leader. He has taken it over from Darren Elias on Modest. He's going to fold. The Frenchman, David Benjamin, picking up a beautiful hand. Pair of queens. And he will raise to 40,000.
Benjamin has been very patient. The one big pair he had earlier got cracked. Now making a second attempt with queens against Matt Waxman.
You started the hand with 330. A little under. You're good, you're good.
278 more.
Yeah, Waxman in the big blind has a 10-8 of clubs, and he's liable to do anything. This time, just calling. Here we go, queens versus 10-8, and the flop is a king 9-4, but there's two clubs. Well, the Frenchman can't be excited about that king hitting, but still, he's making the bet, 28.
Yeah, and I wonder whether Matt is just going to check shove on David, or whether he'll check call and try and play this out a little less risky.
Waxman just calling, hoping to hit a club. Not there, though, 5 of diamonds.
So there's 160 in this pot. And I'm curious whether Benjamin will bet this turn or check. And it looks like he's going to go for the bet, which I like very much. There's a lot of hands that he's still ahead of that Waxman can call once. And he bets small, just over quarter pot.
Well, he's on the short stack, too. He's plunging away.
Well, he's getting the right price to see a river and draw to his 9 outs. We know it's actually 8 outs because David has the queen of clubs.
Calling, hoping to hit the flush and to break Benjamin. Let's take a peek. No, it doesn't happen. A 9 hits, pairs the board.
That should slow things down. A 9 is one of the most likely hands that Matt would check call twice with. So Benjamin checks behind, afraid that Matt either has a 9 or a king, but he will be relieved to see he's going to win this time.
David Benjamin from Paris, France, now living in Vegas and LA, takes down a good one.
Back in season 2, when I won the WPT in Paris, it was my first win in a tournament, and not easy to remember. It was a long time ago. But I remember George the Greek. He was a whole character, you know.
Bingo! Great forever.
He would just walk on the table. Like he would literally get up and walk on the table.
The island of Frit.
I remember there was a specific hand where I lost all my money, where I should have actually won it.
He's done it. Look at 7.
I can't believe this.
George the Greek has come back and defeated 2 aces here. I killed the aces. Yes, you did.
So I will not forget him.
I don't forget the Isle of Crete guy either. I tell you, he was one of the reasons why the World Poker Tour was so interesting.
For sure, Vince. I remember watching that episode and being so drawn into this weird, strange, gamble-filled world.
Benjamin won that event, and here he is again. And right now, Darren Elias, with the pair of 7s, has made it 35,000 to go. And it's around to Schulman.
All in.
He's going to shove with a pair of 4s. Modest goes out.
And count, please.
So Darren wanting a count, he'll be in great shape.
438.
Nick shoving about 25 blinds here with the 4s. That's going to be close for Darren. Can tell he senses it's kind of borderline, but he does make the call, and he's going to be way in front.
Wow. Nick Schulman in a lot of trouble right now. His little pair of 4s up against the bigger 7s. 5 cards to come. Anything can happen. Here come the first 3. It's a 4.
Oh, wow.
Ace by 4. 3 of a kind there.
Wow.
But Nick Schulman.
This final table is taking a very bad turn for Darren Elias.
Here comes the turn.
Oh, but a 7 on the turn.
Oh my God.
Good luck, guys. I take it all back.
And it is over.
Yeah, Nick.
Thank you. Good luck.
Darren Elias finds the 7 he needs on the turn and scores the knockout of Nick Schulman.
Tony, how do you run so good? Nick Schulman out in 5th place. He's gone from champ to Chumpsville. Let's see what he has to say.
I thought you got unlucky one time. For like 1 second.
Nick, a tough beat there in the last hand. Was this just another day at the office for you?
I wanted to win, you know, but yeah, I'm disappointed, but I'm still, you know, thankful to have made it, and I'll be back.
That's it for Nick Schulman, our 5th place finisher. We'll be right back with more from the WPT Tournament of Champions.
Nice shirt, Vince.
Oh, yeah, I like this. It's the butter cloth shirt, and we both have them, and I'm excited about it because they're very comfortable. They look good, and the price was right.
Yeah,
Free.
they're really well tailored, very comfortable for playing poker.
You know, all the champions of the Tournament of Champions got one of the butter cloth shirts, and they're loving them. They're walking around proud as a peacock.
Got some free shirts, got some incredible gifts in their gift bags. Awesome stuff.
I managed to get my hands on one of the player bags that all of the TOC players receive, and it's awesome. So first of all, the bag comes in this Biaggi backpack, which is great. It fits a really, really nice size. And look at that, it's a backpack, and it is loaded with tons of good stuff. Check out this Tournament of Champions sweater. I love that. A bag of On It goodies. I love this brand. I've actually used a lot of their supplements. Yes, Alpha Brain, I've used that before. It works really well for memory and for focus. New Mood, this is for relaxation. Helps you de-stress a little. We all know how that feels. Faded Spade cards, these are the official cards of the World Poker Tour. Really nice, good quality cards. And they've got really nice prints on them. I love the face cards on these, and they feel good. Manscaped. Now this is a fun one. I'll have to bring this home to the boyfriend. It's a whole kit to help you stay tidy down under, if you know what I mean. I'll give that to the fella. I love these sneakers. Athletic Propulsion Labs. These are high-performance sneakers, but they're also super stylish. Thanks, APL. This is a beard oil by Jawline, and not only can you sort of add the oils to your beard to help moisturize and get that beard growing, but you can also be breathing in the essential oils to help your game. Brilliant idea. It's a WPT specialized formula. Not that I'm growing my beard, but apparently I can use it in my hair. The bag flattens down. It basically disappears. Thanks, World Poker Tour. These are awesome goodies. Such great gifts. And of course, let's not forget the spectacular Gunner computer eyewear. I've had mine for years. They are great at preventing eye strain when at the computer. Now, it looks like action is about to start back up, so let's get down to the table.
Oh, I love that goodie bag. I actually love that, the memory oil. That's my favorite. I just keep forgetting where I put it. Back to the table we go. Darren Elias back out in front with 1.5 million, and he quickly folds this hand. And Matt Waxman behind him with an ace-10.
Matt's going to raise this up into the big blind of David Benjamin, and he's got a king-jack, so he'll make the call. Then we'll go to a flop.
It is a 9-7 deuce, no help to either player.
David with the backdoor flush draw, Matt a backdoor straight draw, but both of them are high enough up that they're able to just sort of check here and try and get to showdown.
Deuce on the turn, pairs the board. Let's see if Waxman takes a shot. No, he checks as well, going to the river. It's a king. That is good for Benjamin.
Okay. Now, Benjamin hasn't had much luck at this final table, but he finally finds a favorable river and fires out 40,000 into Matt. We've said that Matt can be pretty sticky. He does have ace high here. Does he want to try and look up Benjamin?
Look at that look. He wears all his emotions on his sleeve. He's going to make this call, and he's not going to like it. It was worth the investment, perhaps. He mucks his hand, and yeah, you can see all of his emotions. He throws off certain looks that can distract the player. I mean, like that. I don't know what it means, but he's doing something to throw off his opponent. He's a tricky guy, Matt Waxman. This time, Benjamin with a queen, 9 of hearts. He's still a short stack, but he has raised it up. Darren with 4s behind him.
And Darren knows that these don't play very well as a call against someone that's pretty short. So he essentially turns it into a bluff pre-flop and 3-bets David, who quickly goes out. Takes that one down from David Benjamin.
The WPT Foundation continues to strive for excellence when giving back. And for the last 7 seasons, we have been honoured to work with an outstanding organisation that goes above and beyond. The TGR Foundation and Tigers Poker Night.
Poker is the greatest game in the world because it's a very social thing, and there's a great way to give away a lot of money. And that's what they're doing here tonight. The biggest people in the world are here. Tiger's here, all for an amazing cause.
Tiger Jam is definitely beyond just poker night. It starts with golf on the first day. There is a trick shot exhibition, concert, auction. It's phenomenal. But there is a much deeper cause to this, and it's the TGR Foundation. What is the mission of TGR Foundation?
Well, the TGR Foundation is to help underserved kids that traditionally have never had the opportunity to do something with themselves. A lot of times they're first gens ever go to college, and they're so talented. We're here to give them that opportunity.
How has the foundation grown?
Oh my God. This is our 21st year now. All our over scholars that are now going off to college, and some are now in the workforce. So we've come a long way. We've gone from serving hundreds to now millions of kids, and eventually it'll be billions all around the world.
Tiger Woods has a goal for our foundation. We're doing great work here in the United States. We've expanded it dramatically, but our goal is to be global. Whether it's our teacher professional development programs, our digital programs, our learning labs, we're going to improve the lives of kids wherever they are.
I'm actually super proud to have been here every single year that Tiger Woods is putting on an event. Just go all in, have some fun.
Twice? Really? This event has been a tremendous fundraiser for us. We've generated well north of $20 million that's going into our programs. I know it's a fun event. People are having a great time. But at the end of the day, they're helping us serve kids. And so that's the most important thing.
TGR Foundation is the best, baby. So next year, I want all you guys right here for them. Au revoir.
I always love this night. Please take the time to learn more about the TGR Foundation and other WPT charitable events at wptfoundation.org.
We get to see a lot of winners on the WPT, and Club WPT VIP member Ed Stolte cleaned up during his appearance on the King of the Club. He won a poker table, sunglasses,
Awesome.
a WPT cruise,
Oh my God! Are you guys messing with me?
plus the opportunity to play with the pros in a WPT main event.
When I got home from King of the Club, it was a lot of yelling, screaming out loud, because it was awesome. I ended up coming in first place to win the prize package to come out here.
I'll take it.
Playing against some of the top pros in poker, I'm not gonna lie, it's intimidating because I've never played against the best players on the planet. It won't end here. I'm gonna keep playing on Club WPT, trying to win every seat that they offer. I tell everybody I know to play on Club WPT. It's the greatest thing for me because I have a family. I can just sit down whenever I want and play a couple hours and have a potential to win some great prizes. I'm here because of Club WPT. This experience has just been amazing. Once in a lifetime. I wouldn't trade it for anything.
If you want the opportunity to win a World Poker Tour VIP package, just sign up at clubwpt.com and get the game.
All right, we are back. 4 players remain at our Tournament of Champions final table with Darren Elias out in front. Matt Waxman and Modest Symbolist essentially tied for second. David Benjamin chasing down the pack.
Actions on the Lithuanian Modest Symbolist. Great name, by the way. Just rolls off the tongue. He's going to fold. Benjamin out. Darren Elias with a 9-4 of hearts. He almost looks like a scientist when he's going to make a decision. Really deep thought.
Very stoic.
Yeah.
Darren has done a lot of limping in his small blind, and he's going to continue that with the 9-4 suited. Matt's going to check with the 7-deuce offsuit.
Sorry, I'll push that forward.
All right, we'll see what happens. Here come the first three.
Interesting flop for junkie hands.
6-4-3. They go check, check, a 5.
Man, and it stays interesting. Matt picks up a straight. Darren now with third pair and a flush draw, checking once more over to Matt. 25,000.
Why not? Darren's gonna play. Hoping to hit a flush.
There it is.
Wow. 4-time champion. That's what happens. And he's gonna check it.
Yep, nice check.
Oh boy.
And Matt, of course, has to bet his straight. He even has a blocker to a flush here.
That's a 60,000 bet.
Darren now unloading the check raise, going up to 210,000. This is a tough spot for Matt. Not only do you have a 7, but you do have a blocker to hearts. Although it's not a particularly relevant one.
It's 150 more. Clock is ticking down.
Matt has made some very disciplined folds, but he's also made some very sticky calls. He's going to use a time bank chip to buy himself another 30 seconds with the action clock.
I almost checked back. And I thought...
I'm happy that Matt did not check back, because that would have been absurd. He would have been right, but it would have been absurd.
Call.
Flush.
And he's gonna make this call.
Gross feeling.
Would have been a sick check.
It's hard to be the guy that makes straights and flushes on his blind.
I wish Modest would add something just to get the full table worth of needles.
The blind's gone up to 10 and 20. And it's around to Darren. And he has a king 5. And he is going to pop it up there. Makes it 70 to go. And Waxman wants revenge, has an ace-deuce. And he will make this call.
Now, Darren taking a more aggressive stance out of the small blind now, raising a king 5 offsuit, gets a queen 3 2-diamond flop.
And either one hitting, and Darren not going to make a continuation bet. He checks. Waxman steaming like a cheap economy car after that last hand. Will make a bet. 40,000.
Darren with just enough hand to peel this flop. Blind versus blind.
6 on the turn. Nothing changes. Darren checks. Check, check.
9 of hearts on the river. Darren, sensing he cannot win by checking, he's going to turn his hand into a bluff and bets 150,000. Matt has been very sticky on the river with ace high. You see him do it with the ace-8 against Modest. You see him do it with ace-10 against David Benjamin. Last time he called down Darren Elias, it didn't work out so well, but if he puts the pieces together here and makes this call, he's going to be very happy with the result. And he does call. Tell you what, Vince, Matt is not the man you want to bluff.
All right, a little revenge on Darren Elias. He's thinking it through. Matt looking good. We're coming back with more action in just a moment here on the World Poker Tour. This episode is sponsored by Dr. Pepper, the official soft drink of the World Poker Tour. Hublot, the official watch of the World Poker Tour. Rockstar Energy, the official energy drink of the World Poker Tour. And Club WPT. Play poker for real cash and prizes today at clubwpt.com. Welcome back to the World Poker Tour. We're at the Esports Arena in Las Vegas. There you see Darren Elias out in front with 1.7 in chips.
Being chased down by Matt Waxman and Mata Similis, David Benjamin a little separated from the pack.
Action on the chip leader, Darren Elias. A four-time WPT champion. He's going to fold that mess. Matt Waxman also going out.
Mata Similis in the small blind, facing off against the short stack David Benjamin. He's got about 24, 25 blinds, and a lot of players would move in with King Jack there. David takes the more cautious approach and just calls pre-flop.
Flop is a queen, queen 5, helps neither player. Modest doesn't care. He's going to put in a continuation bet, it appears. Yep, 40,000 into the Frenchman.
Call.
David Benjamin going to call this. Wee. Turn is a 3 of hearts. Neither player has a heart.
Not really the card that Midas was looking for. He'd probably fire a second barrel on a 9, king, or 8.
They go check, check.
But now with a 4th heart, Midas realizing that his opponent is unlikely to have anything that good if he checked back the turn, and he can only win by betting. So 80,000 leads to a quick fold from Benjamin, so Midas pulls that one out in the river.
That feels good. When you don't have the heart, there's 4 of them out there, there's a pair, and you bet with nothing but guts, and you win.
Benjamin having a tough time at this final table.
Back to the action. It's going to be on Waxman, who's been up and down here tonight. He's going to fold this hand. Modest also going out.
All in.
David Benjamin with a pair of 7 says all in.
He's in the small blind here.
Darren Elias looks down at 5s.
Call.
Please don't get lucky.
If anybody could make an upset happen, it's Elias. He has been running so good lately.
Yes.
Playing good and running good.
One time the bigger pair has to hold. I mean, I'm saying that, but what is the difference if I lose the next one?
I like that Benjamin is so blasé about how this all turns out.
Okay, if you gotta beat me, I want you to beat me when I flop the 7 first and find a way, and then I'll have a nice story.
So you'll take 6, 7, 8 right now?
Yeah, I have a nice story. I don't take 6, 7, 8 now, but if he has to beat me, I want to beat me after flopping a 7.
To this day, I've always enjoyed David Benjamin's demeanor.
Queen Jack 10.
Always gonna have a chance to chop.
Chop it up.
Don't pair the board. Next card, deuce. I should call 7. That's silly.
Darren looking for a miracle.
Oh, no! It's a 5 on the turn for Darren Elias. Oh, my goodness.
Oh, that's so crazy. I mean, this is too spooky.
If you wanted a story, you're going to get it. Wow. Going to the river. 4 on the river. It's over.
And Darren hits a miraculous 5 on the turn to catch up against David Benjamin, scores the elimination. Benjamin out in 4th.
Enjoy, very nice to play.
Enjoy.
It was a pleasure, Mr. Benjamin.
Good luck. You don't need much, but good luck.
Absolutely stunning. David Benjamin out in 4th will take home $123,000. The Frenchman has been fried. Let's go talk to him.
He said he wanted it after the flop.
Oh, no.
Dave, you've been primarily a cash game player. How does it feel to be back in the tournament circuit?
It just feels like I never left. You know, I play tournaments sometimes, not too often, but it feels like home.
With that hand, we have to say goodbye for now from the WPT Tournament of Champions. See you next time when we will name the final World Poker Tour winner of the season.
The World Poker Tour is sponsored by Zynga Poker. Go all in. Play the world's largest home game on Zynga Poker today.
I can help play these guys. Got a nice shot. Got this. If I get prepared for this day. One time. Breathe.
You never know when your time is going to come. To rise above the rest. To seize the opportunity. to be crowned a champion? Is it time for your story to be told? The World Poker Tour.
Season 16 is nearing the end as we are ready to crown the champion of champions. Hi everyone, welcome to the WPT. I'm Lynn Gilmartin. This has been a groundbreaking event spanning the Las Vegas Strip. Play began a few days ago at Aria Resort and Casino, and now the WPT Tournament of Champions will conclude at the Esports Arena at Luxor Hotel and Casino. Joining us are my dearest colleagues, Tony Dunst and Vince Van Patten, who will bring us all the action.
Lynn, this is the Tournament of Champions, but it should be called the Tournament of Suckouts, because that's what we're seeing now. 3 players remain. We are seeing ridiculous drawouts on the turn, on the river. It just doesn't happen like this normally.
Yeah, some miraculous turn cards in this final table so far. We lost Nick Schulman in 5th place, David Benjamin in 4th, and now our 3-handed final table will play down to a champion.
Look, Darren Elias still the chip leader. Can he put it together and take down another title? We will see.
Thanks, guys. The winner tonight will not only take home the lion's share of the over $1.3 million prize pool, they'll also receive a $50,000 JetSmarter membership, a BBO poker table, a beautiful set of Baccarat crystal flutes, and the timeless Hublot Big Bang Unico titanium ceramic watch. It looks like play is ready to start back up, so let's take a look at the chip counts and head over to the table.
All right, thank you, Lynn. Let's have a look at our Zynga Poker leaderboard. Darren Elias, just above 2 million in chips, your chip leader. Matt Waxman and Modest Cymbalis essentially tied for 2nd place, both a little below 1 million.
So the blinds are 10 and 20 now, and the big blind, Andy, is 20,000.
That means instead of each player paying a small ante, the big blind pays a full ante for the entire table.
Quick full by Modest, and Darren Elias has raised it up to 70,000. Matt Waxman from Fort Lauderdale, Florida, 8 cashes on the World Poker Tour, has an ace-6 and will make this call. And the flop is a queen. Deuce, deuce helps neither player.
Darren here has a couple of backdoor draws to either the straight or flush, and an overcard. Matt with ace high, certainly not going to fold to 1 bet.
9 on the turn, hitting Darren Elias, the chip leader. He's going to check it. Going to try to get a bet out of Matt, but he's too smart for that. He checks down to the river. 3. So Darren Elias putting in the last bet with the 9s, feeling confident. Now, Matt has made a lot of calls with just ace high. Likes to make those hero calls. Well, he's going to get away from this. Darren Elias has 29 WPT cashes, 4 titles to his name.
Deuce. Quads. Ace is full.
Yeah, Mr. Sticky makes the right fold there. And I wonder if that's sort of a metagame adjustment from Matt, sensing that he has called down in those spots so much that Darren is going to decrease how much bluffing he does, and therefore Matt should be willing to fold a little more.
Darren this time with queen 10, he'll bump it up to 45,000 to go. Matt goes away. Now Modest with a jack 9 will call. Modest has 2 cashes on the World Poker Tour, 1 title. Flop is a 5-4-3.
Not much for either player here.
Modest checks.
And it goes check, check, leading to a queen on the turn.
Oh, wow. Darren hitting queens.
Modest will check. I expect Darren to bet. No, he checks. Interesting.
Yep, he's going to check and hope a nothing card comes. A 5 pairs the board. Modest with no hand is going to try to bluff it now.
And this check from Darren is going to work out nicely. This is the only way he gets more money from Modest in this hand.
Pretty routine call here. Modest has to show the bluff. So you say, why did Darren check on the turn? That's why. He knew a 5 was coming. He knew he'd get a bet.
Nice anticipation from Darren Elias, the end loss.
Every time I play, I think I bring my best. I'm not the type of player who people can say, oh, he didn't have it today, he didn't play his best. I don't show up late. I play from the beginning. I bring my A game every time I play. Focus is everything. Any one hand and you can be done. So you make one mistake and then it compounds and then you're out of the tournament, and then for the next couple of weeks you're thinking, what went wrong? You just lost focus for 1 second and you're done. The wins mean a lot, just mentally for me, to be able to achieve your goal and close it out. The finality of it is important to me. I never thought I'd be here playing with all this success, so it's a dream. I don't like to try to rate myself as a player. I mean, I've always thought my actions will speak. I'm not going to talk about how great I think I am, but I'm confident going to this final table. I'm ready to play. I've been playing with these players for a couple days now, and ready to finish it.
Oh, man, you got to love his humility.
Yeah, and his focus is very clear. Whenever I play with Darren Elias, I can tell that he is watching the hands that he does not participate in. He's there from day one, moment one.
And we go back down to it. He's our chip leader.
You check back turn?
What's up?
You check back turn?
I don't know, did I?
All right. That's cool.
All right, Waxman now.
I would have told you.
Is going to raise it with a queen-9, Modest out.
I wanted to compliment your turn check back. That's all.
Elias looking down at his hand. And it's a simple little 5-3 of spades. And Darren will speculate to make this call. Flop is a 9-8-8. So good flop for Waxman. Check, check. Oh, and it just keeps getting better and better. Matthew now with a full house. Darren has checked. So now Waxman, he's just trying to figure out how he's going to get some money out of this.
Yeah, you've got a massive hand, but you know it's tough to get value here. Darren with just a 5 high.
So he's going to put in a simple little 40,000 and pray for a little action, but can't get it. Waxman wins the pot, but a little disappointed.
Really, though? Really, really. I was on the draw.
Full house draw?
For quads.
It was a hard-fought battle this season amongst several players for the honourable distinction of Hublot WPT Player of the Year. However, one player remained triumphant, Art Papazian. Congratulations, Art. You came out of the gate so strong this season. What do you attribute to your success?
A lot of hard work, and I got really fortunate in both my first tournaments that I played, and I'm really happy that I came out on top.
Now, when we first met, you actually didn't play too many tournaments, so how much does it mean to you to now have this amazing title of Player of the Year?
Yeah, it means a great deal, primarily because I probably won't ever have this chance again in my lifetime. Maybe I will. Maybe I'll get lucky again. Who knows? But it means a lot, you know, and I worked really hard on my game, and I'm really proud of myself, for sure.
You should be.
Yeah.
And you won a Hublot watch at Legends of Poker this year.
Right.
Now you're building a collection, and you have another one, and you're wearing it right now. Let's have a look.
Yep.
Oh, that is beautiful.
Yeah, it's really, really nice.
You got a couple of choices to wear throughout the year, huh?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. They're both really special to me.
They're both very special. Congratulations.
Yeah. Thank you so much.
Another great guy.
Yeah, we're very happy for Art. Great player, really humble champion. Belongs in the winner's circle.
Darren Elias continues his onslaught here.
He's got over 60% of the chips in play.
Raise here by Modest with an 8-6 of spades. Darren's gone out. Waxman with a 9 deuce of spades will make this call.
And that brings us to a flop of 9-4 deuce. So Matt Waxman with 2 pair. Not a bad flop for Modest here, as he's got some backdoor draws and likely thinks that a c-bet will take down this hand. We know that's not the case.
Oh boy, he can't help himself. You got to do it. Continuation bet of 40,000 is just a great flop here for Waxman. Now, how to play it? Just sit on the horse, sit tight, or do you push a little bit here? Well, he's going to push it. 110. So Modest has to fold it, and Matthew Waxman now in second chip position, mops up the floor, doing quite well.
There are perks to being a WPT champion, including wonderful gifts from our partners like Athletic Propulsion Labs, also known as APL Shoes.
APL stands for Athletic Propulsion Labs. We started APL in our dorm room with a mission to build the world's first luxury athletic company. We try to make the product as comfortable and as functional as possible. APL is our passion. You definitely feel the adrenaline as an entrepreneur. And I feel like when you're sitting down at a poker table, it's the same type of thing. We gifted all of the players with pairs of APLs.
Love the WPT Tournament Champions. Look what you get here.
I love these.
Oh, sweet.
They have to be comfortable and they have to perform at a very high level. And so what better way to do that than to be wearing our product so you look good, you feel good, and then you perform great. We like to say for APL shoes, you can change your clothes throughout the day and keep your shoes the same. And for the world of poker, a lot of the players start the day working out. They play a long day of poker. At night, go out and wear APL shoes for all of it.
Action is heating up as we close in on a winner at Esports Arena Las Vegas. But before we do, Phil Hellmuth will dish it out in the raw deal and get a taste of what's good at Aria. We'll be right back with more from the WPT Tournament of Champions. Welcome back to Esports Arena Las Vegas and the WPT Tournament of Champions. Tonight, this place has been transformed into a hotbed for poker, which is no surprise as it was built for competition.
Esports are great, you know, ever since I was a kid I would always play like a lot of video games, and the first thing I did when I got to Vegas 2 weeks ago was came to the Luxor to check out the Esports Arena because I'm very passionate about it. It's a very nice facility. They just make the whole atmosphere really, really fun. The growth that esports is experiencing, like it's becoming more popular than professional sports, and it's just really fun to be a part of. Esports is like a great way to combine your intellectual abilities with your physical abilities, where you play a game that requires problem solving and creating a strategy, but at the same time you also have to be good at like hand-eye coordination and timing. It also has a lot of similarities to poker. In poker, if you can maintain your composure just like in esports, stay focused on your goal, you're going to give yourself a much better chance to win.
Yeah, we are at the Esports Arena at the Luxor in Las Vegas. Three-handed poker. Darren Elias still the chip leader with close to 2.4 million in chips, and the winner will win $460,000 for first place. Down to the felt we go. It's going to be on the chip leader, Darren Elias.
If Darren wins this tournament, we're going to have to create an entire separate Champions Cup that's just full of the name Darren Elias everywhere.
He's on his way to do it. He's got ace-deuce this time, makes it 45,000 to go. Waxman out, Modest Cymbalis with a nothing 9-3.
I play a lot of hands in the big blind, but 9-3 offsuit is not one of them. I wonder what Modest is considering. He's gonna 3-bet this.
There you go.
Huh. I guess this is just a timing thing. I don't quite know why he chose 9-3 offsuit as his bluffing hand from the big blind, but here we go.
Will Darren make this call? Now the time is ticking down. Whoa.
Pass.
Darren is going to lay this down. Very interesting. He figured a short stack. Modest can't be making this move unless he's in front.
I feel like Darren sensed a disturbance in the force, but didn't quite pull the trigger.
Nice play by Modest. And And now it's on him, and he looks down at an even worse 3-deuce. He folds.
Darren wakes up with pocket queens in the small blind.
Married with a 1-year-old daughter.
He's got all the ladies.
He's going to make it 70,000. Let's see what Matt has. Oh, wow.
Oh, no.
He's got jacks.
Don't do it, Waxy.
Yeah, he's going to raise it.
Of course, Matt has to 3-bet here with his jacks.
185, he makes it now. He had the choice of pushing it or to just call.
Darren is going to pretend he has a decision to make here and use a time bank chip. I promise you that Darren knows what he's going to do. He's just trying to create the sense of uncertainty in Matt's mind.
All in.
And there goes the hammer. All in.
Call.
Insta call. Oh. Waxman devastated.
I'm sure Darren is happy to see jacks, but not as much as Mata's symbol is. He's doing a little dance in his chair.
Well played.
Okay, going to the flop. Darren, of course, well out in front of Matt. Matt looking for a jack or perhaps 4 to a straight. Otherwise, he's going to be our 3rd place finisher. Okay.
Yeah, the flop is a 10-9-8.
So Matt would most like to see a 7 here. He will take a queen, but of course that would give Darren a redraw to a full house. Oh my goodness.
Thanks, Vince.
Matt, a huge favorite right here.
Darren has been Mr. Lucky for most of this final table, but finally has a reversal of fortune.
1 card to come. Matt, a huge favorite right here. And it's over for this hand. Matt Waxman gonna double up.
It's like the 7s and the 5s, just like spots that are going in. You know, who knows which hand's which.
Unbelievable. Matt Waxman right back in there.
You were ready for a giant suck out. You knew.
Was it worthy of it? I think it was. Right?
Yeah, oh yeah, that was a good one.
Good one.
Timing was perfect.
It was worth it. I haven't done it in a couple of years.
That's actually where I was aiming. My man.
Well, good times at Top Golf the other night. One of the best parties we've had on the World Poker Tour over the years. Meanwhile, Matt Waxman, now our chip leader after his jack sucked out on Darren Elias's queens. Darren in 2nd chip position. Mata Sabalas still wishing that somehow Darren had won that hand.
Jack would have been sick.
Yeah.
That can't happen.
I was already congratulating you for the jack, you know.
Let's go to the cards. Pair of 4s here for Elias. And he's going to make it 45. Waxman is going to look down at a lovely pair of queens.
They didn't work out for Darren. Will they work out for Matt?
Jack's the hand before, and now queens. Here, out in front, over 4s. What a beautiful place to be. 160, he makes it. Modest goes away. And Darren makes this call, hoping to get lucky with his little pair of 4s.
He's in position, he's got a pair, so we go to a flop, and it's 9-7 deuce, which is actually a pretty bad flop for Darren, because it's likely to make him continue putting money in this pot.
Waxman with the continuation bet, 180. And Darren, is he going to get stubborn here? Yeah, it looks like he's going to put in the chips. Doesn't believe his man yet. A 10. So Waxman's queen's looking really solid.
Check.
Wow, nice check here. Try to make Darren think he's in front, which he does now, and he is going to bet 200,000.
Matt, of course, he's not going anywhere.
Darren realizes he might have made a bad bet there. And a jack on the river.
4 to a straight now. I wonder if Darren will turn his hand into a bluff.
Check.
No, he quickly checks.
He's had enough. He's going to not like seeing this. He just lost half his chips again to Matt Waxman. Things are turning around here.
Yeah, and unraveling for Darren. It's been smooth sailing for so much of this final table, but now major setbacks in 2 hands against Matt.
Had about 2 point something, and now he's down to about 600. Modest Cymbalis with about 600 as well, and Modest is going to look down at the 4s this time. And he will make a raise of 40,000. Darren's going to take a breather. He needs it. And now Waxman, massive chip leader all of a sudden. He's got just a 7-4 clubs, and he'll stay involved. So Modest with 4s, Waxman with 7-4. Here's the flop. It's at ace-10-7.
And Matt has outflopped Modest with his 3 outer. Modest going to take a little stab and hope that Matt goes away.
40,000 continuation. Waxman has too many chips out there to fold this, so of course he's going to make this call. We are going to the turn. A queen. 4 is even looking worse. Waxman's going to yield to him with a check. Now, do you want to blow more money? Nope. Slowing down. And a 9 on the river.
It's quite a coordinated board now on this river. Matt will not be betting. Modest might turn his pair into a bluff. And there you go. And Matt has a really tough call to make here. He's got 5th pair. Even if he were to call and be right, I don't think I would like the call. That just seems ambitious.
Modest with the little measly 4s. It's going to work out for him.
Got one through, huh?
It's a good fold at the wrong time, but I don't think when Matt sees that hand after the fact, he'll feel bad about his fold at all.
Matt Waxman kind of knows he was robbed there, but sometimes you got to just give credit and give him the chips. Well done, Modest. Action going on Darren, and he is just going to fold some hands here.
Well, Modest takes a walk. Did he have anything good? Yeah, oh, he had it all.
What? Finally? How good? Oh, no. Sorry, man.
Really? Really? Sorry, man, I just had Jack 10, you know? I couldn't call.
Even though Phil Hellmuth may not be a WPT champion, he might have a few words of wisdom for these players in the raw deal.
Tilt is a thing, both in poker and in life. Can you say road rage? But does 4-time World Poker Tour champion Darren Elias ever go on tilt? Darren took a bad beat a few hands earlier when he had Matthew Waxman all in with queens versus Waxman's jacks. And Waxman hit a straight. 7 on the turn! Oh my goodness. Would this affect the way that he played this hand? Darren raises with pocket 4s and Waxman makes a big re-raise with pocket queens. On the turn, Waxman checks and Darren bets 200,000. Waxman calls. Many of the new school players like Waxman's call here. I like the raise. Put it all in. Don't let your opponent hit a card to beat you. The new school argument is that your opponent may be bluffing and may bluff again. Meh, it's close. There's arguments for a call and arguments for a raise. Did Darren tilt here? Nope. I like his turn bet. Waxman may fold 6s or 5s, or ace-king or ace-queen, thus giving Darren a chance to win the pot right here and right now.
As you can see, Matt Waxman now way out in front of the competition, 2.6 million against the 600,000 of Modest Cymbalis and Darren Elias.
The blinds now are going up to 15 and 25. Big blind Annie is 25. Now Modest Cymbalis with a huge hand, big slick, ace-king. And there he goes with the raise, makes it a min raise to 50.
All in.
Elias gonna go all in with a 10-8.
Call.
I think that's a good shove. It does look a little wide, but a computer would agree with it. Unfortunately for Darren, Modest has got ace-king.
I'm underdog, right?
So it happens very quickly. Darren, big chip leader, and just in a few hands, he is down to his last chips.
How much you have? You have more than me?
Something like that. 650 probably.
He's on the short stack. He's in with the worst of it. 5 cards to come, and the flop is a big ace 5-4, so Modest out in front with the aces. Oh, Darren, sickened by that, gets up to leave. Because now he's a huge dog, and the turn is a 5. So Darren Elias playing great poker tonight, but it's not going to be happening for him this evening.
645?
685.
Well, an incredible run and week for Darren Elias finally comes to an end in 3rd place as his luck runs out.
And he'll take home $177,000. He's over to talk to Matt Savage.
Looks like your WPT heater has ended. How disappointed are you?
I mean, as disappointed as I can be. I ran really well yesterday, so lucky to get here.
4-time WPT champion, what does it mean to you?
It's amazing. I mean, I've had a lot of success in the WPT. I enjoy it, and it's a great accomplishment.
All right, well, congratulations on your run. Thank you.
With Darren Elias out in 3rd place, we are down to heads-up action here at the WPT Tournament of Champions. See who has what it takes to come out on top when we return on the WPT.
Tony, who has more WPT action? Zynga Poker does.
Play the new WPT Tournament Center in the Zynga Poker app. Play today on Facebook or download the app on the App Store and Google Play.
Earlier this season, Club WPT gave 8 lucky qualifiers the chance to play on TV for cash and prizes, including a WPT main event package. It was a hard-fought battle, and Brian Whitman proved he was king of the club.
King of the Club's really changed my life. The expectations have definitely been higher since I won King of the Club. So I've been studying and learning and practicing as much as I can, going through several hundreds of hands every day. Club is a really good place to practice for me because I live in Texas, where there isn't a lot of opportunity to play live. When I came here, I knew I was going to be playing against professional players. I did not expect that I would have 3 WPT champions playing at my table. Coming here to LAPC was a great experience and a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I wouldn't trade it for anything. Clearly, without Club WPT, I would not be here at LAPC, and I would not be considering myself a lifetime poker player now.
For the chance to experience a trip of a lifetime and to play in a WPT event, sign up for a VIP membership at clubwpt.com.
All right, we're back at the Luxor. Heads-up battle about to begin. Matt Waxman, Waxy they call him, is 2.5. Up against Modest Ceballos from Lithuania with 1.4. Here we go.
Modest here with a king-queen on the button. He's going to raise this up. 60,000. Matt, queen 10 in the big blind. He'll make the call.
And the first 3 are Jack, 9, 7, all hearts.
Interesting flop. Open-ender for Matt. Overcards with the gut shot for Modest. Nobody has a heart, and Matt starts by leading out. Modest does make the call. And we see a 5 of hearts on the turn.
Waxman's going to check it.
Yeah, that's not a good card for Matt. Modest now knows he needs to bet if he wants to win this hand. He's technically in front, but he's turning king high into a bluff here. Matt will give this up.
I'm gonna show if I have a straight flush. No. You're gonna see on TV anyway.
It's very good acting.
He's a good actor. He's a funny guy.
He's making me laugh.
Please give me a walk.
Waxman now has raised. It's been called. And here we go. Look at this. 3 of a kind for Matt Waxman. And Waxman will bet 50,000. Modest just gonna stick around, splash around, hoping to get lucky. He's way behind. 4 of hearts on the turn. 3 hearts out there.
Now Matt gonna bet once more, and Modest not going to be able to continue here. No pair, no draw, no heart, no hand.
Don't get personal.
I play poker for moments like this. Final tables when the blood pressure and adrenaline rises. My strategy is go for it, play my best game, and win it. I'm very excited and I'm very proud of being here. That's a great chance to show where I'm from, Lithuania. Yeah, and I'm on TV, so it's great.
Yeah, he started playing in home games, he said, back in Lithuania. He's only 25 years old. Good attitude, loves to talk at the table.
And a sharp sense of humor. Eastern Europeans have kind of a stoic, robotic reputation, but Modest, not in that mold at all.
We've got a raise by Modest, and Waxman with a queen. 3 of clubs will make this call. And the flop comes up ace, 8, 4, 2 clubs, but 8s for Modest, 4 flush for Waxman.
Modest gonna fire out 50,000 with second pair. Matt will make the call with his flush draw. Queen would be helpful as well, but it's a jack to give Modest 2 pair.
Things are getting good for Modest and Ballas. And he is gonna stick out more chips. 205.
Big bet.
Waxman has a lot of chips. He'd love to hit this flush on him. Wow, he's not gonna call it.
Good poker right there. A lot of players just automatically make those calls on the turn with the flush draw. Matt knows to be aware of the odds.
Nevertheless, Modest taking that one down.
Vince, people ask me, can you really win on Club WPT?
Well, Tony, the tournament's running all day, every day, and $100,000 worth of cash and prizes available every month. The answer is yes.
Sign up at clubwpt.com.
My name's Joshua Michael Smith. I'm the executive chef at Bardo Brasserie. Bardo Brasserie is a traditional Parisian brasserie. We take French classic dishes and we try not to modernize them. We just round out the edges and make them a little more approachable and introduce people to French cuisine. The dishes are very simple in their essence because they're classic dishes. It's really sort of comfort food, but French. I think our dining room is one of the most stunning in Vegas. It transports people to Paris circa 1960. It's got a really classic, timeless feel to it. We're open almost all day long, and there's always somebody at the bar to greet you and take care of you. That level of hospitality and that offering that we have helps us kind of blend in with the surroundings at Aria. I love what I do. I love every day. I never want to be anywhere else. I'm always super happy when people come back.
Oh, yeah, that's a great restaurant.
The Aria is just full of great food. I had one of the best meals all summer over at Bardo.
It is fantastic, but right now we have a heads-up battle. Matt Waxman out in front with 2.8 million. Modest Sabalas with 1.2. Blinds and antes are going up to 15 and 30 with the big blind ante of 30. And we have a raise by Waxman to 75. Matas, he's got 10-4. Battle of wits. All right, flop is a 5-4 deuce.
So second pair for Modest. Matt with a couple of overcards and a backdoor flush draw.
He'll bet 60,000.
Modest with his second pair is going to continue.
Going to the turn. It's a 6. Modest is going to check again. Waxman with nothing here.
Nothing. No pair, no equity, no draw.
Oh, yeah, nothing but heart. He's going to bet it 300,000. Put the pressure on Modest.
He bets full pot here. making it very tough on Modest to continue without a strong hand. I will say that Matt has double-barreled a couple times today with no equity, and he has always timed it right.
Saying if you don't have a 3, you've got to fold. I figured right, I'm taking down this pot, and he does so.
Now Waxman continues to stack chips. Meanwhile, the Dr. Pepper bar has a great view of this final table here at the Esports Arena.
That is right. Nothing like having a Dr. Pepper at the bar. And we move on. Waxman now extending his chip lead to close to 3 million in chips. Matthew this time with a seductive little 4-5 of spades. Makes it 75. Modest with a king 3. Let's see what happens. A jack 10-6. Helps neither player. Well, this is how you play heads up, though. Don't catch, just bet.
Now, Modest not really able to counteract the continued aggression of Matt. Forced to fold again.
Matt Waxman, things have turned around since his jacks destroyed Darren Elias's queens. He's our chip leader. This episode is sponsored by Dr. Pepper, the official soft drink of the World Poker Tour. Hublot, the official watch of the World Poker Tour. Rockstar Energy, the official energy drink of the World Poker Tour. And Club WPT. Play poker for real cash and prizes today at clubwpt.com. All right, we're back in Las Vegas at the Esports Arena. The heads-up battle continues. Matt Waxman, close to 3.2 million. Modest Cymbalis with 815.
Modest running out of room. Matt has a 4-1 chip advantage. Matt Waxman doesn't play as much poker as he used to, showing tonight that he hasn't lost his step.
This time, he is just calling with his king 4. And Modest, he's content to C3. Flop is an A7-3. Nothing materializing for either player. They go check, check. And a 6 of clubs on the turn. So now open-ended for Modest. And he likes it. He is going to bet it. 40,000. Matt Waxman out of Fort Lauderdale, Florida. 33 years old. He's just got king high inside straight draw, and he's going to raise this.
Matt is so tough to play against. He's got a gut shot here with king high and decides that Modest is unlikely to have an ace or a strong enough hand that can handle the pressure, and so he raises his bet on the turn. Modest actually has an 8-outer to what would be the nuts, but unfortunately, he barely has enough chips to get to that river, and now he has to wonder if it's worth it.
He's going to take more time.
He's getting about 3-1 on this call, but hitting his straight is more like a 5 or 6-1 proposition.
He's going to lay this down.
Modest aware of the odds, but still frustrated that he can't win a pot here.
Matt Waxman running him over right now. And the blinds are going up to 20 and 40. The big blind ante is 40 as well.
Modest completes with a 10-3 offsuit here. Now with Matt, he will check queen 7 in the big blind. And it's a flop of king, queen, deuce. So Matt was already in the lead, but now is so far out in front of Modest that it's almost impossible to catch up.
Well, Modest is going to take a stab at it. 40,000. Matt, of course, flopping queens. Makes an okie dokie call. And the turn is a 4.
No help to either player. Modest now officially drawing dead. He can only win by betting. I wonder if Matt will pick up on some of the uncertainty.
And he'll take more time. He's going to bet 125. Now, Matt has disguised his strength pretty well here.
I think that Matt has a pretty comfortable call at this stage, and the real decision will be on the river if Modest were to go for it. And that's a big if.
Matt's made the call, and nothing happening for Modest on the river.
Well, that 8 does miss all the draws. If you were worried that Modest had spades or, Jack 10, 9, 10 kind of stuff, it all whiffed.
So now Modest is saying, maybe I could take it right now.
All in.
Oh, yeah, that's what he's going to try to do. He's going all in with nothing, 10 high.
This is the only way for Modest to win this hand, but 8 of hearts is actually a very safe card on the river for Matt's hand. Is he going to put the pieces together and end this tournament with a call, or is he going to let Modest get away with this?
Matt Waxman, one call away from this title. Needs more time. What will Waxman do? Oh, look at this. He looks like he's going to throw it away, maybe.
Oh, but he's got the chips cut out. False alarm, Vince. He's going to call and win.
Good call.
Modest turns up the bluff. Matt Waxman is your champion on a great call.
You played great, man. Congrats on second.
Yeah, absolutely. A world-class call by Matt Waxman. He's our champ. Let's go talk to him.
God, that's over.
Modest, a very hard-fought battle. Are you happy with your play?
Yeah. I played my strategy and I lost. Sometimes happens. Variance, carded. I was underdog. Matthew played very well.
All right. Well done. Congratulations on your finish.
Thank you so much.
All right, we have a champion. He's the champion of champions, Matt Waxman. Incredible play tonight. Now, you got to go back to Darren Elias. He had queens, you had the jacks. He hit it on the turn. How did that feel?
It felt really nice, Vince. It felt really nice. It's just one of those hands that the money's going in no matter who has which one. So I'm glad I was on the winning side.
Well, you did it again. You are the champ. You're going to take home the beautiful Hublot watch. You'll also have your name inscribed on the Champions Cup once again. So let's hear it for our champion, Matthew Waxman.
On behalf of our friends at Baccarat, congratulations to Matthew Waxman, winner of the season 16 WPT Tournament of Champions. For Vince Van Patten, Tony Dunst, Matt Savage, the Royal Flush crew, and everyone at the World Poker Tour, I'm Lynn Gilmartin. See you next season on the WPT.
That's beautiful watch. Wow.
Amazing.
That's so great.
Can I take a sip now?
The World Poker Tour. The biggest games, the greatest players, and the largest payouts on the planet. The WPT is a series of international high-stakes poker tournaments that can turn amateur players into millionaires and make professionals into superstars. With millions of dollars on the line, it's time for these 6 players to live the dream of fame, fortune, and the one thing money can't buy. A WPT title. Tonight, on the World Poker Tour.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to fabulous Las Vegas and the kickoff event of Season 8 on the World Poker Tour, the final table of the multi-million-dollar Bellagio Cup 5. I'm Mike Sexton, along with Vince Van Patten, and this is the WPT.
That's right, Mike. And for 8 seasons, the Bellagio has hosted the biggest poker tournaments in the world. But tonight could be kind of special because at the final table is a WPT champion, Eric Seidel, and he says that this is the toughest WPT final table ever.
Well, Eric Seidel is truly one of the game's great players, and he recognizes that this final table is packed with international talent, including a guy many consider to be the best player from Brazil, a terrific player from Sweden, and a young young phenom from the United States, Justin Smith, who at barely 21 years of age already plays in the high-stakes cash games right here at Bellagio.
But they'll all be chasing the chip leader, Faraz Jaka. They say he's a reckless gambler, but he also has one of the most memorable nicknames in poker, the Toilet.
Oh, man, let the jokes begin. Vince, I'll tell you what's not a joke. That's the prize money these guys are playing for tonight. The winner's going to take home $1.1 million, get an entry into the season-ending WPT World Championship, and get something money can't buy. That coveted Tiffany bracelet that goes to the WPT champion.
All right, we are about to get started. Who will be crowned our champion? Let's go watch him gamble.
Well, a terrific final table to kick off season 8. We started with 268 players 5 days ago. We're down to these final 6, an experienced WPT champ versus 5 young, tough pros.
Yes, indeed. And the antes will be 3,000 blinds starting at 12 and 24. The cards have been dealt. Action goes to the former grocery bagger, young Justin Smith.
I don't know about bagging groceries, but he now plays in the highest stakes games in the world right here at Bellagio, I can tell you that.
Well, he's folded. Alex Torelli from Orange County also folding. And now Faraz Jaka, our chip leader, going to come in with a raise.
He's got the suited connectors, the 9-8 of hearts. Comes in for $65,000, but right behind him, WPT champ Eric Seidel, also with suited connectors.
The veteran, the tough New Yorker, is going to make the call with his 9-10, the Swede going out. And now
the Brazilian, Alex Gomez, he's out as well. So the 2 suited connecting hands battling it out here. The flop comes Queen, Jack 9. Both players have flop bottom pair with a straight draw.
And Faraz is going to check it.
It's Faraz with the gut shot straight. Eric Seidel with the open ender.
And the New Yorker, Eric Seidel, going to pop away. It looks like a $100,000 bet. And the chip leader, Faraz, is going to call it. Nice pot building up here.
The 6 comes off. No help to either player.
And Faraz wrapping the table, checks again. Eric behind him checking. Going to the river.
Well, the dream card for Eric Seidel. The king comes off, gives him a king high straight.
How nice. Once again, Faraz, first to act, looks around, gonna check again, trying to stay out of trouble. But the tough New Yorker, Eric Seidel, is gonna put the bet in.
$200,000. Now, if you're sitting in Faraz's seat, you only have 2 9s here with all those overcards and a possible straight out there. But you're hoping that your opponent's got a busted flush draw where your 2 9s might be good. And you're saying to yourself, you know, he's either got a straight or a busted flush draw because he's not going to bet with a pair or 2 pair probably in this situation with that board. He makes a call with 2 9s. His nickname, the Toilet, might look like a stinking call to you, but really there was some logic behind it.
Eric Seidel showing some strength there. In the audience, you see Humberto Brenes and the Devilfish, 2 great players, here to watch the action.
Well, all the greats from around the world come to Bellagio to play these tournaments. This, the 21st consecutive WPT event, where first prize at the Bellagio has been over $1 million or more. That will get the players here.
All right, back to the table. Eric Seidel, this time peeking down at a uneventful Jack 8 offsuit. Can't play that, goes out. The Swede out. And right now, Alex, the Brazilian, started out tonight as the short stack, has a pair of 7s. Looks like he's raising chips out. He does.
Yep, bet $65,000. Right behind him, the 21-year-old Justin Smith looks at 2 deuces. He's reaching for chips. It's a very aggressive player. He is tough, and I don't just mean at no limit hold'em. I mean at all poker games. It's like $170,000 he's bet.
Torelli out.
How much did he start the hand with about?
2.95.
And Faraz, he's got ace-king here.
Well, he wants to know how many chips Justin's got, and he's coming over the top for the 3rd raise here.
Wow.
With Big Slick, and a healthy raise at that. Going to make it $400,000 to go.
And the Brazilian now doesn't like his 7s anymore.
Ironically, he's got the best hand right now, but can't stand the heat, as we say. So he gets out of the kitchen.
Only one more to push away, and that would be Justin Smith.
Well, he makes the $230,000 call here. And the flop comes ace, jack, jack. Nice flop for Faraz.
No help to the kid.
Well, Faraz is going to bet.
Yeah, $500,000.
Now we can see Justin only has 2 deuces, but what's going through his mind is, if his opponent's got 2 kings or 2 queens, could he win this pot? By coming over the top right here. Be a bold, dangerous play, but this kid capable of doing it.
He's a former grocery bagger at a supermarket, and now he's playing big-time poker. And look at this.
Wow, he has made the call.
He's sticking around. This could be back to the supermarket for him. What a call this is. A 5, no help to the kid. And Faraz is going to slow down and check.
Well, you have to be fearful your opponent's flop 3 jacks here. When a guy calls a $500,000 bet, after it comes Jack, Jack, Ace, and Justin now leading out and betting here with just 2 deuces.
That's what he's trying to set up here.
Well, as crazy as it looks, if Faraz had 2 kings instead of Ace King, he would muck this hand very quickly, I believe. But with Ace King, he's got a tough decision as to what to do, no question about it.
Well, it's only 380. Looks like a bargain time. Sometimes that looks very dangerous, but Faraz is going to call it.
Well, keep in mind it's 380 on this street, but how much is it going to be on the next street?
Yeah. River card.
Well, the board pairs 5s here. So Faraz with aces up here, he's going to check them. Will the youngster fire another shell? No, he's going to wave the flag here. Gives him credit for at least aces up here.
And the toilet flushes the kid down. Big pot right there.
The chip leader getting richer, takes down the pot with aces up.
That's right. We got 6 players going after that. Close to 1.2 million here at Bellagio. Stay with us.
The Bellagio tournaments are the best structured tournaments in the world. So you end up with very good players at the final table.
Winning a title at Bellagio is very prestigious. I think it gives you a certain reputation that you played against the best and you beat them.
He has come back and won this tournament. Gus Hansen is outdrawn on the river, Vince.
It's a very young final table, but watch out for the old guy Eric Seidel. He's pretty tough.
This is going to be one of the toughest final tables that people will see. They're young, aggressive, smart players. I'd rather play with a lot of older bad players. The young kids are really difficult to play with. They're not afraid of me at all.
That's Eric Seidel. Well, here we are. We're 2 older bad players, Mike Sexton and Vince Van Patten. We don't blame it, Eric. These guys are rough. They're young.
Well, Eric Seidel saying they're not afraid of him. Boy, would I disagree with that. Here's a guy that's got 8 World Series of Poker bracelets, a WPT title, over $9 million in career earnings. Believe me, they are afraid of Eric Seidel.
Action on the 21-year-old Justin Smith. He quickly folds. Alec Torelli also going away.
Around to our chip leader, Faraz Jaka. He's going to raise it here with a 9-8. Wow, I'm surprised Eric quickly folds ace-jack on the button.
It's surprising. The Swede also going out. And now it's up to the Brazilian. Alex Gomez. He's got a 10-6 of diamonds.
Alex is a former lawyer. Gave up practicing law to play poker. Here he is at the final table going for over $1 million. He's going to make the call here. So we're going to have a flop. And flop comes Queen 9-3.
And the Brazilian quickly checking. Faraz picks up a pair of 9s, but he's going to check.
Wow, he checks the 2 9s. Now a jack comes off. And this gives Alex an open-end straight draw. There you see Alex's wife, Priscilla.
And Alex looks like he's getting busy here. He's going to put a stab, 90,000.
Well, his opponent checked on the flop, so he's going to take a stab at winning this pot, but it gets quickly called.
River card. Can he catch the straight? No. It's a bust hand.
The deuce comes out, and look at this, Vince. The short stack at this table is bluffing at this pot on the river. Bets 110,000, and is going to run out the best hand, who is the chip leader. And folks, this shows you the kind of competition we've got at this table. Even the short stack's not afraid to make moves.
That is right. That is a sneaky, intelligent bluff there by the Brazilian. Sticks out 110,000, and he gets the chips.
I'll tell you, these guys have all got game. You might not have seen them before on television, some of them, but I'll tell you, everybody in the poker world respects all these players. They are tough.
All right, well, he goes out this time, and now the former grocery bagger at a supermarket, Justin Smith, with Queen 10.
Well, Justin, a very aggressive 21-year-old, fires 65,000 into the pot.
Yep, and now Alec Torelli started playing poker at 16 years old. He goes out.
Back around to the chip leader, who's got just a Queen Jack, but that's enough to raise it. He comes over the top, makes it 155,000 to go. And Eric Seidel, the WPT champ, looks down at Big Slick. Now the pot's been raised and re-raised to him. What do you do now with Ace King?
Seidel with 8 World Series of Poker bracelets. Very experienced, comes back over the top, makes it 450,000. And now Christopher will not play.
Justin quickly out.
So it's back around to the chip leader, Faraz Jaka.
What should you start the hand with? About?
Well, he wants to know how many chips Eric has got, but he's just asking that question to try to get a read on him. And obviously knows he's beat, throws away the Queen high. Well, there you see a couple of old school guys. The Devil Fish and Umberto Brenna's in the audience. But Vince, the truth is, the past 3 years, it's been all young players that have taken down this title. Mike Watson, Kevin Saul, Shannon Shore, all under the age of 26. Tonight we've got 5 guys at this table under the age of 26. It could happen yet again.
Well, these guys are younger than Chinese gymnasts, you can say that. Action going right back on Eric. The New Yorker goes out. The Swede out.
Stockholm. Oh, yeah, that's right. I think I'm going there too. So
And now the Brazilian not going to play.
Yeah, around to Justin Smith. He folds as well. So it's a battle of the blinds.
Alec Torelli going to take a stab. He's got King Jack.
And he's going to pick up the pot.
Bro, are you okay?
Misclick. What's it called?
The machine has an off switch, huh?
Alec chuckling there just says the machine has an off switch, meaning he's seen Faraz play about every pot at this final table. Finally lays one down.
So the very talented young 22-year-old takes down his first pot tonight. They're all going after that close to $1.2 million first place prize. We're coming back with more action on the World Poker Tour.
Tonight's episode of the World Poker Tour is brought to you by PlayWPT.com.
My nickname is The Toilet. When I was playing those $10 dorm games in college, I had no idea what I was doing as far as strategy goes, so I'd just play suited cards, which a lot of beginners do. But I would end up getting a lot of flushes, so a bunch of my friends would always say things like, "Oh, damn it, the toilet flushes again." People thought it was funny that a high-stakes regular was called The Toilet, so just went with it.
Welcome back to the World Poker Tour. And Faraz the Toilet bringing this game of poker down to a new low. He's our chip leader.
Oh, man. I'm not sure I'd like to live with that nickname, but he seems proud of it, Vince. Maybe because he plays a lot of stinking cards, so the nickname appropriate.
All right, back to the table we go. The Brazilian quickly folding his hand, as does Justin Smith. And now the young player, 22 years old, from Orange County, Alec Torelli, going to raise with a Queen 10. He makes it 65,000 to go into the toilet.
Well, the toilet's got 2 snowmen. He's got the 2 8s. He's going to make the call.
Yep. Seidel out, and now the Swede, Christopher Sonensen, with a King Jack in the big blind. Looks interested.
And he's got money in the pot already, and he makes the call, so we've got 3-way action here.
We got a flop.
And here we go. Here come the first 3. King, Queen 9.
Nice flop for the Swede. Top pair and a straight draw.
First in line, and he's going to check.
He's going to check because these guys are very aggressive, as you can see.
Torelli with queens, his bet, 125,000. Faraz goes away.
Alex got second pair and a straight draw. Unfortunately for him, he's up against top pair and a straight draw.
Christopher Sonensen from Lund, Sweden, only 24 years old.
Christopher.
What'd you start with, bud?
Opposite just call.
1.8, 1.9.
You started with 1.8?
1.8, 1.9.
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
1.8.
So here we go to the turn. A 5 comes off.
Helping neither player.
Again, Christopher checks. And Alec knows this guy's been playing pretty solid, so he's looking to take the free card off. He's going to check also.
Yep. Going down to the river, 5th Street. It's a 10 of clubs.
10 of clubs comes off. This gives the Swede a straight.
Sure.
Alec has 2 pair.
And Christopher has checked it.
He's trying to set a trap for Alec here, and Alec.
All right, let's go ahead and check.
Wow, makes a great check right behind him with 2 pair. The straight going to take down that pot. So Christopher feeling good about winning the pot, but Alec feeling good about checking on the river there and not losing any more money.
Well, Alec, very wise. He may have read the Swede here at the final table tighter than Mick Jagger's leotards, and he proved it right there. Okay, and with that pot, the antes and blinds are going up. Antes will be 4,000 now, blinds 15 and 30,000. All right, action on Seidel. He's got a pair of 6s this time, and he's going to make it 80,000 to go.
Christ, it scared the out of me.
Oh, look at this. Alex
Sorry.
Torelli, I believe, spilled
I'm like
his
such
drink.
a liability, bro. with
The Swede
everything
going
in
out,
me.
and now it's up to Alex Gomez.
He's got the suited connectors, the 7-8 of hearts. Those Eric Seidel raised under the gun, meaning you give a guy credit who raises in first position most of the time. But he's going to make the call, wants to see a flop with this hand.
And now it's on Justin, and he's got an ace-10, but doesn't like it. He folds.
Alec Torelli also with an ace-10 folding.
Faraz won't play, so two-way action. Seidel up against Alex Gomez.
Well, look at this, Vince. Alec Torelli, who knocked his glass over, reaching down to clean up his own mess now. Now, you got to like that.
Oh, it is a 3-ring circus out here on the World Poker Tour.
Not a good flop for 2 6s here. But doesn't slow Eric down from betting. He leads out in bets.
120,000 continuation bet.
And look at this. Alex with bottom pair here. Calling the pre-flop razor here with just 2 8s.
Wow.
Pretty interesting stuff. I guarantee you Eric didn't like that call. Well, an ace comes off.
Yep, and Eric quickly checking. He didn't like that call at all.
Well, you have to give your opponent credit for an ace or a king if they call you in that spot, most likely.
Now Alex maybe seeing an opportunity. Yes, he's going to make a 110,000 bet. And this is going to shoo away the New Yorker.
Look, when it comes ace, king, 8, and you lead out and bet on the flop after you raise pre-flop and the guy calls you twice, you can't continue to play 2 6s.
The young guns showing how tough this table is tonight at Bellagio as they all go after a title. Who's going to take it and the $1.2 million that goes with it? We'll be right back on the World Poker Tour.
Being a professional poker player is difficult and fun. I mean, it's fun in the sense when you get to do stuff like this, like for $1 million, and this is great. It's difficult when you have losing days to go to bed poorer than when you get up. It's like living on a roller coaster, you know? You never know what's going to happen.
Welcome back to the World Poker Tour. And like Alex Torelli says, if you like stability, don't do this game, because it can be rough. The roller coaster, ever present here on the World Poker Tour. Welcome back. 6 players remain, going after close to $1.2 million here tonight.
Our current chip leader is Faraz Jaka, but in second place, WPT champ Eric Seidel.
Action going to the Swede from Lund, Sweden. He quickly folds. That's Christopher Sorensen. And the Brazilian also going out.
And the 21-year-old Justin Smith out as well.
And now Alec Torelli from Orange County with ace-5, going to make a raise, 75,000.
Standard raise on the button with ace high. He's going to get called by Faraz, however, who has ace-jack in a small blind, and Eric Seidel has a 10-9. Good-sized pot out there, so he does make the call, and here comes the flop.
The flop comes up beautiful for Faraz. Aces and jacks. He's first to act. He quickly checks.
Eric Seidel with an open-end straight draw.
He checks.
And Alec with 2 aces checks right behind him.
Cat and mouse.
Alec, now the board pairs 8. Nobody at the table happy to see that card.
Faraz trying to trap there. He checks again. Seidel also checking.
Now Alec thinking he's got the best hand. They've checked twice to him. So he is going to bet out. Now what's Faraz going to do with his aces and jacks? He's just going to call, doesn't raise. Eric Seidel now is going to make the call also with the open-end straight draw. Just doesn't believe anybody's that strong. Hoping to hit a straight, and does so on the river. Wow.
Incredible. Faraz going to be kicking himself that he didn't re-raise. Action's on him first.
He's going to lead out and bet 200,000 now.
Misstepping every bit of the way.
Well, Eric Seidel now figuring out what to do. He's hit the joker here, as we say. The best card he could hit.
Did a little tell, groaned a little. Usually trying to act weak, and now he's going strong.
What's the amount?
Well, what he said to himself, look, if I made a call on the turn to hit the straight, I've hit it. I'm going to raise it at least a little bit.
Yeah, he makes it 500,000 to go. And Alex just...
Well, he's trying to figure it out here. He slow played the aces on the flop, and now all of a sudden on the river, it's been bet and raised in front of him, so he's going to lay down aces up.
Will the toilet pay off?
300 more, yeah.
Well, he does pay it off. Eric shows him a straight, and Faraz getting himself a little lecture on how he played that hand. Didn't raise it before the flop, didn't bet on the flop, didn't raise it on the turn, and then bet and paid off another bet on the river. He just compounded his problems in that hand.
Well, the toilet's going to need a plumber after that. Seidel taking down a big one. Stay with us. We're coming back with more action on the World Poker Tour. Welcome back to the poker capital of Las Vegas. That would be the Bellagio. I'm Vince Van Patten alongside Mike Sexton.
Tonight's event, Bellagio Cup 5 is in full swing. We still have 6 talented players going for that $1.1 million first place prize. Let's get back to the action.
As you can see, Faraz Jaka, the 23-year-old out of San Jose, California, is our chip leader.
In second place, Eric Seidel. And there you see a graphic that has percentage of chips in play by each player. Now, if there's 6 players left, you should know that if you have more than 16.7% of the chips, you're above average. If you have less, you're below average. And right now, 4 players are below average in chip count.
Mike, forget that technical baloney. Who's got the chips? That's all I want to know. Back to the table we go. Justin Smith with just a 10-8 has raised it.
Made it 77,000 to go under the gun with a 10-8 of clubs. Faraz Jaka has made the call with a 9-8 of hearts.
Seidel out. The Swede quickly folding. Now the former lawyer out of Brazil also going to fold. So here we go.
Here comes the flop. It's come Queen 10-9. Justin out in front with a pair of 10s and a straight draw.
And he's going to check it.
His opponent's got a pair of 9s and the same straight draw.
Well, they both check.
Justin in great shape here. Well, a 6 comes off. I say great shape. That's if there's no betting.
Justin first to act, the 21-year-old. Used to work in a supermarket as a bagger. He checks again. Now he plays big-time poker.
Well, Faraz now thinking maybe his 2 9s are the best hand here. He's going to test the waters here and make a little bet here. After Justin checked twice on the flop and the turn. Justin with second pair, Faraz with third pair. They have the same straight draw. So as the cards lie, the only way Faraz could win the pot would be to catch a 9 if there was no further action.
And he hits a 9 for Faraz.
The complete joker for Faraz Jaka. The only card that would give him the win if he didn't bet somebody out of the pot.
Now he gets checked too. The toilet strikes again. And 275,000 he wants as a payoff.
Well, Justin trying to figure this out. The guy didn't bet on the flop, did bet the turn, did bet the river, but are 2 10s good? That's the question. Remember, the guy he's up against, Faraz Jaka, is the chip leader. He's the most aggressive player at the table, but Justin makes the great laydown on the river after getting unlucky when his opponent hit 3 9s.
Yep. Unorthodox player, very bold. He's only 23 years old. Graduated out of the University of Illinois. What a show he's putting on tonight. Back to the table we go. The young Swede, Christopher Sorensen, looks down at a 9-7. He won't play that junk. And now the Brazilian also going away.
Justin lays this hand down as well, so around to the button. Alec Torelli with the ace-10. This is a standard raise that everyone would make on the button with this kind of hand.
Into the toilet, Faraz, who has just a king 6 of clubs.
Raise.
And he's going to raise.
Well, far and away the most aggressive player at this table is our chip leader, Faraz Jaka. We are seeing that hand after hand after hand so far. And believe me, all these guys at the table are very sharp, and they understand that this guy is just now trying to bully them.
Alec, though, says, I'm going to be stubborn. I want to see a flop with
Ace 10 to him.
flop comes up, Jack 7-4. No help to either player. Check by Faraz Jaka.
I'm a little surprised Faraz wouldn't make the continuation bet there.
Alec also going to check.
So here comes the turn card. After hitting nothing on the flop, and he's going to bet here. And I don't blame him.
Yeah, $260,000 worth.
Well, Alec, of course, just has the gut shot straight draw, but you just wonder, had he bet on the flop, chances are he would have won this pot. And now he's going to have to give it up.
Yep, he looks disgusted. He mucks his hand. So the toilet, Faraz Jaka, swirling away with more chips.
Well, Vince, you could say that Faraz is sitting on the throne right now. He is our chip leader.
Look at the frustration for Alec. Stay with us. We're coming back with more action here on the World Poker Tour. We are back here at Bellagio here on the World Poker Tour where 6 players remain. And Faraz Jaka is the chip leader with about 5.1.
You see the prize payouts. First place over $1.1 million. Our 6th place finisher.
With a King 10.
Christopher has the perception of being the tightest player at the table. But yet here he's going to raise with a somewhat marginal hand of a King 10 offsuit.
Brazilian goes out. Grocery man also going away. And now Alec.
What'd you start with, Ben?
About 2 million.
With the snowman, pair of 8s.
Well, he's got the mid pair. Now against some players, like a Faraz, for example, you might come over the top of him with 2 8s here, but against a perceived tight player, he's just going to make a call and see a flop and proceed cautiously.
Yeah, Faraz going away. Here's the flop.
Oh, what a flop. It's come 10-8-4. Alec Torelli has flopped 3 8s. But Christopher's flopped top pair with a good kicker.
This could spell a lot of trouble for the Swede.
Well, Alec is going to check here. I hope the Swede has an overpair or makes a continuation bet. But you know he's looking to get action with the 3 8s. And he's going to get it because with top pair, you are going to lead out and bet. And that's exactly what Christopher has done. 115,000.
Alec is just loving this right now. He's up against a player that's tighter than my high school gym shorts, and he's got him trapped.
Well, there is a possible flush draw out there and a possible straight draw, but you are going to raise it here. In most cases, 305,000 now the bet.
Yep, he's going to make the pot a little juicier.
Well, he has check raised here. This causing great concern for Christopher right now. And he's got a pretty decent hand. Top pair with a king kicker. Now, what a laydown by Christopher there. Just throws away the top pair like it was nothing.
That is a great laydown. Absolutely brilliant play by the Swede.
Well, this hand an example of why many top pros saying when you flop a set, in the long run, you'll make more money by leading out and betting. Had Alec led out there with the 3 8s, chances are he would have got raised by Christopher with top pair and a king kicker, and who knows what might have happened.
And he's going up to 5,000 blinds, 20 and 40, a couple folds. And now it's on Alec, who's, you can see, a little frustrated because he didn't get the action he wanted with his set.
Well, here he's got ace-7 offsuit. And you're right, just going to throw it away and take a deep breath right now.
Into the toilet, Faraz Jaka. He's got king 10.
Well, same hand Christopher just had. He's going to raise it on the button with this hand, make it 100,000 to go.
But the wily vet, Eric Seidel from New York, going to call with king queen. And Sonnensen's out.
As the cards lie, Eric has him dominated. King queen versus king 10. And the flop comes queen high. It's queen 9-3. So Eric Seidel out in front with top pair.
And he nonchalantly checks it.
Well, Faraz has the gut shot straight draw, but he's going to make the continuation bet of 180,000.
Yep, he gets the toilet to bet.
And the question is, do you raise or just call here? Eric Seidel just opting to call.
6 of spades, irrelevant card on the turn.
Well, Again, Eric checks. And Faraz checks right behind him this time, and wisely so.
Coming down to the river.
Looking for a jack, but he catches a 10, so he makes second pair. Eric Seidel out in front with the 2 queens. Action is on Eric. He's going to try to get a value bet in here with the 2 queens of 300,000. Now Faraz has been pretty much like a slot machine paying these things off when people bet on the river. What's he going to do this time with second pair? Now Faraz is thinking to himself, you know, the guy didn't raise me on the flop. Does he really have a queen in his hand? Why is he betting now? And Faraz makes a good laydown. He lays down the 2 10s, and wisely so. Eric Seidel taking down the pot.
That is right. So the toilet backs up there a little bit. 6 players remain. Stay tuned. We're coming back with more action here on the World Poker Tour.
Welcome back to Las Vegas and the WPT's coverage of Bellagio Cup 5. We're right in the middle of the final table of this prestigious $15,000 buy-in, no limit hold'em event.
And WPT champ Eric Seidel says this is one of the toughest final tables ever in the history of the World Poker Tour. Let's check the chip count and see where he stands.
Well, right now, Eric Seidel stands in second chip position. Our current chip leader is Faraz Jaka, who came to this final table with the big chip lead. I think Eric has got a pretty good read on how tough this final table is. It is a doozy.
All right, to the table we go. Justin Smith quickly folding. Alec Torelli from Orange County, California.
And he's got 2 8s. He's going to come in for 110,000.
And the toilet, Faraz Jaka with a pair of 7s right behind him. The chip leader.
He's going to make the call.
How much did you start with about?
$2 million.
And look at this, Vince.
Really
Eric Seidel also has
Wow.
a pair of 7s. Incredible.
He's made the call as well. And now the Swede with just a king 9. Won't play it.
Alex is going out.
Yeah.
We've got 3-way action, and even though Alec doesn't know it, he's in as good a position as you can possibly be against 2 other opponents. You've got an overpair. They both got the same underpair. And here comes the flop. Well, it's ace queen 9. Nobody's going to like that flop because all those cards check higher than the pair that they have.
Alec quickly checking. Faraz Jaka. That is a scary flop. Also checking.
Well, here comes Eric Seidel using
boy.
that Amarillo Slim theory. If they're checking, I'm a betting. And he is going to bet here 250,000.
And he's going to chase the youngsters away.
Well, that gives you a glimpse of how great a player Eric Seidel is. What a move right there.
8 World Series bracelets. This year he was nominated for the Poker Hall of Fame. Did not win because my friend sitting here, Mike Sexton, you took down that. You were in the Poker Hall of Fame. Congratulations.
Well, I appreciate that. Yeah, it's a great honor, but make no mistake about it. Eric Seidel will be joining me in the Poker Hall of Fame one day. No question about it.
All right, back to the hand. The Swede out. The Brazilian lawyer also going out. And now Justin Smith with ace-jack. And he is going to raise it. 80,000 to go. Orange County kid going out. The toilet.
Faraz finally picks up the 7 deuce and goes away.
Yep, but Seidel, who has a jack 8.
Well, he's feeling his oats after winning that last pot with the worst hand. He defends with the jack 8 offsuit. Now the flop comes ace king 8.
And Eric Seidel has checked the kid.
So Justin has flopped top pair. Eric Seidel has flopped bottom pair.
The former grocery store bagger, now big-time pro, is going to make his bet. 110,000 with the aces.
Eric Seidel just not believing him. He's calling him with bottom pair, so
yeah, going to be stubborn.
Let's see what happens from here.
Here comes the turn card.
3 of clubs comes off.
Helps neither player. Eric quickly checks. And we go into the stare down.
Well, Justin leery that Eric may be trying to trap him, but checks. 2 aces here, and now a king comes off. Well, neither player going to like that card too much, I don't think, because they'll be fearful that their opponent's got a king in their hand.
And the very crafty New Yorker, Eric Seidel, once again checking. Kind of giving up. Now, Justin doesn't have that many chips left. He is the short stack. So you want to put in a value bet here, perhaps.
All
But no, all in, he says.
Wow, all in. What a daring bet right here. Because if his opponent happened to have a king, I'm sure it'd be a snap call.
Yeah.
And that would be it for the 21-year-old. But you can see Erik Seidel sitting up in his chair trying to figure this out. Hey, the guy bet on the flop and I called him, yet he checked on the turn with a completely worthless card came off, a 3. So Erik must think this guy might have a Jack-10 or a Queen-Jack, something like that, and that he could very well have the best hand with the 2-8s. What's puzzling Erik Seidel and why he's wincing right there is because he's saying to himself, why would a guy bet all in 950,000 when the pot's only got about 400,000 in it? It's an overbet.
That's pretty interesting.
That's created great distress and problems for Erik right now.
Justin's mom on suicide watch there in the front row.
Wow, that's tough.
Well, here's what's fascinating to me about this battle between these two, Vince. In 1988, when Erik Seidel finished second in the main event of the World Series of Poker, that scene we saw in Rounders against Johnny Chan, Justin Smith was only about 3 months old at that time. Yet here they are now clashing, going for this $1.1 million some 20 years later. Incredible.
Erik in a quandary here.
Well, he's only in the quandary because the guy checked on the turn. He just can't figure out why he would overbet this pot on the river so much. In Erik's mind, he's either got a king in his hand or he's got absolutely squadoodle.
Now, is it worth it to Erik? A great champion. Will he be able to figure out this puzzle? Yes, he does.
Well, he's going to lay it down, so although the all-in bet almost made him a lot of chips, Vince, you just wonder, had he made a smaller bet, could he get a little value out of that hand?
6 crafty players, the young and the old, going after the close to $1.2 million here tonight at Bellagio. Stay with us.
Tonight's episode of the World Poker Tour is brought to you by PlayWPT.com.
Welcome back to Bellagio here on the World Poker Tour for the Bellagio Cup 5, the first show of the year, season number 8, where 6 players remain.
Well, our current chip leader is the guy that came to this final table with a chip lead, Faraz Jaka, a little over $5 million in chips, and with $4 million in chips, second place, Erik Seidel.
What a final 6 we are witnessing here tonight. Let's go to the table on the former lawyer Alex Gomez, quickly folding his hand.
Now to the 21-year-old Justin Smith. Got the 10-8 of hearts, but lets it go.
Yep.
Alec Torelli out as well.
And now Faraz Jaka,
Raised.
also known as the Toilet, has a king 10, and he's going to raise.
Yeah, bets 100,000. Erik Seidel with 2 9s. He's going to just call. Doesn't re-raise with the 2 9s.
And the Swede Christopher Sorensen with a Jack 6 quits right there. So we have two-way action going to the flop.
And it's action between the 2 chip leaders at this final table. The flop comes king 10-3. What a flop for Faraz. Erik checks the 2 9s. Faraz now with the top 2 pair.
Just a thing of beauty for the Toilet. Now, will he bet it? Yes, he does. 135,000.
You have to bet in case your opponent's got something like a Queen Jack. You just don't want to give him a free card to beat you.
Erik, got to be disappointed with that flop with just the 9s.
Look at
What
this.
is he doing here?
He's raising, Vince.
He's going to take a stab at a bluff.
Well, he's going to try to represent that he's got a king in his hand and just hope his opponent would throw something away like a pair of 10s or even a pair of jacks in this situation if he had them.
Seidel making it 375,000 to go.
Unfortunately for Erik, his opponent's got top 2 pair and is not going anywhere. It's just a matter of how he's going to play the hand from here. And with the possible straight and possible flush out there, most players would just come right back over the top of Erik right here with the top 2 pair.
How much did you start the hand with? Just
No idea. I was in the $3 million area, but
Oh boy, he's got Erik mumbling to himself. Does not want to hear that.
So Faraz trying to walk the dog here, as we say, does not re-raise. See if Erik will keep betting at this hand for him. 4 hearts comes off on the turn. That no apparent help to anybody.
Yeah, great card if you're Faraz. And Erik, let's see if he keeps up the shenanigans. Oh, don't do it to yourself.
7.
Oh, 700,000 with just the 9s.
Well, the reason Erik is betting here is because his opponent didn't re-raise him. which you thought he would have done if he had ace-king or even king-queen in that spot, most likely. As it is, Eric might put him on some type of draw hand, whether it's a flush draw or a straight draw, so therefore trying to chase him away here with his 2 nines, but that's not going to work. Nobody's getting away from the top 2 pair here.
Not at all. You cannot get away from this hand. 95% sure you're well out in front.
Well, again, Faraz is just going to call with the kings and tens. And this causes concern for Eric, as you can see.
Gonna try to trap and trap. River card coming up. No help. Perfect card for Faraz, the toilet.
Eric raised him on the flop, got called. Bet on the turn, got called. Now he's going to check on the river.
Yeah, that is just one big white flag right there. Imploding before our very eyes.
Well, this is the biggest pot of the night so far, and it's the 2 chip leaders that are clashing. Well, now Faraz is going to make a value bet of $500,000 now. That is not a big bet at all, folks, into a pot that's got over $2.4 million in it. And now you're sitting in Eric Seidel's seat, and you're saying, wow, there's $3 million sitting out there on the table. It's going to cost me $500,000 to make the call. Could my opponent possibly have a flush draw or straight draw, or my 2 nines are the best hand?
This is just a debacle for Seidel.
Oh, man.
He could lose 3 bracelets for this play. His gut instinct just off here. Goes to show you even the best of the best can misstep. And let's see if he can lay it down. No.
Eric Seidel is going to pay him off.
Oh, boy. Faraz Jaka with a clean sweep right there.
Well, Eric Seidel said this is going to be a tough final table tonight. He thinks it's the toughest in the history of the World Poker Tour. And right now he's saying to himself, geez, if I keep making mistakes like that, how am I going to win this thing?
Well, a huge setback for WPT champion Eric Seidel, and unfortunately, we have run out of time. But as you know, anything can happen on the WPT, and it usually does.
Well, can Eric turn it around and capture a second WPT title? Join us next time for our continuing WPT coverage of the Bellagio Cup 5. Next time on the World Poker Tour.
You gotta stay patient, play good.
I'm all in. That's correct.
These players are chasing fame and fortune.
Going after that, close to $1.2 million here at Bellagio.
I was not expected that celebration.
I don't understand what this is for.
The World Poker Tour. The biggest games, the greatest players, and the largest payouts on the planet. The WPT is a series of international high-stakes poker tournaments that can turn amateur players into millionaires and make professionals into superstars. With millions of dollars on the line, it's time for these 6 players to live the dream of fame, fortune, and the one thing money can't buy, a WPT title. Tonight on the World Poker Tour.
Hi, everyone. Welcome back to the gambling capital of the world. We are in the center of the Las Vegas Strip for continuing coverage of Bellagio Cup 5. I'm Mike Sexton along with Vince Van Patten, and this is the WPT.
That's right, Mike. And last time, before we got started at the final table, Eric Seidel said this is the toughest final table in the history of the World Poker Tour. And so far, he has been correct about that. Amazing. Now, in case you missed some of the fireworks, here's what happened last time on the World Poker Tour.
Well, a terrific final table to kick off Season 8. An experienced WPT champ versus 5 young, tough pros. Eric Seidel using that Amarillo Slim theory. If they're a checking, I'm a betting.
And he's going to chase the youngsters away.
Alec Turley has flopped 3 8s. What a laydown by Christopher there. Just throws away the top pair like it was nothing. you see a list of our chip leaders. Faraz Jaka, his nickname is the Toilet, but he is well out in front with over 6.6 million in chips. And in second place, WPT champ Eric Seidel, going for a second title tonight. He's got about 2.4 million.
Okay, and of course the blinds at this point are 20 and 40,000, and he's 5,000. To the felt we go. The great Eric Seidel looking down at an ace queen, and he's getting out some raisin chips right there. 110,000 to go.
Well, Eric, by far the oldest player at this table. Other than Eric, everybody else is 26 years of age or under.
Now Christopher Sonnensen, the Swede, has king-queen, and he is tighter than a Joan Rivers facelift. But right now, what's he going to do with it? Look at this. He's going to re-raise with this.
Really doesn't look tight here, that's for sure. Raised it 200,000 more with just a king-queen. Everybody folding, including Eric Seidel. Quickly lays down the ace-queen.
Just like that.
So the Swede going to take down that pot with a nice re-raise there. But he gets away with that because he's perceived to be very tight by these other players.
Well, a lot of big names in the poker world are here tonight, including Mike the Mouth, the Madman, Mike Matusow.
Got like 3 good friends at the final table here, so I got to come sweat them. Alec Torelli and Justin Smith and Eric Seidel. Lucky for them on this tournament here, they're going to be plenty of play. Basically, you know, you got to stay patient and play good.
That, of course, is the Madman, Mike Matusow, sharing his expertise at the final table.
Well, I was just hoping the money stays in Las Vegas. Those 3 guys he named live here.
All right, the Swede this time folds his hand. Alex Gomez, the Brazilian, has popped in a raise. He has queen 10, makes it 110,000 to go. And now the former grocery bagger, gone poker pro Justin Smith. He's got an ace-jack this time.
The Brazilian came in for 110,000. Justin trying to contemplate what to do. Right now, he's on the short stack at this final table.
Come on.
And he's going for it all right here. He moves all in over the top.
Alec out, the Toilet going away. Eric Seidel out, and no one can call the pressure of the 21-year-old. Going to take this pot quickly.
1.4.
Well, Vince, this guy is such a tough player. Plays in the highest stakes games in the world right here in Bobby's room in Las Vegas, and does so at just 21 years of age. That is incredible stuff. Not only a great no-limit hold'em player, but in my view, probably a better all-around player in poker, because I played a number of the mixed games with this guy. He is really tough.
All right, back to this hand. 3 quick folds around to Seidel. Oldest player at the table by far. He's also going to fold.
So now we're down to the battle of the blinds here. Swedish guy, Christopher Sonnensen, looks at an ace-9, and he's going to raise the pot to 110,000.
Only 24 years old, out of Lund, Sweden. Christopher Sonnensen starting to open up his game here a little bit.
Well, Alex with the king-3 of spade going to make the call out of the big blind.
So 2-way action. The Swede against the Brazilian. Here's the flop.
Now flop is jack 9-5.
Christopher hitting his 9s.
Nice hit second pair with top kicker, but checks it. Alex checking right behind him.
Yeah, he's not going to bite. Turn card is a queen of hearts. Inside straight draw.
I find this interesting. The Swede is now betting, and I say that he didn't bet second pair with top kicker like most guys would have on the flop to see where they're at. Now there's another overcard out there and a possible straight, yet now he comes out betting.
Well, he's got that reputation of being super tight. He thinks maybe it'll pay off, but no, maybe they're catching on to him finally. He's getting called down.
Well, I'm surprised that he got called here by just king high, a gut shot straight draw.
Amazing. Another heart on the river, 6 of hearts. That's a scare card.
Well, indeed it is. Possible flush out there now. The Swede got to be very nervous. He got called on the turn here. Not only because there's an overcard out there, but a possible flush draw, and now the flush is hit on the river if his opponent had 2 hearts in his hand.
And he's going to check it.
Now we know Alex had nothing in his hand but king high, yet he is going to bet 175,000. Vince, we've seen this guy bluff several times on the river at this final table. Every time has worked successfully for him, including this one. Well, many Brazilians feel Alex Gomez is their best poker player. He's won more money playing tournament poker than any other Brazilian.
Just blame it on Rio. Nice bluff right there. Stay with us. We're coming back with more action on the World Poker Tour.
For me, poker is a really smart game. You have to think a lot. You always have to be learning. You never stop learning. It's all about a challenge. This final table is really one of the toughest. I'm ready to to work a lot today. It's not going to be easy for sure.
I play pretty unorthodox style, and I've gotten criticized for it quite a bit. I play like in a completely different system. I feel like people not knowing what I'm thinking is kind of what I rely on to succeed at this point. Just put fear in their head and make them feel like they're going to war with me.
Welcome back to the World Poker Tour. The wise words of wisdom from Faraz Jaka out of San Jose, California. He currently lives out of a suitcase on the poker circuit, but right now he's our chip leader.
Well, and as you can see,
Can I look at the list again?
he's got a nice chip lead right now, no question about it. He's got over 40% of the chips in play. That's a pretty incredible chip lead. Everybody wanting to know the chip count of all the other players.
6.7, 2.2, 1.6, 2.2.
You have 1.6?
6 players remain. The blinds are going up to 30 and 60,000. Cards flying around the table. Action going to young man from Orange County, California. Alec Torelli's got King 10, and he's going to muck those. Faraz with a 5-3 of clubs right behind him.
Well, he's going to raise it, Vince. That's good enough for him to raise with. 140,000 to go.
Seidel out, and Christopher from Sweden also going out. The Brazilian not going to play, so only one man to beat here. On Justin Smith now, wondering what to do. He's got King 10. He's in the big blind.
Vince, I got to tell you, we've pretty much seen a one-man band show at this final table so far. Faraz Jaka, the most aggressive player at the table, playing the most hands, winning the most pots. Well, Justin knows this guy's the most aggressive player at the table. And look at this.
Wow.
Justin going all in over the top with just a King 10.
Amazing. A quick fold there. For Faraz, he's been busted.
Well, you have to fold 5 high when the man moves in on you.
Absolutely.
But what a bold all-in move that was by Justin Smith. And Vince, as I mentioned before, I love the way Justin Smith plays poker. He plays all the mixed games great, as well as no limit hold'em. This kid is a poker player.
All right, in this hand, Faraz folding. Seidel also out.
The Swede now picking up 2 threes.
Got the little pair, and he's getting chips out.
Well, he's in what we call the cutoff position, one in front of the button. He's going to raise it here with the small pair. Makes it 145,000 to go.
Into the former lawyer out of Brazil. Gave up law to play poker. He's got Jack, King.
This not a bad hand, but it seems like a very marginal hand against the guy they all perceive to be the tightest player at the table.
You play 1.1?
1.2?
And the guy on his right raised, and yet he's concerned about the guy on his left.
He's taken one World Series of poker bracelet already to his name, and he's going to re-raise here. Makes it 425,000 to go. Now Justin, with an ace-8, cannot play it. Alec also out, and the Swede, no theatrics by him. The Brazilian going to take that pot.
Okay, another good poker pro from Brazil in the house tonight. That's Andre Akari.
Oh, I'm here to root for Alex Gomez, a Brazilian friend, one of my best friends in Brazil. Poker is an unbelievable game. It's a very nice game, and all the Brazilians like a lot of sports, and we are soccer fans, and we treat poker like soccer. And we have the best people in the world and the best soccer in the world, and now we're going to have the best poker in the world.
He forgot to talk about thongs in the world. Those Rio beaches.
Yeah. The beach beauties of Rio de Janeiro, eh, Vinny?
Poker's getting in his way. All right, back to the table we go. Action going on Justin Smith. What a dogfight we're seeing here tonight. These guys battling for that close to 1.2 million. Justin going out. Alec and Faraz also out. Seidel slowing down, won't play. So 2 players. The Swede, this time with an uneventful 10-6 of diamonds.
He just lost the pot to Alex Gomez a moment ago when he raised with 2 threes, and Alex came over the top of him with King Jack offsuit. Let's see what he's going to do here.
Well, it's not looking like calling chips. It looks like raising chips. Now, this kid is absolutely changed his game completely. Used to be so tight, and now he's splashing around here. Made it 165,000 to go.
Well, he is changing gears. I'll tell you, so far Alex Gomez has played him like he can see what he's got. I mean, he re-raised a moment ago with just a king-jack offsuit.
I'm all in.
Wow. And here he's gone all in with just an ace-3 offsuit.
What is going on?
Unbelievable. Bold play by the Brazilian here, and the timing was perfect as he picks up the pot.
Well, the ice is melting for the Swede.
Oh, man. Ole for the Brazilian.
We're coming back with more action on the World Poker Tour. Stay with us.
People ask me all the time, like, is poker a sport? It's as much of a sport as, like, chess is, because it's, like, a mental sport. There's so many different variables that come into play, and it takes a lot of different assets and skills to really be successful, especially at the noticeably high-stakes level.
Welcome back to the World Poker Tour. That is the former grocery bagger, Justin Smith, talking about his sport. Right now, he's down to the short stack with just over $1 million, and our chip leader is Faraz Jaka with about 6.8 million.
Well, Vance, forget about the grocery bagger. He'll be buying a chain of stores before long if he keeps winning the poker like he's done so far. Already plays in the highest stakes games in the world at Bellagio right here on a regular basis. Now he's got a shot to take down a WPT title and win over another $1 million. All
right, to the table we go. Seidel and the Swede out, and the Brazilian not interested, and it's on our short stack. Justin Smith, he's got Jack, King of Diamonds.
Yep, he's got Kojak. He's also got the short stack at this table, and he's setting them all out there right now. About $1 million.
1.05.
He's got the guts to put it in. Alec Torelli behind him. He's going to muck.
Good call.
And now they call him the toilet. Faraz Jaka with a quick call, and it's a good one. He's got ace-10.
Good luck.
Thanks.
A very quick call by Faraz, not even a thought process there to call this $1 million all-in bet. And he is out in front with the ace-10. Justin Smith going to have to get lucky to stay alive in this tournament. Let's see if he can do it.
Here we go with the flop.
Well, the flop is 9-9-5. So far, so good for Faraz. He's out in front with the ace-high. Justin's going to have to catch a king or a jack, 2 cards to make a straight, or 2 running diamonds to make a flush.
Justin, 21 years old, the former grocery bagger, now big-time pro.
Or a 10 or a queen.
Yeah.
Actually, a queen is not good because he's got a 10.
Needs a lot of luck right now. 2 cards to come. Will it be his demise? Here comes Sports Street. He's hit it!
Well, he throws up the touchdown sign. It's not over. But Faraz, to win this pot, he's going to have to catch an ace on the river.
Anybody fold an ace?
Oh, boy.
I don't think anybody folded an ace, but I like it.
He caught the falling bag of eggs before they crashed. Just nicely done on 4th Street. He's got to sweat one more card.
Well, 5 comes out at the river.
He's going to double up.
So Justin Smith, the 21-year-old, stays alive. And there he goes. He's off to high five his friends and fans. Not the greatest high five we've ever seen on the World Poker Tour.
But see, it is a sport after all. You see that sprint he made?
The signature run over.
And the high fives, a lot of energy had to happen there. Nicely done. One happy young 21-year-old.
Remember, $1.1 million and the prestigious WPT Tiffany bracelet are on the line. There's a lot more to come, so stay tuned. Tonight's episode of the World Poker Tour is brought to you by PlayWPT.com.
Eric is a lot older than the rest of us. A lot of the young guys, online guys, criticize the older live players, saying they're really bad at this and that. And then you got a lot of the older live guys saying the same thing about the online guys.
This ain't the internet, son!
The best players are the hybrids who can take a little bit from both.
Can't we all just get along? Welcome back to the World Poker Tour.
I think what Faraz said is exactly right. Most old school players don't think the online players are as good as they think they are, and all the young players think they play way better than the older guys. Well, now we're going to see what happens behind the scenes on the break. You see some guys get support from the top pros. Other guys go over to see mom.
Do you need us to get you something?
And Eric Seidel, they have to go wake up. He's taking a nap.
Lonely guy in the bowels of Bellagio.
Us old guys need naps once in a while, Vince, you know. Eric can't help it.
He is concentrating, trying to take home his 2nd WPT title.
Well, our current chip leader still Faraz Jaka, nearly $6 million in chips. But because of that last double up, Justin Smith went from 6th place up to 4th place. So the tide perhaps turning here, Vince.
Let's go to the table. It's on Eric. He's got ace-8 offsuit.
Yeah, one of those marginal hands in first position, but Eric opting to raise with it makes it $140,000 to go.
The Swede, Christopher, going out.
Round to Alex Gomez.
Former lawyer from Brazil. He's got an awful looking 3-deuce. What is he up to?
He is going to raise this WPT champ. Comes right over the top of him for $425,000 with the 3-deuce offsuit.
Viva la Brazil.
1.7.
He's making some moves here tonight, but behind him,
Oh, I didn't see that. Nice.
Justin Smith with an ace-deuce. Nope, won't play.
Alec Torelli going out as well.
But Faraz with a queen 10 of diamonds, also going out.
As is Eric Seidel.
Yep.
And folks, I'll tell you one thing. This Brazilian has impressed me tonight at this final table, and I hope he's impressed you. He hasn't held any cards at this final table, yet he's gone from 6th place to 2nd chip position by making moves just like that. What a play by the Brazilian there.
Well, he is shining tonight. He is playing the best poker at the table, I believe. Incredible. Can he keep it up? Action goes to Justin Smith. Ace-4 diamonds.
Well, Justin the first to act here.
And he's going to raise with it. 140,000 to go.
Oh, and Alec Torelli picks up a pretty good hand. He's got king, queen.
Been playing poker since high school, this guy says, since I've been 16.
Well, he has over $1 million in career winnings in his tournament career, and it's not that long.
You start with 2 million? Yep.
Won 2 preliminary events right here at Bellagio last season at Festel Lago, but opts to lay down the king, queen here. But Faraz is not laying down his ace-jack. He's going to make the call.
Yep. Eric Seidel going out. But the Swede, Christopher, he's got a pair of 6s.
Well, he's in the small blind, Vince. Blinds are now 30 and 60,000, so it cost him another 110,000 to make this call. A lot of money out there. I would call here, and he's doing the same thing. Just hoping to hit a 6 on the flop and win a lot of chips. That's what you pray for.
Alex going away, so 3-way action. They rake in the chips, and we're going to see the first 3.
It's come queen, 9-5, all clubs. No help to anybody, really, even though Faraz does have a flush draw now.
6s are going to check.
Action's on Justin. He's going to check the ace-4 diamonds. Fearful somebody might have a club or a queen in their hand. Now the question is, what will the chip leader do? They've checked to him. He does have a flush draw. But most players would probably opt to take a free card off here, hope to hit a club, maybe an ace to win the pot, but not Faraz. He is betting $285,000 right here, right now.
The 6s fold. And Justin also can't take the heat.
Well, folks, this is what great players do. They don't wait and check and hope to catch a free card, you know, where they might get lucky and catch a card to win the pot. They earn their pots. They just go out and bet and take the pot right now where they don't have to rely on the luck of that next card coming off the deck.
All right. More action unfolding here. Christopher out. And now Alex Gomez with just a suited connector. A 5-6 of spades is going to raise. 155 to go.
Now Justin going out. This time Alec with a king 10 offsuit. We just saw him lay down a king queen offsuit the last pot where he'd flop the best hand.
Such a bitch.
Will he make a move? Nope. He's out.
Now Faraz this time has an ace jack. Same hand he just won on the previous hand, so why not play it again?
Seidel out.
And look at that flop. It's come ace 10 deuce. Once again, Faraz out in front with the 2 aces. And he's going to check.
Alex also checking.
Wisely doesn't make the continuation bet there.
7 of spades on the turn, helping neither player.
Well, again, Faraz checks. And now Alex recognizes probably the only way he's going to win this pot is to start betting at it. So he's going to get busy, and right now fires 185,000 out there. Well, this is what Faraz has been waiting on. because now he's going to check raise him. Makes it 550,000 to go, and he's going to take down that pot.
So a little Brazilian blunder there for Alex Gomez. Takes the hit, but it's all about Faraz Jaka. They call him the toilet. Right now, he has the best seat in the house. We're coming back with more action on the World Poker Tour.
Bellagio holds all the big tournaments and all the big pros play here, and they all write about it, so it's kind of something everyone aspires to do. Something about just playing at the Bellagio makes it seem more authentic. I very much prefer playing at the Bellagio. I generally intrinsically like the hotel better. Adds huge value for me. It's Bellagio, you know, it's the best.
We are back at the Bellagio for the World Poker Tour. Hello, I'm Vince Van Patten alongside Mike Sexton. We're 6 players going after this Bellagio Cup number 5.
Well, certainly Bellagio is the Yankee Stadium of poker, no doubt about that. All the big players from around the world love to come to Bellagio to play.
Let's go to the felt. Alex Gomez quickly folding his hand, and now Justin Smith.
And he picks up the Colt 44s, looking to shoot somebody down with them. He's going to raise it here, makes it 145,000 to go.
Alec out, and now the chip leader, Faraz Jaka.
How much did you start with approximately?
1.8.
He's got a big hand, ace queen.
Justin, how many chips he started with? It's about 1.8 million.
I'm all in.
Wow. Faraz has gone all in here with the ace queen. Not going to fool around with it, and if you can beat this hand, good luck to you.
Eric out, the Swede out.
Of course, Faraz has way more chips than Justin does. It'll be Justin's tournament life on the line if he opts to play this hand.
A lot of pressure on him.
Well, at best, Justin knows he's in what we call a race situation. Well, there's Mike Manisau trying to get a wave started, but as you can see, nobody following him.
And Justin is going to make a laydown. Faraz Jaka extending his lead to close to 7.5 million.
Well, it's tough to call with 2 4s there because you know at best you're in a race. And if your opponent's got an overpair, you're doomed.
Each player started out of this event with 15,000. That's how much they had to pay for the entry. And here we go. Faraz quickly folding. Eric Seidel with ace-jack is going to pump it up. Makes it 140 to go.
But right behind him,
oh boy,
Christopher Sonesson, the Swedish guy, looks down at 2 kings. They've been playing this guy like a fiddle so far at this final table. Every time he makes some kind of move, somebody comes over the top of him. Now he's got a real hand. Let's see how he plays it. Well, this is a very unorthodox play in my mind, especially with so many players behind you to act. He just calls this first raise for 140,000 with the 2 kings.
Yeah, pretty amazing.
I say pretty amazing because you might allow 1, perhaps 2 more players to even come into the pot. When you have a big pair, you want to eliminate the field and get out as many players as possible. You don't want to play against multiple players with a big pair.
Well, Gomez is called with an ace-7 of spades.
Well, that's what I'm talking about. He's opening the door for players to possibly outdraw him on the flop. Let's see if it happens. Well, it's come 10-5 deuce with 2 spades. So we can see Alex has flopped a nut flush draw, but the Swede out in front with the 2 kings.
But Eric coming right out with a bet, 230,000.
Well, Eric Seidel raised before the flop. Little does he know what kind of trouble he's in right now. The Swede has the overpair. The Brazilian has the nut flush draw.
Sure does.
Eric has diddly do.
I'm all in.
Well, there goes Christopher. He has pushed all in like he should.
And there you see Alex Gomez looking up to the sky. What does he do now with the nut flush draw?
Need a count.
It's like a Brazilian wax job right there for Alex. Just complete pain. What a decision he has. He is 4 flushed.
Well, it's the kind of play that you don't mind moving all in yourself. But in poker, you just hate to put all your money in the pot or call somebody's all-in bet with a draw because you know you have to hit the hand to win the pot. You're not afraid to gamble on making a bet like that because people might not call you and you can win the pot that way. This way, if you call, you have to hit the flush to win the pot. In this case, of course, an ace would do as well, but tough decision right here for the Brazilian. Do you want to gamble here? The nut flush draw? The answer is no.
I see.
He gets out of the way. Eric goes out as well. So by slow playing the 2 kings before the flop, the Swede made more money.
The lone Swede clapping for his friend.
Well, Vince, you're always curious as to what would have happened. Let's take a look at the Wonder Cam.
Here we go. Can he catch the spade or an ace? Not there. And not there.
So Alex Gomez would have lost that pot. He subscribes to that theory. Those who chase straights and flushes arrive on planes and leave on buses.
Stay with us. We're coming back with more action on the World Poker Tour. Welcome back to the crown jewel of the Las Vegas Strip and the center of the poker world, Bellagio.
Oh, you're right, Vince. Bellagio is the home for high-stakes poker, and the stakes tonight are plenty high, $1.1 million to the winner.
That is right, and right now our chip leaders, Faraz Jaka, with close to 7.5 million in chips. And look at this, Eric Seidel now on the short stack with about 1.2.
Yep. Eric is like water in the bathtub right now where they pulled the plug in the drain. He is going down it. So let's see if he can pull himself back up.
A little personal, but nevertheless, moving on. Eric going out, and now the Swede looking at this wired pair of jacks.
Wow, just had 2 kings the last hand, now picks up 2 jacks. This is the way you like to play poker, folks. Just look down and find a big pair every hand. And he's going to raise it, makes it $145,000 to go.
Alex quickly folding. Justin Smith not going to play. And Alec Torelli in the small blind also not going to play.
Well, we're around to Faraz Jaka, our chip leader. Looks down at a 9-7 offsuit out of the big blind. See if he wants to make this call.
Raise.
Forget about calling. He is going to raise with this.
Yep.
9-7 offsuit. I know he's playing well and running well, but is this the guy you want to come over the top with this kind of hand?
I'm all in.
Whoa. Well, the Swede's gone all in. And what Faraz was thinking, you know, the guy played the last hand. He had a big hand there. Could he have a big hand again this time? Answer, yes.
Well, the toilet has overflowed. It's about time. Happens every once in a while. That's life.
Right now, Vince, he is doing a good job of putting the lid on everybody else in this tournament.
So we got to stop. All right, to the table we go. Christopher with a 7-4 goes out. No more wired pairs for him. The Brazilian also going away.
About.
And Justin Smith has the Gretzky hand, number 99.
He's going to raise it, makes it $145,000 to go.
Alec out, toilet out.
And to Eric Seidel. Now Eric's in the big blind, meaning he's got $60,000 out there. Cost him another $85,000 to make this call. He's got the king-9 of spade, and he is going to make the call.
So we got 2 9s up against king-9.
Well, it's the oldest player at the table versus the youngest. Here comes the flop. Oh, it's come 8-5-3. We could see some fireworks here.
Seidel with a 4 flush. He checks it.
And Justin with the overpair, and he bets $225,000.
Yep, continuation bet.
Well, the WPT champ contemplating what to do.
I'm all in.
He's on the short stack. He's going all in. Justin quickly going to call him with the overpair.
That's quick.
He's hoping that Eric's got a pair of 8s.
Eric says that was quick. In absolute pain. Did not expect that.
Eric Seidel's quest to capture a second WPT title tonight in jeopardy right now. He's going to have to catch a king or a spade to stay alive in this tournament.
I say we deal some cards.
Well, Seidel said he believed this was the toughest table he's ever been at for a final table, and he could be a prophet because right now these guys are pushing him around. They got him down, and right now he needs to get lucky.
4 hearts on the turn.
Not to be for Eric on that card.
Well, so far, so good for the youngin'. Can he dodge a spade or a king on the river?
Last card coming up.
It's a deuce of diamonds. Oh. So Justin Smith has done it. He has eliminated Eric Seidel from this tournament. And Eric Seidel, one of the greatest poker players in the world, out tonight in 6th place.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Shockingly, Eric Seidel, our 6th place finisher, going to pick up $164,000.
It was tough. All the players play really well. What can you do? You got to show some hands here and there. I think I played okay, but I made one mistake that kind of put my chips in jeopardy, and that was kind of annoying.
We are down to 5 players here at the World Poker Tour at Bellagio. Stay with us. We're coming back for more. Welcome back to the World Poker Tour. We're at Bellagio for the Bellagio Cup 5, but we're down to 5 players.
And the crowd's still murmuring about Erik Seidel, the WPT champion, just going out in 6th place. And Vince, you wonder how the dynamics is going to change at this final table. I guarantee you one thing, they're all thrilled that Erik is gone and they get to battle for their first WPT title.
Well, that is true. Let's go to the hand, though. A couple folds, and now Alec Torelli with King 10. He's going to push it up, makes a raise to 130 to go. Our chip leader, Faraz Jaka, folds his hand.
Well, Christopher Sonneson got a King 8 offsuit. Just the kind of hand you want to get involved with. Well, if you're Christopher, he makes the call.
You got me covered, right? I have 1.7.
Alec versus Christopher. Flop coming.
Well, flop comes King Jack 10. Christopher is flop top pair, but Alec is flop top and bottom pair.
And the Swede is going to check it. Big opportunity here for Alec. What a flop for him. And he's going to stick a bet out there. Looks like 200,000.
Well, you have to bet here. You can't give your opponent a free draw at a hand in case he's got an ace, a queen, or a 9 in his hand, for example, or even a small pair, or even the jack, or he could catch some cards that could beat you. So the bet's 200,000. The question is, what does Christopher do now with top pair here? Little does he know that Alec has top and bottom pair. He's going to raise it to a $500,000.
Yeah, he is. He can get into big trouble here.
All in.
Oh boy, a quick all-in by the young guy from Orange County, California. He's saying, if you can beat me, beat me. And the Swede gets the message and goes out.
Well, the real message is, sometimes this is what happens when you call raises with a King 8 offsuit.
Well, that is true, but it's a 5-handed poker game. Guys are going to loosen up a bit. But with that hand, the antes are going up to 10,000. The blinds at this point, 40 and 80,000. Faraz Jaka, known as the Toilets, that's his nickname. I didn't make it up. He's our chip leader, and it's on him. He's got a uneventful 10-7 of hearts.
And he's also got over 7 million in chips.
And he's also got the guts to raise, makes it 210,000 to go as the Swede goes out. And now Alex is going to make this call with a Jack 10 of diamonds.
Yeah, certainly a hand you like to see a flop with.
Justin out.
Alec out as well.
So two-way action. A bluffer versus Jack 10.
When the Jack comes right on the flop to give Alex the lead. It's come Jack 6-4 with 2 spades. And here comes Faraz. He's going to fire right out. 420,000.
Yep, the continuation bet.
I'm all in.
But the Brazilian will have none of that. He's got top pair, goes all in, and a quick out by the Toilet.
Well, a nice all-in bet right there by Alex Gomez.
And Mike, it's amazing. All these guys in their early 20s, if you added up all their ages, they still wouldn't be as old as me and you.
Oh, boy. You know, Vince, both you and I have been playing poker longer than any of these guys have been alive now. Ugh.
I've had more poker hands than these guys have had hot meals, believe me. But that's neither here nor there. Let's go back to the table. Alex Gomez this time with Queen Jack. Going to put it in a raise, makes it 210,000.
Well, he's the oldest player at this table of 26 years of age. That's incredible.
Justin goes out, but look at Alex, who really picks up the ladies, pair of queens, the Hilton sisters.
Well, you gotta love it. Well, he's just calling here on the button.
Should you start with?
Meaning with that much money in the pot, you now encourage the blinds to come in because they're getting the proper pot odds to do so, where you got to meet multiple players.
Call.
I don't like this play. Now, it may work out for him, but I think it's a recipe for disaster in the long run. I know you want to try to camouflage the strength of your hand in poker, but sometimes trying to beat multiple players with these big pairs is very dangerous.
Well, maybe not there because that's a good flop for him. 3 clubs. He still has the overpair and a club.
Yeah, so he has the best hand and the best draw, as we say. So thus far, limping in on the button did not hurt Alec Torelli.
Both players have checked to him. And now, the young guy that learned how to play poker in high school, he says, in a big opportunity right now. He's going to bet 400,000. Get the riffraff out.
Yeah, they'll all be going out now.
Yep, they cannot compete. And just like that, Alec Torelli picking up a nice one. As his mom looks on.
Just calling with the 2 queens on the button. Didn't cost him either, but I still believe that's an unorthodox play. We've seen it a couple times at this table where guys have just called a raise with big overpairs with still a couple guys left to act behind them.
All right, going to Justin, the former grocery bagger. He quickly folds. Alec out this time. And now the toilet for Faraz Jaka with just a 7-4 of hearts. Doesn't matter. He's going to make it 210,000. Christopher out. And the only one to push away would be the Brazilian, but no. He's stubborn with a 10-6 of hearts, going to call.
Well, he's going to gamble the 10-6 of hearts, and it could pay off because he's flopped a flush draw bigger than his opponent's flush draw.
Well, Alex has checked.
Well, certainly, if you're in your Faraz's seat, you're going to bet with a flush draw here, and a straight flush draw at that. He doesn't know his opponent's got the 10-6 of hearts, or I can assure you he wouldn't be betting here.
260,000.
And he's been called by Alex.
Good pot brewing. What's coming up next?
Oh, the 3 of hearts comes off.
Unreal.
Well, folks, we could see the biggest pot of the night so far here. And for Faraz Jaka, our chip leader, he is drawing completely dead. He can't make the straight flush. You better get out your suit of armor, folks, because we're going to see some slashing and clashing right now.
Look at this. Alex is going to bet. Puts a 440.
How much time behind about?
1.6, 1.7.
I believe Faraz has got to raise it here.
So 1.8 on top of that.
And I believe he is doomed to lose this pot. I don't see any saving him here.
1.9 behind.
Okay.
No way he's going to get away from the flush. And no way all the money's not going in the pot.
This is a complete catastrophe potential.
I'm on.
Quick call.
And he does go all in. A quick call by the Brazilian.
The Brazilian's going to be so happy that he's drawing dead.
That is the Brazilian bull cry. Nicely done.
There you go. Some excitement by the Brazilian, and why not? He came to this final table on the short stack in 6th place. He is now the chip leader after this hand.
Brazilian bull cry in full effect right now.
Really not expected. That celebration.
He's the new chip leader. Stay with us. We're coming back with more action here on the World Poker Tour.
Tonight's episode of the World Poker Tour is brought to you by PlayWPT.com.
We are back in Las Vegas for the World Poker Tour. The Bellagio Cup 5 continues.
For the first time tonight, you're looking at a new chip leader at the final table here at Bellagio. His name is Alex Gomez from Brazil. He started this final table in 6th chip position. He just doubled up through the toilet, and Vince, you might say the toilet overflowed that last hand.
You might say that, yes. Let's go to the table. Justin Smith, quick fold. Alec Torelli now with ace deuce. Gonna put it in a raise, makes it 210,000 to go. Fold by Faraz. Christopher Sonnenson also out.
And Alex Gomez, now look at this, man. He's picked up the exact same hand he had a moment ago where he doubled up. He had the 10-6 of hearts, now he's got the 10-6 of spades. That'd be like his favorite hand in the world right now anyway. Let's see what he's going to do with it this time. As he is going to raise, he's come over the top with the 10-6 to take down yet another pot. And I'll tell you right now, the Brazilian is saying, wow, I'm on a roll. The coffee is perking in Brazil right now.
That is just crazy making time. I mean, what a raise. And it works. Incredible play we're seeing here at Bellagio. 5-handed poker. He goes to the suite. He's got a pair of 4s.
And he's moving all in with the small pair.
Yep.
What is it?
This time the Brazilian picks up ace queen. 1.15.
He's got the call.
Yes, he's playing the rush, no doubt about it. Justin out. The guy knows he's on a heater, and he's going to gamble here with the ace-queen. Everybody else goes out. We've got a race situation. Christopher Sonesson, the Swedish player, out in front with the 2-4s, but must win this pot to stay alive in this tournament.
Not much better when you find your queen, bro.
Christopher, the Swedish, playing very strategically all night long, waiting for hands.
Good luck, man.
Now he's in a race situation when it really counts. Here we go with the flop. Oh, it's a good one for him.
Yep, it's come 8-7-5. So far, so good. He's got to dodge an ace or a queen with 2 to go for 2 running diamonds.
Comes the turn card.
Jack of clubs on the turn.
Still safe.
So the Brazilian must catch an ace or a queen on the river to eliminate the Swedish player. And there you see the Brazilian fans all hollering ace, 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 ace. Let's see if they can get one.
What's it gonna be? Here comes Fifth Street.
Oh, it's a queen. Oh, no! He has done it. Oh, the card. Unbelievable draw out on the river. The Brazilian has knocked out the Swedish player, Christopher Sonesson, out tonight in 5th place. Tough luck on the river for him.
Complete disappointment. The Swedish iceberg finally melted. Brutal beat on the river.
Well, what a final table this has been so far for the Brazilian Alex Gomez. He started out in 6th place. He has sambed his way to the chip lead now. Vince, this will be the biggest poker win in Brazilian poker history if he can take this WPT title tonight.
And with that hand, that's going to do it. We have run out of time with 4 players left in the hunt for a WPT title.
So join us again next time for the exciting conclusion of the final table of Bellagio Cup 5. Next time on the World Poker Tour.
Good luck.
What started as a very quiet WPT, $700,000 river. It's now a little louder. Let's see him beat her now. Let's see.
Let's get him. Recon aircraft, ready for activation. They've got the upper hand. Stay on top of them. Stay on top of them. Keep it up. Do not let them win. Do not let them win. Turn it together. I like what's happening here. Current activated. Keep it up. Stay on top of them. Turret ready for positioning. Do not let them win. I like what's happening here. Do not let them win. They've got the upper hand. Stay on top of them. Last man down. Nice work.
We won the match.
Time for action. Recon aircraft good to go. First blood. Turret available. I like what's happening here. Turn it together. Turn it Last man down! Final strike! We'll get him next time!
The match is lost.
recon aircraft. Enemy bomber, find cover. They've called in a bomber. EMP strike good to go. Enemy recon aircraft spotted. Final strike! We'll get him next time.
We lost the match.
Time for action. Recon aircraft ready.
We won the match.